And we are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 10th anniversary of Paupergeddon. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall EXP, and joining me once more for second day running now is Alex Moretti. There you go, I got it. It only took me a day to do it, and we thank you all for joining us today, because we have got an amazing two-day event for you all. Let's have a little look at how the structure's going to go. How are the next 2 days going to pan out? We've got, obviously, today, day number 1, we've got 8 rounds of Swiss for you. Then, players with 18 points or more, they're going to be able to get invited back to day 2 tomorrow. Tomorrow, we've got another 6 rounds for them, and then for 8 lucky people in the room, they're going to find themselves in the top 8, and they get to battle it out for all the prizes and the fame that goes along with it. So let's look at the prizes. What have we got going on tomorrow? What is everyone battling for? I'm sure we've got a graphic for that. See our production trying to find it ASAP for us. Once it gets on, Alex, talk me through this.
So we have a very large cut to the top 8. We have the champion with 6,000 euros, finalist 3,000. Yeah, there are also nice prizes for the top 4 and the top 8, but also we got till the top 64. So 1,500 for the top 4, 1,000 for the top 8, 500 for the top 16, 250 for the top 32, and 100 euros for top 64. So that's a huge stake for this event, and that's also a lot of players. We already talked about how many players we have today?
Not yet, we haven't. I was going to tell everyone that basically we're paying all the way down to the top 64, but that is a tomorrow problem for all these players in the room. And how many players in the room? Well, we broke last year's record. We've got over 1,100 players battling out in Pauper this weekend. Remember, yesterday we had the top Pauper player, which was 100 players, invite only, kicking off the weekend, but today is the big one. This is the main event, and we're kicking it off because we've got some very special people in attendance this weekend, and 2 of them are in our feature match this round. So maybe we can get down to the table and we can talk about who it is. We're struggling to get the deck list at the minute, but once we get the deck list, we're able to talk you through exactly what is in the deck. But we've got none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Gavin Verheyes in attendance. Yeah. And he played yesterday, played a bit of High Tide, which I know is the talk of the town that everyone's going to be talking about, and we'll do it all the way through today because we've got Emma and Mirko are also going to be doing the other casting pair. So they're 2 on the Pauper panel. Gavin's the 3rd one, 3 in attendance this weekend. So if you've got any questions about Pauper, that's the team you want to be asking. But Gavin's going to be round 1 feature match, and yesterday he was playing the High Tide deck because he wanted to get it out of the way. He was like, I'm not playing this tomorrow, I just want to get it out of the way. Today, though, he took yesterday's Champions deck. So if you didn't watch yesterday, in the top Pauper Player 2025, we had the Blue-White Familiars deck, the Flicker deck. That was able to take it down. So Gavin went, that's good enough for me. I'm going to play that today. So that is what we're going to see Gavin playing. But what's Gavin going to be up against?
So now Gavin there, he's playing Azorius Familiar, probably one of the best control decks in the format. It relies on cards like Sunscape Familiar and the Ephemerate to just have a very fast gameplay. It tried to control the battlefield, it tried to control the stack with cards like Prohibit, Snap, of course Accomancer, and we are now able to see Azorius Familiar facing Altar Tron. So if you don't know which deck is Altar Tron, is a very powerful combo deck.
I'm going to guess it's the one with the Tron lands.
Yeah, when there's the Tron land, it's probably likely to be a Tron deck.
How does this pan out then? Is this going to be a long game?
To be honest, both decks can be very fast because, you know, they both have a mana ramp and they both have a very fast combo. So it could be very fast if one of the 2 players don't have any interaction, but if they have maybe a lot of card advantage, a lot of way to stop your opponent from doing their powerful plays. Maybe the game, yeah, it could go longer, but both decks could play the game if it goes longer. I mean,
is that what they're both trying to do? Are they both trying to see who can out-card advantage who? And if so, what are the win cons of both of these 2 decks? Let's start with over on the Familiars deck. What's the win con? How is it going to win this game?
So Altar Tron relies on cards like Pactol, Terror, and Golem Foundry to kill the opponent, of course, through the combo. The combo is Mirror Retriever, 2 copies of Mirror Retriever, and 1 copy of Ashnum Altar. So basically, if you already know KCI combo,
I remember that one. Yep.
Yeah, that's the most similar deck you can find in the whole Magic.
Okay.
So
I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but okay, I'll take it.
You can sacrifice your Mirror Retriever with Astronaut Altar, add 2 mana, and then cast another copy of Mirror Retriever without paying any more mana, because your Mirror Retriever costs 2 mana. Astronaut Altar, when you sacrifice a creature, it generates 2 mana.
Okay, so
You have infinite spells, infinite artifact spells, so Factor Terror deals 1 damage when you play an artifact, when an artifact enters the battlefield, and Golem Foundry gets a charge counter. You can remove 3 charge counter to generate a 3/3 golem token. So you have either infinite golems or infinite damage on the stack. And that's a very cool thing, I mean.
yeah, it's pretty simple. Maybe we'll end up seeing that. So over on Gavin's side, how is Gavin going to stop that, and how is he going to win the game? As we see, a Mold Drift, there was a hard cast last turn. 4 mana is going to be reduced by 1. That's the white card. You can see that gets reduces all our. Is it green and blue spells? Not that we're going to see any green spells getting cast this game.
They just have blue spells, but those are enough. You don't really need to play another color in the deck. Anyway, the gameplay for Familiar in this matchup is stopping the opponent from doing broken stuff. I mean, they have a lot of interaction, not in form of counter spells, but also in form of cards like Trap and Charm. Trap and Charm is also played in Modern.
Yeah, Framing Charm's a really cool one.
And it's a very strong common. It lets you destroy a creature, or destroy an enchantment, or exile a graveyard. Tron relies on the graveyard because its combo works with the graveyard, because you return 1 artifact from the graveyard with Mirror Retriever. So with Trap and Charm, you can exile your opponent's graveyard with 2 copies of Mirror Retriever in the graveyard. You can also bring in cards like Dust to Dust to just exile your opponent payoff, your opponent threat. And, you know, game 1, it is very, I think that's not much interaction.
No, it doesn't. We'll get onto the sideboard when we get to it. There's a lot of different cards that they can be bringing in, as you said, the Dust to Dust, etc. But not in game 1, not right now, and not for Gavin. He's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, try and win with his game 1 plan. But is he going to be able to pull ahead with that, trying to gain as much advantage? I feel like he's drawing more cards, but you still look here. We've got Fab at the bottom of our screens. We've got a grip filler as well. How many cards are we away from doing from comboing off over on this Tron side?
So Tron doesn't really have a lot of interaction. Maybe they have.
How many cards till they can combo off and win?
Yeah, they just need a Nihil Spellbomb or a makeshift munition to stop Familiars for doing the broken stuff. But to be honest, Familiar the control deck in the game. I mean, their combo is slower compared to Tron, because they don't have that much mana as Tron, and they also need more cards. And they don't really have a lot of in card draw compared to Tron, but both decks draw a lot of cards. I think Familiars here, if they want to stop Altar from coming off, they need cards like Negate or Prohibit. They can, but they also need to find Archmancer to be able to bring back those counter spells. In eventuality, they have both Flicker and Archmancer, and the 2 copies of Sunscape Familiar. They can comboing off by gaining infinite life, because you cast Ghostly Flicker, you target 1 land and 1 Archmancer, so Ghostly Flicker costs only 0 mana because you're untapping 1 land, you bring back Ghostly Flicker, and you have an infinite Storm count with blue spells on the stack. That means you get infinite life. It's very faithful.
We're going to see a counter spell or some sort of counter magic there fired off to it. It's still going to trigger, but how many cards does Tron need to combo off? Like what are the 3 pieces, 4 pieces that is needed?
You need 4 cards. So 2 copies of Mirror Retriever, 1 copy of Ashnod's Altar, and the key off, which could be, Golem Foundry, which is already in play.
So we need 2 more cards basically at the minute.
Yeah.
At the minute we've got 2 on the board. We're just trying to find the other 2. Gavin knows this. Obviously knows this deck. Knows it inside and out. Knows the whole Pauper format. So he's going to know which cards he needs to count on, which ones he doesn't. And while he's doing that, he's going to try and get in a bit of chip damage. But just dropping Fab down to 24, it's going to take a long turn. 12 attacks if it's going to come from that Mold Drifter here.
Yeah, they probably just need to find the cards that they need to stop the opponent. Anyway,
He's going to bounce back the counter spell back to his hand.
Yeah, I think they bring him back Prohibit. It is what they need. And right now, maybe they already have an Ephemerate in hand, so they can counter at least one card per turn against Altar Tron. Ephemerate is by itself a combo card with Archaeomancer, because by getting back every turn one card, if your opponent doesn't play anything, you are still getting a turn of advantage, especially when you have cards like Meeting of Minds, which are instant speed spell that doesn't really cost mana, because you can just tap your blue creatures, and it is also discounted by the Sunscape Familiar.
Yeah, so with the Ephemerate basically generates as a card every time, because the first time you flicker it, you get back the card you want. The second time the Ephemerate comes back off rebound, you get back the Ephemerate, and rinse and repeat, and that's how we're going to gain a bit of advantage. And you notice a lot of the creatures on the other side have a lot of ETB effects, so they work really well if you are able to flicker them back in and back out to either generate value or, as you say, kind of lock the game down. As we're going to more cards deeper, we see some Swamp now enter the board. More sort of Prism effects. And then each time we're doing this, a counter is getting added to that Foundry. What does the Foundry do?
The Foundry, you can remove 3 counters to generate 1 Golem token. So it is very powerful in fair matchups, because you can just grind out your opponent by getting a bunch of cards from your deck. You have a deck relying on a lot of card advantage, so it is very favored against grindy decks like the Giant Wildfire, which is the most played deck, but also when you are able to have all your combo cards, you can create an infinite amount of tokens. And when you have an infinite amount in power, you probably are going to win the game if your opponent doesn't stop your combat.
So the combos, we're going to make infinite. We're going to play infinite artifacts, and then once we do that, and we rinse and repeat, that's going to go up to a gazillion counters. We can turn those gazillion counters into a gazillion creatures, and then just win on the next end step. There's no way of giving them haste in the deck or anything. You have to pass the turn.
Haste, but usually you are a deck really tough. It has a lot of resilience, a lot of ways to stop your opponent from killing you, and you also have a way to kill your opponent in the same turn as you comboing off, even without the Golden Foundry, and that card is Pactal Terror. They don't have yet Pactal Terror on the battlefield, but it is in the deck.
Here's a crop rotation. So a green card I haven't seen any green mana. I was not expecting a crop rotation here, but it makes sense. It's a way of kind of establishing Tron, but in this instance, it's going to go find a Bazooka Bug and exile the graveyard.
Yeah, crop rotation is a very powerful MTG card.
Oh, yeah, it is. I play it in Legacy. Infect Player, let's go.
And when you're already playing crop rotation, to just have another expedition map effect, like you can easily play some utility lands like Bazooka Bug, and as you were able to see here, they cast the crop rotation to exile the opponent's graveyard when there was a Ghost of Flicker just casted. So by exiling Ghost of Flicker, you prevent your opponent to generate 2 match card advantage, and you prevent them to combing off with Good Ferrous Faithful. And that's a very strong play from the Altar Tron deck.
So we saw Meeting of the Minds cast there. That's the Convoke Draw 2, which is goes really well in this deck. Nice instant. The fact that it's also reduced as well means we just had to tap the 3 creatures and get 2 more cards deeper. So Gavin's probably got a load of cards in hand right now, because I haven't seen him playing too much, and anything is kind of restocking it, but not really pulling ahead yet. At these 2 at the minute, it looks like the Tron deck is kind of doing exactly what it wants to do, and Gavin hasn't been able to disrupt it as much as he'd probably like at this point.
Yeah, probably right now at this point, Ephemerate, Familiars, is probably just going to play the longer game. They can't get infinite life with Ghost of Flicker anymore if they play only 1 copy Ghost of Flicker, because it got excited, so they need to find as many possible copies of Prohibit and Negate, and then they need to stop Altar Tron to cast their powerful threats, Pactal Terror, then his Ashnod's Altar, and eventually also another copy of Mirror Retriever. Mirror Retriever is very strong in Altar Tron. It gives a lot of ways to interact with your opponent counter spells or removal spells, because it can bring back artifacts from the graveyard. So can we take a look at the list of Azorius Familiar?
We don't have it,
we
but
don't have it.
this
Okay.
is just a generic one I've got up at the minute until they actually give us the deck lists. We're having a bit of issues
usually
getting them.
they play Trap and Charm in the main deck, so if they have a Trap and Charm, they can eventually stop.
Well, this is the same list as yesterday, and I don't think the one yesterday was playing Fabian Charm.
Okay,
So that, going off the random information that I know, it's not. So don't take it as 100%. But I'm 99% sure he used the same deck list as one yesterday's top pauper player, and I don't know that one didn't have Fabian Charm in it. Making some golems in a turn there. So now we've got 2 3/3s, which is nice. Using these beautiful tokens, courtesy of our sponsor. You can see them all there stacked up on the left-hand side in nice laid out fashion, almost like it's advertisement. Chat's asking about the meta breakdown. We will be getting that. It's getting put together as we speak at the minute. We're having some data issues, shall I say, on where we get our data from. Once we get that, though, we will be getting that meta breakdown to you all perfectly lined up in a nice, beautiful graphic, and also be going out on the socials. Probably go out on the socials first before it's on the stream. So if you want to, make sure you go and follow Paupergeddon on there to stay up to date on everything happening this weekend, or maybe some future events, because the same people that are putting this on, the same ones doing Eternal Weekend at the end of the year. So if that also floats your boat, make sure you're following them on the socials. Back to the game. So we're still 2 cards away. There's going to be a tower. Do you like whiteboarded Urza's lands?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, I have white borders, Sigrid Urza lands for my Flickertron deck, and to be honest, the most relevant feature about white border cards is when you fetch your deck, it is easier to find them, because nowadays white border cards are not being printed anymore.
I think there's a special place in Phyrexia for people that like whiteboarded cards. Just saying. I know there's what was it? It was a Mystery Booster set 2 that came out with a load of whiteboarded cards.
Oh yeah, those are lovely.
I bet that set made you happy. You're welcome. Bunch of 4 cards, 5 cards in hand. Another Prism's going to come down. Another token count's going to get added, and we get to go another card deeper. Is that the second one? Yep, the second one's going to come down. So like little cantrips, but each one's going to generate in token counters, and each one of the 3 counters is going to generate a new golem. And they're going to start. We're starting to get in there. We're turning it sideways. 6 damage, straight to the dome. Gavin, I think, just lets it all go through. So he's going to drop himself down to 14. So I don't think he's taken any damage up to this point. How was the Ultratron gaining life at this point? Like it was up to 24, then they took a hit, and now they're up to 25.
They have a Candy Trail. Candy Trail is an artifact that costs 1 mana. You can it scries 2 when it enters the battlefield, and you can sacrifice by paying 2 mana. When you sacrifice it, you draw a card and gain 3 lives. That card is very strong against aggressive strategies and can keep your life total up. So now it is both a cantrip and a way to get time to not die from the most aggressive decks, but it's also very relevant card, I guess, against fair strategies, because if the game goes longer, stopping your opponent from trying is still
if you can gain extra life, and it keeps you alive. Chat's asking, what time are we expecting to end? Well, it's 8 rounds today, so we've just started about, let's say about half hour ago the round started, so give an hour each, so 8 hours from half hour, so 7.5 hours from now roughly. If the tournament goes nice and smoothly, which of course it will, because they always do, even at something this size, GP level. What do you think about Future Sight boarded cards? You like the whiteboarded, what about Future Sight?
Yeah, I love that.
You like the Future Sight ones?
Yeah.
I think I like the Tarmographs, because I think to me that's probably the most iconic card from that set, like with those borders. I guess you got Street Wraith in there as well. I don't know if I can name many others from that set.
There is, I think, Brainstormer with the Future Sight frame.
Is there?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one. What brainstorms do you use?
Brainstorm, I don't really have that many decks like that plays Brainstorm, but...
Ooh, Ephemerate being cast.
All right. The game is going in a very...
Grindy way.
Grindy.
The way that we thought. This isn't going to be a quick game, unfortunately, but we've got to... nice at that point, actually, to Gavin. Actually, only cost 1 less, because you've got 2 of these in play. So Gavin flickered the Archimancer, got back the draw 2, convoked it, drew another 2, so again restocked the hand. That Ephemerate is in exile at the minute, so we'll see that in the upkeep. This is him casting it now. So I don't know what he wants to target. It's going to be the Archimancer. Archimancer targeting back the Ephemerate. That's going to go back to the grip. That's that combo that we spoke about earlier on. Really great way to kind of generate advantage.
Now Azorius Familiar is in need of finding a good first Faithful. Faithful isn't really strong in the matchup, but at this point of the game, without Ghost of Flicker to kill the opponent, they are forced to find a ways to stop them from getting too many golems, dealing damage to them. And Faithful is both a way to block the golem and a way to refill your life total count. The game is probably just Familiars trying to counter whatever Ashnod's Altar, Foundry, Pactal Terror, all the payoff from Tron, while Tron is trying to just play whatever card they find on the top deck, hoping the opponent doesn't have enough interaction.
In Gavin's last 3 or 4 actions, he's drawn 8 cards, or got 8 cards back into his hand. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's why Azorius Familiar, even though it is not really much played in the current metagame, is still a strong deck. When you are able to do a large amount of game actions and to draw a large amount of cards, I think you are probably gonna get to find something you need. Or
what's the chances that either of these decks end up, milling themselves out?
Usually you have Ghost of Flicker in combo with Mortuary Mire to not mill out, but as you can see, there is Ghost of Flicker in the exile zone.
Yep.
So yeah, if Tron is able to get a bunch of life, maybe Azorius Familiar will not be able to kill the opponent in time. Anyway, they can bring back up to 4 or 5 cards from the graveyard on the top of the deck, because they can bounce back the Mortuary Mire with Azorius Chancery, but as you can see, there's not yet a Mortuary Mire on the battlefield, so it's just a matter of time to alter Tron, I guess.
Here's one of the newer cards. We didn't have this one last year in Portuguese. The Pact Terror, 3/4 for free, 1 black, artifact, creature. Whenever an artifact or a creature you control enters, your opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So again, just more incremental damage. I'm going to do my thing anyway. If this is on the board, it's great. I'm draining my opponent, gaining that little bit of life, because you said there's a lot of these aggressive decks in the format currently. So it really helps. It comes with a nice 3/4 body, which is a pretty good way of closing the game out if you needed to be that way inclined.
Yeah, that's for sure. Pactal Terror is probably the best new card in the deck. Probably is also Tron is also the best deck in which you can play Pactal Terror. It costs a lot of mana, because for the format and for any mid-range strategy, paying 4 mana and not getting any kind of advantage when you cast the spell could be a lot. But you have the Urza Lens, so 4 mana is not really that much, and you also play a bunch of artifacts in your deck. So
yeah,
you can deal a lot of damage, you can get back a lot of life.
All right, what we got going on here? Map token. It's just a way for us to kind of cycle something bad out of a hand, get something better in the bin. I think we might have missed one of the triggers on the Foundry, so maybe that could have been a 2, but hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them in the butt. We're going to go draw more cards. We can get rid of the Retriever here.
Ooh, that could be very powerful if they bring back Ashnod's Altar or Pactal Terror. Let's see. I don't know how many cards they have in and Altar Tron.
A lot by the looks of it, I think. There's a big grip. Both players have got a big grip of cards. Everything they're doing is just drawing them cards. Yeah, I think we're like 8 or 9 cards in hand at the minute.
That's a lot.
Playing a tower. So mana is not an issue.
These 2 decks are probably the decks that draw more cards in the world format. One with Altar Tron, with fake cards. Just playing a bunch of divination effects and you aren't really able to bring back them from the graveyard. The other one, by relying on Ephemerate and Ghost of Flicker, you blink your stuff and you generate a large amount. large amount of card draw. And I think at this point, Tron is trying to stick their Ashnod's Altar in play, because if you resolve Ashnod's Altar, even if your opponent has Snap, they can counter the Snap by sacrificing the token. If you sacrifice the token, your opponent is not untapping anything with Snap, because you remove the target, and Snap needs a target to resolve. And we see another Ephemerate.
Yeah, Ephemerate is going to type the counter spell. The counter spell is going to then stop that coming into play. Then all the counters in the stack start to resolve, so the Foundry is going to go up to 2 and technically 3. Over on Gavin's side, the Faithful is going to gain him a little bit of extra life. Not that that's kind of relevant right now, but these golems, if that's what the route that we're going to go, and we're going to start trying to get his shit damage in, every life point is going to be relevant. And Gavin's going to throw that in. Did it look like he was going to block with that?
Yeah,
that is a 1, right?
0-4. So they have 4 point in tokenness, and they can easily block the 3 tokens. It's very strong.
Why did I think it was a 1-1?
Oh, it's very strong.
It was a warm day yesterday. I don't know. You know what I mean? All right. Upkeep, rebound. We got 2 Ephemerates coming off. Looks like we're going to go Archimancer to bring back the first Ephemerate, and the second one is going to. Do you want to go more drifted? Do you want more cards? Do you want card selection? Do you want something else out of our bin?
Yeah, it depends on how much white mana they want untapped at this turn, because is usually casting a rebounding Ephemerate on an Archimancer to just get back the Archimancer is the correct play. But if they need to play some more cards, maybe they just prefer to bounce another target, so they can draw extra cards without paying extra mana, or they can bring back another card that is not Ephemerate from the graveyard. So it's very versatile Ephemerate, and I really do love Ephemerate in this format. It's very powerful, and probably it is the card that let control blink strategies to be alive in the format.
Yeah, it's a very, very powerful card, especially just being able to get any ETB effect again for 1 white mana, and then you can get it again in the next turn if it lives. And the removal, as you said in this Tron deck, it is almost non-existent, so you're going to be able to get all this value. It might end up coming down to, as I said, the decks. They might end up milling each other out, drawing too many cards, if that's actually a thing in there that can go on. But we'll see how it pans out. Gavin's doing his best, trying to get in the air at the minute, being able to do 4 points a turn, and that is quite a quick clock. Now we're going to go...
Dorian revealed.
Are we hard casting that? But no, we're definitely hard casting it, going 3 more cards deeper, gaining another life, as long as he remembers his triggers. Place another land.
Oh, there's another card that could be helpful for Familiar to stay alive. There is Murmuring Mystic. You can...
Sorry.
So there is Murmuring Mystic in the deck that eventually could be very helpful for Familiar to stay alive and also close the game much faster. With Murmuring Mystic and double copy of Ephemerate, you generate so many tokens that you are now able to block every golem token. You also have another blocker for those golem because Mystic has 5 point in toughness. And Mystic generates a 1/1 bird token whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell. So that means every turn you just generate 4 extra bird tokens.
It's kind of like the Terror in the Tron deck. I'm doing my game plan, but I'm incrementally doing a point of damage. On this side, it's incrementally making me 1/1 flyers, which turn out to be 1 point of damage, or chump blockers if I need to. And as you said, very good way of being able to close out the game extremely quickly.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so probably we are going to see the game closing very fast at this point. I mean, the bot decks have drawn a lot of cards. They have a lot of cards in hand, and they just need to find a way to kill the opponent. So maybe it is time for the showdown. I mean, maybe we just have.
You think in this situation that they should, consider the time clock and be like, oh, okay, well, I'm pretty sure I'm out here. Let's scoop it up. Let's see if I can win a game 2 or maybe even a game 3. Or do you think we're not at that point yet?
Maybe they can wait 1 or 2 turns, but it is very difficult for Tron to overcome double copy of Prohibit when you already have played your I think singleton copy of Bazika Bug.
There's no way of bouncing the Bajuka bug back. They don't play any bounce
No,
lands.
they don't play any blink effect or bounce lands because those are just weak cards in Tron.
Okay.
They choose to keep the second copy of Golem Foundry on the top deck, so he's still trying to win by aggro.
Yeah, like with normal damage. I get it. It's like, if Gavin's going to counter everything that I do, at least these counters are going to keep going up, and every time I get to 3, I can get a new free golem. That's why we can see currently there's 3 on the board. One of them's got the world's tiniest, hardest to see dice, but it's fine. I've got you, chat.
Gavin is probably going to counter everything because, at this point of the game, they just need to stop your opponent from getting any advantage. I mean, casting Ephemerate and the correlated prohibit is very free. I mean, they have the card, they have an infinite loop unless the opponent to stop them. So it is very easy at this point from Familiar. You don't really need to think too much. You just cast your card, you just stop your opponent. At this point, okay, there is Murmuring Mystic as a finisher. Maybe it's not even necessary to just slow down your opponent to stop them. But if you want to win fast, Mystic is of course very good. And maybe they need Mystic, but even without Mystic, they're not dead yet. They don't need Mystic to survive.
No, yeah, it's more like it would be nice to have currently because then it closes the clock down. We are down to 20 minutes on the round, so no matter who wins this one, you've got to be able to fight back and win 2 games if you're going to be a game down to get this. This is a best of 3 close deckless tournament. 8 rounds today, ladies and gentlemen, and players are trying to get themselves 18 points or better. That's 6-2 record or better to get into tomorrow's day 2, where we've got paying down all the way to sit top at 64. Their share of, I think it's 27,000 euros. If you're watching over in America, it's going to be $32,000. It's a lot of money on the line for all the players battling out this weekend. Over 1,100 in attendance. So I don't know how many counters are actually going to be on this altar. It's up to 4, so we can make another golem if we choose to.
Seems like they're discussing about how many counters there is on the Golem Foundry. Maybe they miscounted one card that we cast earlier in the game.
I think they definitely have missed at least one that I noticed. I think chat noticed it as well.
When there are so many cards on the battlefield, it's very easy to get distracted by something and not being able maybe to
also,
counter.
Things like nerves, you'd be playing on camera, could be nerves playing against someone like, one of the biggest names in the Magic community in Gavin Verhey.
There's a lot of pressure.
Sometimes you're not thinking it. It's a hard skill to know. Like, at the minute, we're not dead, we're not out of the game. There's not a good chance that we're going to win the game. It seems pretty locked out, but what if Gavin's hands full of X, Y, and Z? Will I be able to do it? I've still got percentage points to win. I've still got this golem, factory basically pumping up golems all the time. So maybe I can win through combat damage that way. I've still. What I'm trying to say is we're not at the situation where maybe it's going through their head that I need to concede. Like maybe they still think they can win this game 1, but then also same on Gavin's side. Gavin's probably feeling nice and safe. They think, I'm doing all right here. I think I've got this game, but. How important is the clock going to be for both of these players?
Oh, wow. There's Crown Shaman. Okay, that would be...
It's non-flying creatures though, right?
Yeah, just non-flying creatures, but you are relying on your Archmancer. So... Okay, that's...
Does it do damage to face as well? Or just creatures on the board? So we can...
Just to the creatures.
Okay.
Oh, they can also sacrifice so many artifacts, so they can even eventually play around an ephemerate. If you let the Kraken Shaman first ability resolve, killing the Kraken Shaman, then you can blink your creatures, so preventing them to deal too much damage to the creature.
Sure, must have a card in hand at the minute that can deal with that. Like, and it's not entered the board yet. Like all these cards that we've drawn, all this flicking that we've got going on. If this card's really that important, I mean, it looks like it did actually resolve.
Yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, I think at this point of the game you are kind of forced to counter Karklan Shaman unless you have another copy of Archeomancer in your hand.
The odds have got to be pretty high that you do.
So Altatron bring it back the Ashnod's altar from the graveyard thanks to the second copy of Mirror Retriever, and they played first the Karklan Shaman as a way to bait the Cry Beat in the end of Azorius Familiar, but it seems like, well, Karklan Shaman did resolve indeed. So now maybe you are going to see Altatron sacrificing a bunch of artifacts just to kill the Archeomancer, so preventing Ephemerate to resolve and preventing Familiars to bring back the Private. Also, you are very likely going to lose both the Sunscape Familiars and maybe even the Ghost Fear's Faithful.
How many artifacts? I'd be inclined just to wipe the board, but does it do it to all creatures, including my own? Would I lose my own golems if I do it more than 3 times?
To be honest, I think killing your creatures as Altatron doesn't really matter right now. I mean, in end they have both Pactol Terror and Ashnod Altar, so if they find another copy of Mirror Retriever, and if they kill the opponent creature, the opponent Archeomancer here, they're probably going to win in the next turn.
Okay, interesting. Looks like we're putting a bunch of artifacts together. Looks like we're going to do 3 artifacts against that. One was the Ica Wellspring, so we'll be drawing a card as well. Okay, if this was like Magic Online, there'd be a huge stack about to happen.
Yeah.
All these little triggers just going on the stack. So I think we've stacked it that we're going to draw the card first, then we're doing 3 damage, is that to everything?
Yep.
So first damage happens.
And there is still Ephemerate on the stack, targeting the Archeomancer.
So everything right now has had 1 point of damage done to it.
Yep, because Karklan Shaman already died.
So if we can ephemerate the Archeomancer 3 times, it will live.
Yep, but there's not that many blink effect left in Familiar, because you already lost Ghostly Flicker, and there is an Ephemerate on the stack already. So you just have one single copy of Ephemerate in your deck left, and that card is already.
But every time you cast an Ephemerate, I'm saying from the Archeomancer, you need to get it back to your hand. So it gets a point of damage, that resolves, flicker it, comes back in, get back the Ephemerate to my hand. Let the next point of damage happen, get the Ephemerate back. And
sadly, you can't do that because you are forced when Ephemerate resolves to exile it with a rebound, because.
Because it's not second got you. Okay, so he has to have it in the grip.
Yep. So whenever Ephemerate resolves, first they blink the creature, and Ephemerate goes into exile zone. So now Archeomancer was blinked, and
I think that's where I got confused because I saw Gavin put it back to his hand there, and I think that both players have also just realised that, and they're like, oh, or at least he pulled it back to the where his lands are to show that this is what I'm going to get. And obviously can't do that.
They bring back Snap. Okay, that's a way to prevent the opponent from killing your Archeomancer.
How many Archeomancers do we generally play? Like, why are we paying so much emphasis on this Archeomancer surviving?
Well, if in this game you are surviving thanks to the Archeomancer, family loop. So without Archeomancer, you are not able to have enough counterspell to prevent your opponent from going off with the combo. And the thing is, even if they save the Archeomancer or the Sunscape Familiars, they still need to play around a lot of very troublesome stuff from the opponent. So maybe they're not even able to win this game, even if they save the Archeomancer on the Sunscape Familiar. So it is very difficult now for Gavin to go back in the game. I mean, that Karklan Shaman, it was probably the best play till now. I mean, both players played very, very well, but Karklan Shaman, letting that Karklan Shaman resolving maybe wasn't the right call.
Maybe he didn't have an answer for it. It's hard to believe with the amount of cards that he had in hand and access to cards in his graveyard, but maybe didn't have it, or maybe, as you said, it was a bit of a misstep here for Gavin. Didn't think it was going to work the way that he was hoping. But here comes the card that we've been talking about all the way through. This is a great way to add a clock to it. What's this one card do?
So Boomerang Mystic is one of the most, I guess, recent additions to the deck. It's a 1/5 creature that costs 4 mana. Whenever you cast an instant or a sorcery spell, you create one flying 1/1 bird token.
1/1 bird token, sure.
Yeah. So it is very strong against decks like Mono Blue Furries and Mono Blue Terror, which are most, I guess, the most troublesome decks for Azorius.
What just happened? Why is the game now over?
Seems like Gavin didn't have enough interaction. Maybe they do not have any private left in hand to counter the Pactal Terror. So maybe Pactal Terror was enough to kill Gavin now, because they have a bunch of artifacts. They can generate other tokens. They don't have any blockers to block the Pactal Terror in the golems, and they also had Ashnot Altar in hand. So it was just a matter of time now.
So that's why we're giving 10 minutes left on the clock as we now go into our first round of sideboarding here. It is closed deck list, so we can't show you on the screen what they've got. And I couldn't even if I wanted to, because I don't have the deck list in front of me yet. So we are kind of speculating what's going on in their decks. Give me a couple of cards that you think that Gavin would like to have in his sideboard if he has access to them in this matchup.
In this case, you want Negate, Trap and Charm, and Dust to Dust, or any kind of artifact removal spell.
Okay.
Tron is just a deck relying on artifacts. So
if you can bury them or destroy them, etc., we're good. Okay.
Okay. Then I think you don't really need any more cards. Maybe you can bring in cards like Essence Cutter or whatever counter that it lets you counter creatures, because even though your opponent has a lot of non-creature spells which are really relevant, like Ashnot Altar, cards like Mirror Retriever and Pactal Terror are still relevant. I mean, after all, those are the combo pieces are creatures. Pactal Terror is both a combo piece and also a very strong card when you want to kill your opponent as fast as possible, because it generates a lot of damage on the stack just by playing a bunch of artifacts. So Essence Cutter and whatever counter spell just mean to counter creature last 2 mana is very strong, especially when you play Sunscape Familiar.
So what about over on the Tron deck? What sort of cards can they bring in to kind of shore this up, or at least get across the line? Because as we're now hitting the 8-minute mark left in the round, maybe they just need to try and stall out and try and get a 1-0 victory here.
Yeah, probably Tron is going to play the role of a control deck right now. I mean, they were able to win a very long game 1, so they don't need to win any more games for this round. So if they have any Pyroblast, Duress, even Nihil Spell Bomb, so Graveyard 8, those cards are already going in, and you want to bring them to stop your opponent from stopping you, but also probably you are just able to cut cards that you need to win the game. So, in this first game, the Golden Foundry was very strong because it chipped down a lot of life from Familiar. But right now, you are probably going to sideboard out Golden Foundry because, it is good as a way to kill your opponent as fast as possible, because if you have a lot of combo pieces, you are also very more likely to have the combo early in the game. But if you don't need to combo off, you don't really need your finishers.
All right, but players looking at that opening 7 here, seeing no land in that one here for Fabs, and that one's going to go back. Can't get a good look at what Gavin's got going on, but he's not throwing it back straight away. Maybe I have a little think. Well, he's going to need a very aggressive, aggro start here. Yeah, I think looking at the clock, as we're now under 7 minutes, that the best he can kind of hope for in this situation is to win this one and take it to a draw.
So they need now Sunscape Familiar by turn 2 or turn 3. So with the Familiar in play, they can be very aggressive. I mean, casting creatures, get a bunch of advantage, a bunch of card draws from the ETB ability. If they have an Archmancer early in the game, that would be even also really good. Anyway, they also need to keep Murmuring Mystic, even though the card, at least in game 2 and game 3, isn't really strong against this deck, against Tron, because you are bringing in answers to their artifacts against an opponent which you need to kill. In these 2 games post sideboard, you need to keep the Murmuring Mystic because it lets you kill your opponent faster.
Right, well, we're off to the races here. You're going to see at least Gavin playing a lot, pretty quick right now, because he needs to get that game under his belt. Does not want to start off this huge 2-day tournament with a loss, but you know, it makes for a good Cinderella story. Losing the first round and then not losing any others for the rest of the day is a great way to, you know, end day 1 and kind of inspire it, as we're going to get down that foundry. We saw that was able to generate enough golems in game 1 for us to be able to get that damage in that was needed. Gavin's going to start off, let's get a point down. Let's start chipping away. Everything's going to count. 3 mana now. What's going to be the follow-up? Sides against it. A little bit of sculpt, and let's sculpt the hand, see what we've got. See if we saw 2 lands, basic plains, basic islands. Doesn't want either of them. They're going to go to the bottom of the deck. We're going to draw a full new one. Bounce land's going to bounce the land back. So, you know, we're adding to the board. We're ramping our mana a little bit. And it had to go to discard there, as you can tell. Had the option so discarded the 1-drop, which we could have cast. What's that telling me? What reads am I getting from that?
Yeah, it is clear, or at least I think they have something like negate, or if they don't have negate or prohibit, they're maybe likely going to cast Ephemerate in their end phase. So now Gavin is probably has some sort of game interaction in it, like a way to stop your opponent from casting their relevant spells. So Tron, knowing that there's no point on letting your opponent resolve the counter spells, prefer to just land a bunch of artifacts because Golden Foundry is already on the battlefield. Ooh, and okay. There is Murmuring Mystic.
I would say the Mystic is on. Now, this is one of the ways that we can close this game down pretty quickly. Foundry on the other side is going to do a slightly slower job, but we'll make bigger golems, of course, the 3/3 being added at the end there. It's not out of the realms that Gavin can't just win this through just getting a load of flyers on the board and turning them sideways, right?
No, I think they already have the answer to those flying creatures in hand. There is a card that often they play, which is Scattershot, and it is very similar to Grapeshot, but it doesn't deal damage to players. So Scattershot is a card with Storm. It's an instant speed. It costs 3 mana and it's red. It deals 1 damage to target creature. So you
storm off a bunch and you can just shoot a little 1/1 birds out the sky.
Yeah, you can kill those both creatures, but it's also good as a way to kill your opponent's creature. Similar way to Karkan Shaman, but doesn't need you to destroy your artifact.
We're going to play a Mole Drifter there and straight to the graveyard. Normally you see those on the board and Ephemerate to follow them up, but Gavin's like, nope, don't have time for that. Just going to get 2/2 down, hold up my 2 mana here in case you're going to do any crazy shenanigans. But we're not. We're just playing mana rocks here. Play 7, draw a card, play 7, draw a card. Each one of these is incrementally adding counters to the Foundry. And every 3 counters will generate a 3/3 golem. And I'm more than happy doing that. Like, if you're going to sit there and not do anything, Gavin, I'll sit here and not doing anything. As a Terror's about to try and enter the board. Counter happens and it looks like it's going to work. So, and just got a little bit harder for Gavin to win this game. Ephemerate.
Okay, so I don't know how much storm count is here, but you can
3 or 4 now.
cast your Scattershot to kill the Mystic, or even counter the Ephemerate by killing the Siege Oracle, but you choose to not cast Scattershot if they have in hand. Okay, so let's see what happens.
Getting in there, point damage with the bird. Beautiful bird tokens. It's going to be 4 mana. Ooh, Dust, as you said, came out. And it's going to generate a 1/1. In response, yeah, we're going to make another golem. Makes sense. But at one point, these two, like, I'd say important cards right now are going to go to exile. The old text, remove 2 from the game. Easy, like it.
Yeah. So Death to Death is probably the best card that they have in the sideboard as there's an interaction for these artifact decks, and when your opponent relies on Mirror Retriever as a way to counter your opponent interaction, not letting them bring back the artifacts with Mirror Retriever is clearly the best thing you can do.
Well, under a minute now, so if this game is going to be won by Gavin here at top of the screen, he's going to have to get a shift on, finds a snap, likes that, puts that to the hand. Fermate's going to go to exile for rebound. I believe we've got 1 mana floating. That's going to snap back one of these golems. It's going to let us untap 2 mana. That being actually give us 4 mana if we do 2 of the dual lands, or the what do we call them? Bounce lands, double lands. Ooh, got a little bit of a fight going on here. 1 point damage. How many squares? 1, 2. Are we on 3 or 4?
I think they have cast some dust, ephemerate, snap. That's 3 spells.
This is the 4th. Okay, so we've got 4 copies.
Yeah, maybe yes.
Negate the 1 copy to make another bird. Oh my word.
Okay.
Oh my word. Okay. So that's storm count. What? 5, 6, 7.
I guess the aggro game plan from Familiars is now kind of dead.
I think it was 8. I think storm count was 8 though. So Ephemerate 3. We ephemerated one of our own birds there.
Yeah, because you want to keep your Ephemerate in your deck. Even if they deals 1 extra damage, it doesn't really matter, especially if they have another copy of the New Mystic. Wow. So double scatter shot was really cool. Okay, now with Tron with just 1 card left in hand, and your second copy of Mermaid Mystic in play, I think if Tron is not able to find any Eviscerator Insight, which is the best draw spell they have in their deck against control mid-range strategies, maybe Familiars is much better positioned in the current game.
I've just asked for an update on the clock, if they are in turns or if they got a bit of extra time, because obviously we started this, we kind of held them when the round started because we wanted to show you all at home as much of this game as we possibly could.
I guess Tron just now is just hoping for Familiars to not find anything, any interaction.
Any more spells?
Yeah. Also, they hope to find, I don't know, I mean, you already resolved 2 copies of Scattershot. Maybe you don't have any more copies of Scattershot in your deck left.
If I had the deck list in front of me, I'll tell you, but I do not have the deck list yet.
Maybe you play Cartine Shaman, but Shaman is not really strong
well, it looks like we are in turns.
Dash Private on Mirror Retriever, and they don't have any more cards in hand.
So 1, 7, 8 damage we can go across.
But
let's drop some damage to 3. We're going to have another. We're going to have turn 4 for Gavin to be able to go ahead. Here comes the Archamancer.
Okay, they bring back Prohibit.
3 land. Handshake to get the draw.
Seems like so. Oh wait,
I think they're talking.
Familiars still have another turn. So yeah.
Yes, this is turn 3. They drew the land, which is nothing. I think. Yeah, they're saying like, I'm going to win the next turn, and then I believe that's going to be a draw. So Gavin's able to fight that back in less than 6 minutes to win that game. Unfortunately, the first one just took so long. Where once this shows the importance of sideboard cards and how quick you can get a game over once you do it. So hats off to both players kicking off here. Paupergeddon Temp anniversary with a draw. It's not the end all or doom all. You know what I mean? It's fine. They'll get over it. They've still got 7 more rounds today to battle it out in, because they're trying to get themselves to 18 points. So every single point counts, even if it's from a draw. Because then if they do get it, well, then they're going to get invited back to play tomorrow. top 64 gets cash payouts from that 27,000 euro prize pool that we've got this weekend, as well as all the other swag that comes along with it. And then we'll have our top 8 and we'll crown ourselves a champion. But I think the round's over. Everyone's kind of running around out there. So we're going to end this round. We're going to come back and have a next set of casters in the booth. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with fellow Pauper Format panel member Mirko Efrati, also known as Heisen, and we are bringing you round 2 of Paupergeddon Summer 2025. There is a whopping 1,145 players.
Yes.
Basically a Magic Grand Prix, if you remember those events way back when. And it just has that vibe when if you just walk around the hall, you just see everyone just shuffling up commons and playing. It's just a very, like a very old school way. It feels very familiar, right? So we're going to go straight into our next round, which will feature Sam and Umek on Temur Cascade. And then we've also got a Temur mid-range deck from Claudio. And these aren't necessarily meta decks or tiered decks. These are decks that these players have created and brought to Paupergeddon. So it's going to be really interesting to see how it plays out.
Yes, it will be interesting, the matchup, because every time that you see some decks that are outside of the meta, it's interesting to see the synergy behind the deck, and we will find out if it will be a good choice in this meta game. Sometimes, yes, in an open meta game, you can try to brew something.
Yes, of course, yeah.
And it's very cool to also make a good results in an event big like this, with a deck that is completely yours.
Yeah, exactly. So for the Temur mid-range deck, we've got some Tolarian Terrors, we've got like Mental Notes, so it's very similar to like the Temur Terror deck that we've seen in the past. We've got some Sneaky Snackers in there as well, which you don't often see in these decks. And as for the Temur mid-range deck, we've got, your Annoyed Outer Swords, you've got Boarding Parties, you've got Avenging Hunters, and if you're not familiar with Cascade and Pauper, it can really snowball out of anywhere, right?
Yeah.
I've lost games where someone's cascaded into like a Riving Chrysalis, and it's like, oh damn, like I'm dead because, it's Riving Chrysalis.
Yes, and if you are able to reach the amount of mana to start to cast your creature with Cascade, you can pass over also counterspell.
Yeah, of course. So, granted that these decks are, we said they're not tier decks. They're a little different to what you might see at these events. Who do you think's got the Who do you think's favored here? Is it like the Temur Cascade? I'm looking to 2 for 1 and get so much on the board, or are you on the side of the measured? Like Temurish mid-rangey control deck with like Tolarian Terrors and backing it up with counter magic?
I think that it's a 50-50 matchup because Terror deck has a strong plan in the early game, but if there is not too much counter on the first, second, and the third turn, so in early game, the opponent is able to develop his own plan, and after the sixth land is able to simply cast your threats, cascade other threats, and from that point the match is quite over.
Right, as we can see here, we've already seen a counter spell fired off.
Wow.
And we've got a Boreal Grazer, which is not a card you often see in Pauper. It's
This
often
is a
very,
modern card.
it's very common in like your Amulet Titans in Modern, and it does some very silly things in Modern, let's be honest. It also has Reach, which people often forget. It has the secret reach that we don't usually see.
If you think
people just
about
forget
fairies,
yes,
it's a very cool card because he can block also the ninja because he's at 0-3.
yeah.
So it's a cool card.
It's also a sloth, and sloths are great, or kind of like a sloth.
Okay.
So yeah, Boreal Grazer, and it's just a really good way to get on lands. You can put a bounce land into play and take back your basic. It's a really nice way to leverage on mana. Also just soaking up all that aggression because these blue X, like mid-range control, or even the aggro types that have a lot of flyers, it's just it's gonna blank some damage, which is always nice in these situations.
Also, 0-3 is also strong against more red if you think about that. So yes, Brainstorm, what a cool card. Brainstorm in this deck is able to set up your Cascade effect.
Yes.
This is insane.
Very smart.
This is insane. Incredible.
I take you're a fan of the card Brainstorm.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and speaking of Riving Chrysalis that we just talked about earlier, it's just enter into play. You're playing it. I say you're playing it fairly. You're playing it on turn 4, and you're making a bunch of power. It's a very good card, let's say.
Yeah.
And in these we talked about this yesterday on coverage. Like the thing about Riving Crystals is you can't Hydro Blast it.
Yeah.
Devoid is surprisingly annoying, but
You can foil it.
you can foil it. It's not completely uncounterable, but yeah.
Okay, but the point is, even if they counter the Chrysalis, you have 2 Eldrazi spawn that can
Yes.
block some terror and gain some time. And time means card. Card means probably another Cascade effect.
Yes.
So that's the secret of the Chrysalis. Also, Chrysalis is drawn by Domenico Cava, that we have here as one of the official artists of this event. So thank you Cava, for drawing this amazing card. And there is the first terror, the first
It's Cryptic Serpent.
Serpent.
It's the other copies of Tolarian Terror that you run, because you could only run 4 cards of the deck, because I'm sure they would run more if they could.
Yeah.
So double Cryptic Circuit here is pretty nice. And
Wow.
Annoyed Ultrasaur to Mold Drifter is what you want, and that's why we play Brainstorm, you were saying earlier.
Yes.
You clearly brainstormed and put the Mold Drifter on top and just draw some cards and have a Mold Drifter. Like, that's just good deck building, right?
Yes, this is 7
This is
mana,
perfect.
6/5, reach, trample plus, a 2/2, flying, draw 2 card.
And anytime you play a Mold Drifter, you may as well just say I've won the game. Let's
Yeah.
be honest. Come
Yeah.
on, like Mold Drifter's just that good.
Mold Drifter is good since the beginning of Pauper.
Yes.
So
It's one of the many cards in Pauper that has just such a strong and consistent history. Like, we still
Yeah.
play it now. We saw it earlier when Gavin Verhey was playing Azorius Familiars.
yes, paired
Where-
with Ephemerate,
Yep.
but now in a Cascade deck.
I'm a fan. I'm a big fan. I might have to build this after I'm done today.
Incredible,
Yeah.
incredible. In the opposite side, we are seeing some Sneaky Snacker. Sneaky Snacker, I think it's a very cool card in that deck, but the point is the creature of the opponent can be very big.
Yes.
Even if I don't think that Temur Cascade is playing plenty of removal, probably just few, but in this kind of matchup, he can simply cast all your big creature.
Yep, so there's a couple of lightning bolts in the Temur Cascade deck. There's like 3 copies main board, so that's probably your like removal, like the only removal you have here.
Yeah.
Post board, it gets a little different. You have stuff like the Glamour, you have Pyroblast as well. Also, you've got Relic of Progenitus, which is pretty nice against the Terror decks as well, just to
Absolutely.
make those Terrors uncastable, essentially.
Yes, if you are able to start with land and relic, the game is complicated.
It is very
Complicated.
Yeah, and sure, Affinity isn't as good as it used to be, but you get these random like Nihil spell bombs and these random relics just in the main board of decks, and it can just hamper these blue-based control decks.
Yeah.
I'm also appreciating how foiled out the Temur Cascades deck is, which says to me they've been playing this for a long time and they're like innovating on it,
Yeah.
and they feel really confident to bring it to Paupergeddon. Like, everything is foiled out, and that's mad respect.
So, here we have a Snap.
Great card.
Snap, untap 2 bounce land, so generate some mana.
Yes.
So ramp for a big turn, probably.
More Eldrazi spawn to go along. This Chrysalis is threatening a lot of damage here.
If these Chrysalis enter, so if there is not the second foil, this Chrysalis it can be a 6/7 with reach. 6/7 is probably better than every creature of the opponent.
Yes.
So it's a lot.
It's a lot of damage. Also, just like for 4 mana, it just does like a ridiculous amount. Like, even if the spell costs 5 mana, it would still be like pretty good.
Yes.
And now we get another Alessi.
And the second alt is our Cascade
Into a
another
Chrysalis, which is what what you want to do with this deck, right? You just want to overwhelm the opponent. It's like we saw at Paupergeddon last year, in fact, when we had the Gruul Cascade deck, where you cascaded into stuff like Riving Chrysalis or Thermocast to blow up people's lands. That happened to me in a side event when I was playing Bogles. They just cascaded into a Thermocast, blew up my land with the Utopia Sprawl, and it's just like, well, I guess I lose this. Yeah.
In this moment, I want to ask to Claudio, how do you feel about this board? Because
it's pretty scary. I'm spooked.
Yes,
if I'm the blue player, I'm pretty spooked right now.
it's not easy to win from this point. It's really, it's tough.
It is
It's a
very
tough
tough.
situation.
We're going to kick things off with a ponder
But we can
here.
start with a ponder.
Pondering is always good. I hear blue mages love pondering.
Yeah. So no shuffle. That is good. But you need like 3 removals.
More mental notes. See what we dig here. Got Sneaky Snacker in the bin, which is always nice.
This is the third Sneaky Snacker,
Yeah.
which is good, but
Not when you're facing 2 6/7s potentially with reach, if not more, and this Royal Grazer, which also has reach. So there's plenty, plenty to go on the ground here.
the problem is the trample of Altisaur.
Yes.
And also the double Chrysalis, yes. Those are other 2 problems, other 2 big problems. But
Yes.
look at that.
And they just rebuilt the board so quickly.
Yeah.
And this is one of the best parts about playing like blue-based controls with stuff like Tolarian Terry. You're never playing full value, full mana for these spells. You're paying like 1 or 2, which just feels so much better, right?
Yeah.
And it allows you to keep up some like counter magic and some interaction. Just gonna ask a question in the chat. We do not have the meta breakdown yet. We should get it in the next round or 2, hopefully, and we'll get a nice graphic put up and we can start talking about it.
Yeah. We are working on that, so it's not easy because there are 1,100 players or a number like that. That is a huge amount of lists.
It's a lot of lists, and it's also making sure those lists have the correct names as well, so we can give you the most accurate data at home. So let's talk about that quickly. What do you think is the most registered deck this weekend?
What do you think?
What do you think is the most registered deck this weekend? The Italian representative of the PFP, what do you think is the most registered deck at Paupergeddon?
I think that probably Jund will be the most played deck.
I'm similar. I think it's probably Jund
Also
and
because
maybe Madness.
Also because in paper people love to play mid-range deck.
Yep.
So probably in this moment the feeling is that Jund is the best mid-range deck. So
Yes. Because you just get to play all the good cards in Pauper, right? And very similar to modern Jund, way back when, very similar, right? Like Jund just tends to be that color.
And people love to play Jund in every meta.
Yeah.
Every meta.
And it's not looking good for our Blue-Black Terror mid-range player, as these Chrysalis are just coming in for a bunch of damage. And these Eldrazi spawns are essentially like a combat trick at this point. And we're going to shuffle up and go to game 2. This Tifa deck does look evil, but it also looks kind of fun, not going to lie.
Yeah. But now on game 2, we can take a look to the list.
Yeah, so let's start with the Temur sideboard, the Temur Cascade sideboard. So there's 1 Bazooka Bog, 3 Breath Weapon, 2 Deglamor, 3 Pyroblast, 2 Relic of Progenitus, and 4 Weather the Storm. What do you like to bring in against the blue opponent?
Pyroblast for sure, Relic of Progenitus for sure, also Bazooka Bog if you want. It's there is an interesting card inside the deck because if you play Abundant Grow, no, not Abundant Grow, Growth Spiral.
Yes.
Growth Spiral, that is a distance speed.
It is.
You are able to play a Bazooka Bog like in upkeep or in a situation like that. Also, you are able to fight against the Sneaky Snacker because when the opponent draw the 3rd spell, Sneaky Snacker trigger, and you are able to cast your Growth Spiral, put on board the Bojuka Bog at instant speed because it's like it's not good to counter a card like that in your
No.
turn. But if you don't do that, it can be risky.
It can be very risky. So let's move to the Dimir Control, Dimir Terra sideboard. So here we have 3 Annul, 4 Blue Elemental Blast, 2 Hydro Blast, 4 Nausea, and 2 Spell Pierce. So the Elemental Blast and the Hydro Blast are absolutely, they'll probably, I don't know if they'll actually come in just because of Riving Chrysalis, but you might want to like counter the boarding party, maybe
Yeah.
perhaps.
Yeah, it depends. For sure, you have to think about the opponent can play Pyroblast, so it's not probably it's worth to side some copy of Hydroblast, also Spell Pierce, in order to try to fight against the early game of your opponent.
You also have you have 1 Crimson Fleet Commodore, so you might want to counter like the whole Monarch thing, because the
Yeah.
last thing you want your opponent that can cast 1 spell to get like 2 things onto the battlefield essentially is you don't want them to draw more cards than you.
Yeah. Also, the player of Temur Cascade has to think how to side in the Pyroblast, because it's a bad card to Cascade.
Yeah, so we saw in game 1, right, where it was like, cool, I'm going to cascade into Riving Chrysalis and
Yeah.
Muldrifter and draw these cards and feel fantastic. What if you cascade into a Arboreal Grazer or a Growth Spiral? Like, Growth Spiral was like fine, probably, but
Yeah.
Arboreal Grazer is not the card you want to cascade into. It's these Muldrifters, it's these Chrysales, it's
But
Lightning Bolt. even
That's
is
why
fine here.
Samu is playing Brainstorm.
Yeah.
A very cool card inside
Very,
the
very
Cascade
smart, yeah.
deck. A very cool card in every deck, but in Cascade it can do a real magic.
Yeah.
So, Ponder to start, it's always good to set up the turn after. Here we have Forest and Stop. Okay, so no Arboreal Grazer. Now, Dimir Terror has to try to push now, and probably stay open to try to counter some ramp effect or stuff like that.
Yep. So we'll update the graphic very soon, but the Team of Cascade player, Samuel Umek, is up a game right now. It just hasn't updated on our graphic. And we are currently on to game 2. It turns out if you cascade into Riving Chrysalis, you win those games. It's really surprising, right?
Yeah, yeah. Chrysalis is a huge card against Terror deck because
It's
again,
literally a terror against the terror decks. It's,
Yes,
it's the
yes,
it's the
but
card you just don't want to come up against.
even if you counter it, you gain 2 turn and you have the time to search for the second Chrysalis and go on.
Yeah. This is game 2 for those at home. This is
Yeah.
game 2. Team of Cascade is up 1. We're just going to update that graphic very soon.
Yeah.
And Dimir Terror deck is just digging out a Lorien Revealed for this Aqueduct.
Yeah. So they are simply fetching for some lands.
Filling up their graveyard because
Yeah.
Lorien Revealed has the secret text of your Tolarian Terror costs 1 less mana, which is just what you want in this
I remember
situation.
at the start, the beginning, when Lorien Revealed show up, no one believed that that card was strong.
Yeah.
And in 1 month, everyone.
I remember this when Pro Tour, not Pro Tour, Lord of the Rings happened,
Yeah.
which was like a modern PT. Lorien Revealed was picking up in like the Team of Rhino 4-color Rhino decks because it got all these like surveil lands and fetch all these shock lands out of your deck, and it's like if it's really good in modern, it's
Yeah.
probably got something in Pauper. Let's be
Yes.
honest, and it's been great. And it just shows the importance of having lands with like subtyping, like dual lands with subtyping, like we saw in Dominaria United. It's just so easy just to get like a 2-color land now or something like Lorien Revealed.
Yeah.
And here comes the snap on the Sneaky Snacker, and we're going to Spell Pierce that away, because the last thing you want is, you don't want to have these Sneaky Snackers in your hand. You need them in the graveyard, because it's just not something you really want to cast as a discard outlet.
And also, you don't want a big spell in this turn.
Yeah.
A big spell in this turn with only 1 mana open is a disaster. So from now, he has to try to push as much as he can.
Yes, you need to put some pressure on before these Chrysalids, and the board just gets gummed up so quickly.
But I think that now is the time of the first Chrysalis, probably. 3 mana. Okay,
We're gonna snap the
snap on that terror.
We've got a red mana in pool here due to
it's
the is it Boiler Works?
Look at that.
And we're gonna play a boarding party. We're gonna cascade into a brainstorm.
Or a brace. There is a Mool Drifter after as a second card.
Okay.
Okay.
Would have loved to cascade into a World Drifter again, but
Yes, yes. He missed just for 1 single card. And 6 damage like that are a lot.
yeah. 6/3 is like it's got haste as well, so it can just attack. It's like it just encourages so much damage.
Yeah.
And especially if it's like the Sneaky Stacker, it's not good at blocking. Let's be honest
So
with you.
they have to update also the life points,
Yeah.
so we will ask that.
Yep. We've got 2 Cryptic Serpents, so we're starting to develop a board state here. The Claudio needs to be aggressive just because we've got another boarding party. It's just going to be into World Drifter because we brainstormed on the top. Now we're starting to develop this board state.
But from this point, it's tough. Because,
Attacking is very hard right now
Yeah.
because you got these Cryptic Serpents. You could probably chip in for 1.
you have to hope that your opponent has not other Cascade effect.
Yep.
And even in that case, the situation on board is not easy.
Yep.
It's not easy.
It is not easy. I want this
Yeah.
team of Cascade deck to win the whole event now. I'm convinced.
So they are probably updating.
So yeah, the blue creature is Mold Drifter. It's one of the very old F&M promos that you got way back when you go to an F&M, you got a promo, and they put Mold Drifter as one of them. This was a very long time ago. So it was printed in Lorwyn, which is, we are coming back to Lorwyn next year, so maybe we'll get another reprint of Mold Drifter and we can play it in Standard. That would be great. I'm also a fan of the Secret Lair one just because it was the extra life version and they got kids to draw the art of the card. So
Yep.
a kid drew a Mold Drifter and it's just like all
Yes.
pencils and stuff and it's just so cute.
That is the most beautiful
Yep.
Mool Drifter. Okay. So now there is Terror deck needs to find a way to keep this creature not blocking for a lot of time, and there is few solution in the deck. Some removals. I don't know how many removals Dimir Terror is playing right now.
Let's have a look at the main board quickly. Give me one moment. So in terms of removal, we don't have a lot.
Yeah.
Honestly, like Demon Inferior, but that's not really a removal spell.
But there is Sleep of the Dead.
Yeah, Sleep of the Dead's pretty good here.
Yes. That we can see on the graveyard right now that tapped one of the boarding party.
Yeah.
Now pay 6 mana, 7 mana for the first
the
Altis
Altisaur.
Hour.
And we're going to Cascade into Chrysalis, and this
Wow.
is what Cascade does so well. It can just gum up the board so quickly. And it's like, cool, I cast this one spell, I got three
Yeah.
other permanents in play. That's a pretty good rate, right?
Yeah. So there are 4 big threats on the board,
Yeah.
and on the opponent side we have 3 terror creatures.
Yeah, we have 3 cryptic serpents and this sneaky snacker. Didn't take long for Cascade to build their ball state.
And also there are 2 Eldrazi spawn that can simply gain some time.
Yeah. They basically give target Chrysalis +1/+1.
Yeah.
It's basically a combat trick in this deck. Let's see what's happening
But
here.
it's not an easy spot for both players.
No, but I think the the Team of Cascade deck just has a lot more going for it.
Look at that. Brainstorm is always the strongest card in both
You
sides.
heard it here first. Brainstorm is good. Who knew?
Yeah, you can simply block and then play a Brainstorm, take back the Sneaky Snacker on board, continue to block. So it's a very good synergy. Yes, we will solve.
There was a mix up with the tables apparently before we started, so they're
Yeah.
just working on that now, and that'll be updated for you soon. So sorry about that.
So they are stopping for
The blue mage is
few
thinking.
minutes, but yes.
So how do I beat Thriving Chrysalis?
So, what do you think is the right plan for Dimir Terror to go out of this situation? Because it's very difficult.
It is very difficult. Starting off with a Tolarian Terror is not a bad start though.
So probably like drawing all the terror in the deck
Yeah.
like this,
Yeah.
and also continue to push with
got
the Sleep of the Dead.
Sleep of the Dead is just so good because I don't think the Cascade player would have brought in the Declammers to get rid
Yeah.
of them. So it's basically like a free removal. It's just essentially, it just sticks around, right?
I think it's fair to try to trade at least 2 creatures for both, and
Yeah.
in this situation, Dimir Terror can go ahead thanks to Sleep of the Dead.
Yep.
So I think that's the plan.
You just got to tap it. You just got to like delay the attacks, right?
Yeah.
Because there's so much power on the board.
But every time you have to hope that your opponent has no other Cascade effect. So double block, double sacrifice the Eldrazi, +2/+2 on Writing Chrysalis.
Make it bigger.
Now the problem is, if there is the second Chrysalis, the situation can be very tough.
Okay. Cool. Thank you very much. So here comes the Pyroblast on the Cryptic Serpent.
Okay.
Considering Tolarian Terror has Ward, so the last thing you want to do is pay more for your Pyroblast.
Yeah, from this moment, probably if you cascade a Pyroblast with this board, it's fair.
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's not what you want, but it's also fine. It's better
Yeah.
than like an Arboreal Grazer, for example.
So for this round, we had a little issue. So we will fix for the next round the life point. Sorry for that, but we will try to do our best in order to have the best streaming for from the next round. But Dimir Terror is continuing to try to push
Yeah.
and put the higher amount of pressure possible for this kind of deck. That we have to remember, this is a tempo deck.
Yes.
So the window in which the deck is strong, it's from the early game to the mid game. If you go ahead with the game, probably you are losing a lot of pressure and a lot of power in the deck. Because yes, you can play double terror, but double terror at turn 3 is different respect double terror at turn 7 or 8.
Correct, yeah.
And that's the real key for a mid-range like Temur Cascade. If you are able to reach the late game, probably you are winning.
Yeah. See what our Dimir Terra player wants to do here. They're definitely in the tank. It's a scary battlefield going on right now. Dimir player is tapped out, at least.
So you need a card that in this moment Dimir Terror is not playing for sure, but a card like Giga Draws that is playing by Aitide is able to play to tap all the board of your opponent and then close the game in one turn.
Yeah, so we've got deep analysis. We're firing off a deep analysis here. I believe we are flashing this one back.
So he can try to husk to another high-type player close to the table if he can take a Giga Draws for only one turn and try to win this game. But look at that, with all these...
so much power on the board.
Yes, with all this terror on board, you are forced to simply pass the turn. Temur Cascade is an interesting choice.
It is. I suspect we're going to have another Cascade in a minute because we're firing off this brainstorm and just seeing what we're working with on top. And you can just put something back into hand. It's like, oh, here's my Cascade. Oops, here's a Riving Chrysalis or X creature that generates value when it enters.
Now we will see again if this brainstorm will do, will do the magic. But he would just true lands and a fetch.
But you can cascade those away, and you've got this fetch to shuffle it away as well. Some legacy-like gameplay going on here. Oh, we've got a Relic Progenitus, which is going to be absolutely backbreaking against those Dimir Terror deck. It's a little late because we have these Terrors and these Serpents out already. But if Samo's able to deal with these and then just exile them away, that's pretty much game.
Yeah. So brainstorm plus a fetch, it feels like legacy vibes.
Well, Pauper is very much legacy light, isn't it? A lot of people say that because you get to play these very powerful cards. You get to play stuff like Dark Ritual.
I like to say that it's like the old legacy of like 10 years ago.
Yes.
It's completely different and plenty of old players that played legacy for like 10 years and then stopped to play, return to play with thanks to Pauper. So, and this is a Monarch effect. Crimson Fleet Commodore. Fleet Commodore.
You become the Monarch.
A 5-2 trample.
Doesn't matter because it's going to get countered, which is really important for the Dimir Terror player because the last thing you want your value Cascade deck to be doing is drawing more cards than you because that's how Control often loses games because you need to control those resources.
This is probably the most important counterspell in this kind of matchup. I think that from this board state, one single Chrysalis can be too much to deal with from the side of Dimir Terror. So attack with all. This is interesting.
Games have got to end somehow.
Yeah. But if you won game 1 in a board state like that, you can also think about just chill and wait.
Make the control player
just
do all
chill
the
and
thinking
wait
for
the second Chrysalis. But in this case, the Temur Cascade player want to try to win, so it's okay.
Maths is indeed for blockers.
Sometimes I think too much as control player. I don't want to win. I just want to play.
Yeah. We've got a Pyroblast here on the Tolarian Terror, paying that wall cost as well. So that cost a total of 3 mana instead of the 1. And that's it.
Yeah, we have to remember that if you block but my creature has trample, if I kill the creature, you still are taking damage.
Yeah.
So,
Very good showing from Team Cascade there, and like they're 2-0 at
Yeah.
Paupageddon, this 1100 plus person event. A deck that I get the impression they've been playing for a long time because it is the shiniest thing I think I've ever seen on coverage when it comes to Pauper.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of nice treatments and search foils. And yeah, it's just the kind of deck that I think Pauper players would love because you get to have the high of I'm cascading into Mold Drifter, I'm cascading into Chrysalis. We don't talk about the times we cascade into like a Broil Grazer,
yeah.
which is less exciting, but it's just and the fact that you can manipulate it with Brainstorm just makes it that tiny more consistent than normal. And Terra just can't beat that. And just like, what do you counter this 6/3, or do you deal with the Chrysalis? Like, it becomes very difficult, right?
Right.
I would be terrified to play against this deck if I was a control player.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because every time you don't know what will be your destiny on every cascade effect.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will use a little bit of time to fix the life point
Yep, we can.
issue, but we will be back on round 3
Yes.
with all the setup correct, and we will try to provide the best experience on this coverage that we can.
Yeah. So, thank you very much, and stick around, stretch your legs, get some water, take a break, and we'll be back very soon. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary, where we've got over 1,100 players in the room, battling out, playing everyone's favorite format, Pauper. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and joining me one more time is Alex Moretti.
Yeah.
Boom, off the bat. I love it, I love it. And so far we're going into round number 3 now, so we sort of had yesterday, we had 10 rounds of action. We've seen 2 more rounds today. Is there any decks walking around the tables that you've seen that are kind of sticking out to you at the minute?
Well, to be honest, I was quite surprised by Azorius Familiar. The deck is still strong. I wasn't expecting the deck to be able to get in the metagame.
Well, it's in there, and it was able to win yesterday, of course, and we saw it round 1 in the hands of Gavin Verhey. But let's have a look at what's happening this weekend. I spoke about it yesterday, but what's happening today and tomorrow? Let's look at the schedule. How is this channel going to be presenting all this Pauper action for you beautiful people at home? Well, day 1, we are starting 8 rounds of Swiss. Then everyone that gets 18 points or more, that's a 6-2 record or 5 wins, 3 draws, however you're going to want to get about it, they're going to get invited back to play tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll kick off nice and early. 6 more rounds of Swiss before we find out which 8 players are going to be in our top 8 at Paupergeddon, and then, of course, crown ourselves a champion. But what are they playing for? What are the prizes going to be for all the players in the room? Well, they've got to make the top 64. So let's have a look at the prizes quickly. And then, Alex, break this down for me.
Yeah, so we have the champion getting down 6,000 euros, the finalist 3,000, top 8 1,300 euros, top 8 1,000 each, top 16 500, top 32 250, and finally until the top 64 100 euros person.
So not a bad day out in the office. What would you do if you were to win Paupergeddon this weekend and won 6,000 euros? What would you buy?
I guess I will not play only Pauper because I can buy I think at least one deck in another format.
What would you buy? Legacy? Would you buy Modern? Would you buy?
To be honest, I'm a huge fan of combo decks, so I think I will start playing other formats, maybe Modern or
Modern's got
Legacy,
some good combo
Storm.
decks. Pick up Yawgmoth, that's my opinion. Okay, chat, let me know if you were here this weekend and you took it down and you won yourself 6,000 euros, what would you spend it on? And while you do that, I've got some pieces of paper in front of me that everybody wants to know. And of course, it is the meta breakdown. What decks did over 1,100 players bring this weekend? What percentages? What's your favorite deck out there? What decks do you hoping that is going to do well? Because I'm going to tell you, I'm going to kick it off. At the very bottom of this list in front of me, 2 decks playing Poison Storm. And I'm pretty I'll take that. I'll take that. Less than like 0%. If we've got the graphic, can we show the graphic? Okay, that is a big breakdown of different decks. But let's talk about the top 5 decks right now. Most played deck in the room, Jund Wildfire. 164 players bought that. That's 15% of the meta. What do you think that means? Would you expect that?
Yeah, I think Italians do really love mid-range strategies. Also, Jund Wildfire is probably the best deck in the current metagame. It is the kind of classic Jund that was also played in other formats. I mean, you don't really have any negative matchup in the format. You have a way to win against every deck.
All right. Next up, we've got Mono Red Synthesizer, which is one of the more aggressive decks in the format. We see the next one down is going to be Madness. We'll talk about that in a second. But this is a more value-orientated, almost mono red deck. 9% in the meta, surprising? We were expecting to see a lot of it.
It is not really surprising. To be honest, I think we should. It is pretty clear for the current metagame that Burn, with all the Burn variants, will be the most played decks. To be honest, the Mono Red Synth as the second most played deck, it was really. I mean, I was expecting that.
And I think a lot of players this weekend also knew that, and that's why you're going to see how the metagame kind of shapes out. Next, though, is Madness. We've got Rakdos Madness, and we've got the Mono Red Madness deck. If we put them together, it's roughly 15%, so that would actually put it up as the Madness decks being the most played aggressive archetype here, up there with Jund Wildfire. Is that surprising? Why are people deciding to go with these Mono Red, these Rakdos, and Mono Red Madness decks being really aggressive? Why are we seeing that in Pauper right now?
So in Pauper right now, Jund is clearly the most played deck, and Burn, whatever version you're playing, it's probably very well positioned against Jund. Very aggressive, with a lot of reach. Okay, your opponent plays Written Chrysalis to block your creatures. You just burn your opponent instead of their creatures, instead of their Jund blockers.
So it's got lots of different options. So you basically, are these decks also, because I think there's a bit of a stigma gets attached to the mono red decks, that you can just pick it up and play it even if you don't play the format. Is this like one of those sort of decks, because it's actually quite complicated to pick them up to try and get all those little extra points, extra points of damage, the synergies, the extra cards. Can people just pick that deck up and start playing Pauper, or is this like a calculated decision by all those players?
Well, to be honest, I think it's a calculated decision. It is also true that at least sometimes, by playing a deck like Mono Red or Burn, you have a kind of easy choice. Aggressive strategies usually are easier for new players, and especially if you haven't played yet the format. But to be honest, you need to do the math when you're playing a deck like Burn, so you need to understand if you need to burn your opponent's creature or your opponent. I think it is quite calculated, the decision to pick the deck. It is probably well placed in the current metagame Burn, and it is probably well placed in the current, in this tournament metagame.
Right, well, we're off to the races. We've got Jund Wildfire versus, there we go. It's definitely not Mono Blue Fairies. It is going to be the Mono Red Synthesizer deck that we see. But then it says Jund Wildfire, but I see an island. So maybe that one's also incorrect. We'll get that updated momentarily for you all at home. But that means I don't have the right deck list in front of me, so fine. We're going to wing it. We'll wing it and we'll see what's happening. Double Island, maybe this could be the Mono Blue Fairies deck. We'll have a see how we want to pan it out. If it is Mono Red or Mono Blue Fairies, is this a good matchup for the Mono Red or a bad matchup for Mono Red?
In my opinion, is an even matchup. I mean,
even? Okay.
Yeah, both decks have a lot of interaction with the opponent, and they can play a lot of copies of Red Elemental Blast and Hydro Blast to interact well with the opponent interaction. If you play Fairies or Terror, your strong card against Mono Red are your creatures. If you play Mono Red, you really do love having Pyroblast to interact with their cards.
This could be Terrors, but it looks like looking at those cards, it could be some sort of iteration of a Fairies deck, but it looks like it might be actually Terrors at the top of our screen.
Yeah, it is clearly a Terror deck because they have Brainstorm. Mm-hmm. So Fairies doesn't play Brainstorm. The Mono Blue variant of Fairies doesn't play Brainstorm. And we can see there is a Tolarian Terror in the Mono Blue player deck in hand. So they cast Brainstorm. DMF Furrier on the Clockwork Percussionist. Yeah, that's Mono Blue Terror. So
I think I saw a Terror in deck, which gives it away. Mixed Matching Islands, what's your thought? Do you like all the same art, or do you like to just mix it up, bulk box it?
I don't really like mismatching the island, mismatching lights. I think it's not really pleasant from me when I play a mono-colored deck to have different art cards.
All right, let's see how we're going to keep moving forward. So since I was going to come down, we're going to gain a little bit of value, getting there for point damage straight away. Obviously, talk to me about these Terror decks. This is the first time me and you have seen this on camera. Why are people playing this? What is the advantage? What is the game plan of this deck?
So Mono Blue Terror, you can say, is very good against Mono Red strategies. The thing is, you have Hydro Blast in your sideboard, but also Mono Red decks usually don't really have a good way to deal with 5/5 creatures. When you play Mono Blue, you have 8 cards that have 5 in toughness, so it's very tough for Mono Red to kill your opponent's creatures.
It's almost, you could say that they're terrorizing being 5. No, okay, don't worry about it. I'm here all week, ladies and gentlemen, don't you worry. But I see one in hand. Obviously, the reduced cost is about, with all the sorceries and instants we have in the graveyard, which I count about 4 or 5. I think there might be a creature, one that's already in the bin here.
Yeah, so I think I'm seeing one island and one cryptic serpent in the graveyard, so it is 5 spells. I guess.
We will be getting the metagame breakdown on the socials for you all pretty soon, and we'll show it in between, maybe sideboarding or in the matches today. So don't worry, everyone out there looking for that meta breakdown. It's pretty good. It's kind of what you'd expect, but there are some spicy cards floating around. Then or decks floating around, and we will talk about that when we get to it. As we see a Terror coming down now, the big 5/5 Hexproofer. It's going to stone rule this tiny little. Is it a toy? Is that the creature type of that?
Yeah, let me see I think it is Monkey Toy.
Check me out knowing all creature types. Let's go. We're going to go a couple cards deeper. No, we are not.
Very strong card, Spell Pierce in the matchup.
Love a Spell Pierce. Love a Spell Pierce. All right, 5 is going to come in. We're going to block it, not take that. Yep, we get to flip the top card, play it to the end of our next turn, of course. So that's now going to be a nice little option there. We can go 2 more cards deeper into our deck. Ooh, okay.
Oh.
So one is a terror, 2 is terrorizing. What's 3?
I-
Terrorized?
I don't think I know enough the English language to theorize what is 3 copies of terror on the battlefield.
What I know it is a 2-turn clock, and quite easily a 2-turn clock as well. Imagine if we didn't block there. We just took 5 and now there's 15 points on the board and it only cost us 2 mana to do it. This might be why, it backs up what you were saying, that this is actually quite a good matchup for the mono blue Toe deck. If you expect lots of mono red, they can't get around this. How are they going to get around 5/5 bodies in general? And then they've got hexproof as well.
Yeah. I mean, are you paying a 6 mana just to kill 1 creature?
And even if you could, and we don't see many edict effects floating around at the minute in Pauper, do we?
Now, edicts are not really played right now in Pauper because there is a card which is called Breathing Chrysalis that generates 2 Eldrazi Spawn when you cast it. So having card that just force your opponent to choose a creature and sacrifice it is not really efficient. I mean, okay, you can play it in your sideboard against Terror, but you don't have it in game 1, and if you're playing mono red, I think you can't really play Edict.
If Terrors and Boggles was to be on the uptick, then maybe we would see a bit of an uptick in that card, but not to happen right now. Passing the turn back, we took all 15 points of damage, hoping potentially we can get that 14 points across. We're going to start off by doing 1 point here. Any red spell, remember, untaps it. 4 mana available, maybe 5 if we've got one in the hand. Not out the realm of possibility here. Things like Firestorm's Fire Blast is a card in these decks. We see a Galvanic in hand. I see another artifact land as well. So that would give us the artifact count we need for Galvanic to do 4 points. But the fact that we're starting off by drawing 2 or exiling 2 might not be the way we're going to get there. Do another point, drop down to 12. I see a Lava Dart in hand, a Galvan, and that's that last 2. So you add that up, that's going to be 6, 7, 8 points. We need a way of doing 4, and I don't think we're going to have it.
No, I think this game is over.
We've got block 3 creatures as well. Can we get 2 more creatures on the board? We can. We can play those 2 in exile and have them as blockers to survive another turn.
Yeah, they just have exiled 2 creatures, but those are not enough to survive because you can block just 3 creatures, and then it is still passing 1 Tolarian Terror to deal enough damage to kill you. All right, so they decided to attack, forcing the opponent to block, to draw 1 card, to deal damage. Okay.
As long as life totals are what we thought they were.
By casting Lava Dart, how much damage they are able to deal? So
Well, it's just the 4 damage, right? So it wouldn't be enough, or 3 damage in that instance. So yeah, they're going to scoop up. Show what we got, but we're going to see Terrors taking that one down. Which I'm not going to lie to you. In Pauper, if my opponent plays 2 mana and now they've got 15 power on the board, hexproof, I also expect to lose that game quite comfortably and be like, yeah, well, let's just go do a game number 2. But things do get a little bit better for the mono red decks after once we get into sideboarding, right?
Yeah,
remember,
that's for sure.
closed deckless tournament, but there's a card that we can see it here as they're shuffling on camera for us nicely. See some Pyroblasts in there, some red elemental blasts. You think all of these come in, or do you just a certain number of them?
I think all of them. The deck, the matchup is very bad for mono red without those cards. You are bringing in red deck of Progenitus as well. If you play it in your sideboard, you try to slow down your opponent aggro gameplay, hoping they don't have the cards to play the control role in that matchup, because Terror as a tempo deck can be both an aggro deck and a control deck.
Does it matter that after sideboarding we get access to these Pyroblasts, red elemental blasts, the graveyard hate in the relics, does it actually turn more into the mono red's favor then?
Probably, well, to be honest, I think it mostly depends on what cards they have in the starting end, because red does really have card advantage in form of Ransom Assault and Reckless Impulse, but usually he needs to draw better than Terror to be able to win in this matchup.
So what sort of cards am I hoping? Would you mulligan down to a relic? If it's not in my opening 7, but I've got a half decent 7, I've got like 2 lands, 5 spells, they're all burn spells, or maybe there's a creature in there. Is that good enough for me to win this game, or do I have to recognize that this isn't good enough? I need to mulligan down, try and get myself a relic on turn 1, something like that, to control that graveyard so no terrors can come out super early.
Yeah, I think it is really relevant to have a relic of Progenitus and a couple of Pyroblast in the early game. I mean, Terror, if they resolve a Tolarian Terror or then a Cryptic Serpent, if you don't have any Pyroblast or any relic, you can't really do anything about that. You are losing 2 cards just to kill 1 creature.
Yep.
And, okay, if the first copy of Lightning Bolt resolves, they can still spell pierce the second copy. So you're wasting a lot of resources, and maybe you're not even able to kill the creature. So it's very hard for Mono Red to overcome the opponent. But Mono Red does really has good cards indeed against this deck. Beside the sideboard, all Mono Red creatures are really strong against Mono Blue, because Mono Blue, beside Hydroblast, don't have any
Much
removal
interaction.
spell.
I got you. Besides, obviously the counter magic thing, but then on the flip side, would we be diluting the mono red's plan too much by bringing in all these reactive cards, these answer cards, where realistically, at some situations, if they're at 3 life and I'm sat there with Pyroblast in my hand, and it could have been a lightning bolt, I'd be like, this is pretty awkward. Because same if I draw it later, and there's already a terror on the board, I can't deal with it because of the hexproof, so I can only really deal with it when it's on the stack. I can't deal with it once it hits the board. So is it going to be a back and forth? And as you said, who can draw better? But that's Magic the Gathering 9 out of 10 times. If you can draw better than your opponent, you're probably going to win more. Players look like they're finishing sideboard and now going to shuffle up. Remember, this is round number 3, if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, of 8 rounds that we're going to be bringing you today. Then we come back tomorrow for 6 more rounds of Swiss, 14 total rounds. And then we're going to have our top 8, where they're going to ballot out to see who's going to walk away with that top prize and the title of Paupergeddon 2025 winner of the summer edition. This is like the big one, because this is where the weather is. Everyone wants to come to Italy when the weather is out. It is beautiful. The mono red's going to be on the play, exactly where they want to be. You know what I mean? Yep. Winning that dice roll is pretty key as well, I imagine, if you're a mono red player. Start practicing rolling that dice and try to win a bit more than not. There's the cut. Chat, if you were playing this weekend, what deck would you want to be playing? Let us know. Well, I'm also being told that this is the wrong names of the players. Let me see if I can get that changed for you. Appreciate it, chat. Thanks for helping us. This is a community-led event, so we need the community to help us as well. I think maybe we've got like the backup feature match is actually these 2 players. But here we go. Vampire on the board. Point damage is going to go to the face, and a blood token is going to enter, and then we are going to pass the turn back. What do we like? I'm looking at mono green elves. The Team Cascade deck was really cool, right, chat? Wolves combo, terrors, the mono black sacrifice deck, a couple of elves, mono white heroic. Ooh, I haven't seen a mono heroic deck for a while. I'll take that. I loved that deck when it was in standard. Here comes another vampire. So another point going to the face from the attack, another point from the second one coming in, joining it, adding another blood token. And we haven't even talked about the tokens yet. How cool all these tokens are out there. People keep coming over to the feature match area and they're like, where can I buy these tokens? Well, they're in luck, because we've got 10 artists in attendance this weekend, as well as I think another 4 artists that do tokens. Loads of artists out here. If you want to get cards signed, pick up cool playmats. I actually picked up a really nice playmat yesterday. Did you see the Lord of the Rings one I picked up?
Yeah, that was a really cool playmat.
It is beautiful. If you haven't seen it, chat, go and look at my Twitter and look at that Lord of the Rings playmat by Shivan. It is outstanding. Probably my favorite playmat of the year that I've seen, at least. Right, pass and turn back. Filling the graveyard up a little bit. A couple more points of damage. That's how we're going to start the turn. Means no hasters are going to come down.
So right now, Mono Red is trying to play around Terror. They have a Clockwork Percussion. It has East, but they haven't played it yet. I guess they just prefer to be able to resolve a Pyroblast on Tolarian Terror, maybe.
1 and 2.
So
it's to the end of the next turn. So Now a couple of cards face up. When my opponent does this, picks up the graveyard and starts looking and counting how many sorceries I got in there. Just want to know. No reason.
I think they have 4 spells in their graveyard, so
Yeah.
that's a turn 3.
So
5,
shields were
5
down.
creature.
Yeah, the 5/5 is going to be in the way of these 1/1 vampires. But are you still going to turn them sideways anyway? Is that extra point worth losing your creature for? Like, what are we going to do? Sit back and block?
Yeah, that's why mono red sometimes it's kind of hard. I mean, okay, you can just bolt the face, but maybe sometimes you need to think if you prefer to be aggressive or to keep your 1/1 creatures on defense to prevent you.
I'm aggressive. I'm going face. Especially if I'm on the play here, tapped out. That extra point of damage means 11 to 10. Sure, next turn I've got another creature. I'm hitting them on the back foot because if they're worried about dying, that means they're also not attacking, which means I don't need to do the blocking. But that's I'm an infect player. We just turn things sideways and hope they don't have the card. And that they agree with me here. So they're going to turn them both. One is going to get blocked. One more point of damage is going to happen, dropping the terrorist deck down to 10. Play a land for the turn. Galvas the face down to 6. I just updated my Galvanic Blasts to the Avengers one, or I think it's like Captain America ones, whatever they are. Those ones. I like to have some fancy cards when I can afford them. 2 cards in the bin, 1 to the grip. Now how many sorceries, for instance, are in there? Are we going to get a big board state going on? Looks like we are, question mark? Another tower is going to come down. This was only going to cost 1 blue, though. Going to be reduced by 6. So that's going to be 6 instants of sorceries in the bin. What's the earliest turn they can get a terror down?
Turn 3.
Turn
I
3?
mean, it is very difficult to have turn 2 terror. You can technically have it if you cast double mental note on turn 1 and turn 2, and you mill out just spells. So if you already have 2 lands, and if you have thanks to the double mental note 6 spells in the graveyard, you can stick it as fast as turn 2, but it's kind of really difficult. I mean, how many changes you have to do that?
Well, on the back foot now, that attack, which we talked about earlier on with the block, hit them down to 10, which means the Galvas splits down to 6, which means now we're in like double 3 damage range. So, geez, another terror is going to come down here.
Wow.
If you draw like this playing a terrorist deck, you're doing well. But I guess they've got a lot of cantrips in the deck, a lot of turning and burning through it, trying to find those key cards. I think we're going to block it. Okay. Don't want to go any lower. End of turn, we're going to crack one of these blood tokens, discard a land, get a fresh new card. I'm going to untap, go another card deeper. I think that was another land off the top. 3 open mana over on the terrorist side, and I've got to imagine at least 2 or 3 cards going on. We're going to start off by trying to exile top 2. Spell Pierce, that's really awkward when there's a land in hand as well. And we could have played around it. Would you play your land here, or would you just like not play it? I'm the sort of I'll do this. I'll be like, no, I definitely didn't have a land. You got me. My secret sim was on point here. Now this one little lonely vampire is looking up against these huge giant serpents on the other side.
Okay, so now what are you gonna doing here with mono blue? Are you attacking with all your creatures, or you keep at least 1 player on terror?
I think I go with 2. I think I try and make a 2-turn clock. I need this game to be over as quick as I can, but I also need to not lose the game on the backswing. And I think the best way for me to do that is attack for 10 now, and then if they don't block, they drop down to 10. Next turn I can attack with 3 creatures, and I can be, kind of apply that pressure while holding up, hopefully, some counter magic in my hand.
Yeah, I agree. They're probably not going to blocking if you attack with all your creature, but if you attack with just 2 Tolarian terrorists and they take 10 damage, then you are still lethal in the next turn.
Do you see a lightning bolt in hand? Oh, is that Gal? I think it might be lightning bolt and Galvanic Blast and another land.
Yep.
So we've got the burn in hand. Are we going to be able to utilize this? Which one are you going to use to bait it out? We're going to block again. Going to go down to this block. I'm not too sure on. Because I'm at 15 anyway.
Doesn't really matter, probably. I mean, even if you block here, maybe it is worth if you draw another 1 mana creature to jump block again next turn.
Whoa. Okay, we've drawn burn. We've got rift bolts in there. But the thing is, we don't have as much land to
Wait.
play them all. Right? We've got lethal if there's only one counter spell. If there's multiple counter spells, I don't think we can do it. But we've got to go for it 'cause we're dead.
Yep, they have 3
Oh,
burn spells.
Yeah.
Opponent on 3 mana open. So if they have
Chain
2
lightning
counter
you.
spells,
Sifting through their hand. They just got. They might have just 3 land in hand plus 1. There was 1 blue card. I couldn't make out what it was. But thinking about it, like what's going through their head right now? They're at 6 life. The opponent is just chain lightning my face. Are you going to counter this one, or are you going to counter the one that kills you? Well, like, how are you thinking about this as a blue player?
I think I'm probably gonna counter it. I mean, unless your opponent plays some 2 mana burn spells, which is very unlikely, it's still fair to counter the first chain lightning. I mean, if they
There's a blue elemental blast.
Oh, okay. Now you try. You just hope your
You have
opponent
to.
doesn't.
What's your other option? Well, I suppose we could play a creature as a blocker, and then try and do this again next turn. But then all we're doing is giving my opponent another draw step to potentially find another answer. Yeah, I like this. I'm going.
Spell
Shell
Pierce.
Pierce, rough. That's it. This game. We don't have a way to keep on the board, I don't think. I think we're going to show him. I'm going to try and Galvash you down to 2. I'll take it. That's fine. You're completely tapped out. 15 points on the board. He shows it. We're going to see the handshake. We are going to see this mono blue Terrors deck taking it down at this game, advancing themselves to a 3-0. So congrats to them. That Terrors deck looked terrifying when you keep doing 3 Terrors every game. It's pretty sweet. Right, let's see if we've got a backup feature match that we can move across to. I'm just looking at production. Have we got a backup feature match that we can move to? We've got a backup match. See if they're still playing, battling out for us. We can have a little look what's going across there. This looks like we have got a mirror. Is this Wildfire?
Yep.
Times 2. Okay.
John Wildfire mirror match.
How do these usually play out? What are some of the key cards in this match?
Okay, so I never played the mirror match of this deck, but I think it's probably the grindiest matchup you can face in the current meta game. John has a lot of doesn't really have a lot of interaction. Just 3 copies of Cast Down in the main deck. Those usually are very strong, alongside the cards like Blood Fountain and Refurbished Familiar. So, ways to remove your opponent's creatures and ways to force your opponent wasting resources. Probably in the game 1, Makeshift Munitions is probably the most troublesome card because often you don't play removals for enchantments, and Makeshift Munition, if you chip down your opponent's life in the early game, is then able to just kill your opponent in 1 turn.
Let's have a look. I'm going to try to see if I can get the deck lists up so I can have a little look what we got going on. It looks like I don't know if we're in game 1 or 2 here, chat. We'll see if we can get that updated as well. With this board state, it does look like it could still be game 1, right? Can you see any sideboard cards here? Do they play spell bombs in the main?
I think it's still game 1 because Crocodile Shaman is very bad in this matchup.
Okay.
So you play it to have a free chum blocker, or you play Fanatical Offering, so sometimes maybe you just need fodder for your sacrifice spell, for your dispute effect.
Are there any clean ways of getting the Chrysalis off the board? Are there any like straight up removal spells?
Yeah, you have at least 3 copies of Cast Down to remove your opponent threats. Shaman, maybe you can block with Shaman or other bad creatures and then give it that touch with Toxin Analysis.
Oh yeah, look, you was talking about that yesterday, and I thought, oh yeah, that's really cool. Back to the old Chain Whirler days where we used to do crazy things like that in Standard.
Even if you don't sacrifice anything with the Kraken Shaman, you can just chum block because Toxin Analysis is versatile as a card. Yet it also gives you a clue token, which is pretty cool because you are not wasting resources to kill your opponent.
Confirmation is still game 1. We're going to sacrifice a Scion to put a counter on the Rising Chrysalis.
Okay, so one player doesn't really have any cards relevant in the current game in hand, just 2 lands, 1 Crackling Shaman and 1 Pulse of Murasa, and they don't have anything relevant on the battlefield beside 1 copy of Makeshift Ammunition. The other one has a Written Chrysalis, 1 copy of Nihil Spellbomb, and Makeshift Munitions, and also Blood Fountain. So it's a huge advantage to the opponent. All right.
Here we go. Discard. It's going to be definitely only going to cost 1, and you see that a lot here in Pauper. Right? A lot like we play a lot of reducing spells in affinity decks. In this case, we can get the familiar down for 1 with Black. But last time we saw it with the terrors, with instants and sorceries. We're really utilizing these like almost draft all-star cards in Pauper here and use them to great effect. It's still a 2/1 flyer that's got rid of a card. So you've taken the card. If they use another card to get rid of it, that's a nice 2 for 1. And of course, 2 for 1s we know in Magic are extremely useful to win the game. But also what's really good is your own Rising Chrysalis, signed and foil. Flexing on us.
Yeah, there is Kava, the who do you know? The artist who
in the room.
Who designed it.
Who drew it, yeah.
Who drew the Written Chrysalis here at Paupergeddon. So it's pretty much easy to get your own Written Chrysalis.
Like, I didn't do any pre-planning. I literally have a playset of these in foil at home and didn't bring them because I'm an idiot. I could have brought them, could have got them signed, but here we are. Maybe next time. There's always another Paupergeddon. That's one thing I've learned, chat. Looks like we're pretty stable. What's the card that either player is looking for to kind of break this board state, this stalemate that we see happening right now?
To be honest, I don't think there's much that the player with is behind in this game could do to overcome the opponent board state. I mean, okay, they have a Written Chrysalis, they have an Hydra and a Crackling Shaman to block the opponent. But the opponent has much more resources than him, and they need answers for both Blood Fountain and Written Chrysalis. So they need to first find a cast down, or either they need first a Nihil Spellbomb, and then also a cast down to prevent the opponent to bring back creatures. Because, Refurbished Familiar, they can just kill it by sacrificing 1 permanent with Makeshift Munition, but a creature, a 4/5 creature in Written Chrysalis, you don't really want to sacrifice 5 permanents with munition to kill it.
What if we drew like a Hydra? Like a Hydra now would be really big, right? You'd be able to add 8 power and trample to either a flyer or the Chrysalis. Is that a way potentially we can break serve?
Oh, that's true. Next more Hydra is another very strong card in this matchup because you bestow on maybe your biggest creature, and then you're forcing your opponent to have double 1-for-1 removal spell. So this is probably the best draw on the top deck. Let's see what
I think it's their own Shaman that they've just drawn. Maybe they're going to try and add that. And the R. It's a way of, I guess you can get rid of the Hydra on the other side. If we sacrifice 2 artifacts, we can do 2 damage to everything on the board. Realistically, actually, if we've got enough artifacts, we could sacrifice them, right? We could get rid of the Rising Chrysalis on the other side. Because they've only got 2 Aldrosi's spawn, while ours is, or we sacrifice 3 at this point, so ours will have an extra point of toughness. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can sacrifice that. So we can do it. Do you like that line?
Yeah, I do. I think you can eventually try to kill at most any creature beside the Written Chrysalis with your Crackling Shaman, then bestow the Nyxmore Hydra on the Written Chrysalis. So,
the way I'm thinking about it, so if we sacrifice everything, we shoot everything, but I guess in response, they could sacrifice their map token, which would put the extra damage on the Chrysalis. So both players are in a situation at the minute where they can just reset the board almost and try and go from there. Is that a line that's one player's favourable, or are you favourable if you can get your opponent to the point that they do it, and then you can kind of try and put away because you're the first one to untap with it all?
Yeah, that's a very difficult situation for both players. I mean, you need to do some math. You need to think how, if you do that, or how you are then going to win, or if the opponent is able then to come back from the game thanks to what we are doing. Seems like
We're going to sacrifice the Scions to generate the mana that is needed to then, use this bombardment effect to shoot down the flyer. We're now going to sacrifice it, I think, to the clan to get us start this chain reaction of a point damage. Sack this token. It's another point. So currently, if you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the stack is getting pretty big at this moment. There's a stack of a point of damage, and there's 2 stacks of 2 points of damage. Maybe 3 points of damage at this point.
They sacrifice the shaman with fanatical offering.
I think we're doing this as well before with the triggers of the Chrysalis on the stack. So we only have to do it for free.
And
so now that they rewind it, or not rewind it, but like let it filter out.
Oh, okay.
So now in response to that, they're looking to sacrifice another artifact. What a board state to try and keep up to date on.
Yeah.
I think so. Hans, we've got 1 trigger, 2 trigger, 3 trigger, 4 trigger, 5 trigger, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we've got 12 triggers on the stack currently.
Yeah, that's a really huge stack. Okay, but I'm very impressive how much good is Kraken Shaman here in this situation and in this matchup. At the starting of this match, I said to you that Kraken Shaman is terrible, but still, it's really strong. I mean,
well,
can you see any creature in the battlefield?
Exactly, it's done it. It's done its job it needed to. But who can we build first? That's going to be the question. Who can stick a threat and start turning it sideways? A good one to do is another Rising Chrysalis entering the board, adding 2 more Eldrazi spawn tokens. The 0/1s that can sacrifice for colorless mana. There you go, there's 2 of them. And that's a cash trigger as well, so even if you counter it or something like that on the way down, you still get these Eldrazi spawn tokens.
Yeah, that's a crazy card.
And then we're going to follow it up with some, I can't remember the name of it. Something bread, is it? Or lime bread? Lean bread? Lembas bread?
Yeah, that's a card from the Lord of the Ring.
That's what I mean. It's what the elves eat, right? Well, the Hobbit, you actually see the Hobbits eat a load of it, but 1 bite's meant to sustain you for a day, and they've gone for like 3 or 4 loaves. So question. What happens? 3 mana? Nope. Remember, game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Playing our own last spread. Gonna scry, see if we like that top card. Then we're gonna tap 3. We're gonna sacrifice it. Go 2 cards deeper.
And then you shuffle back your Lembas. Because whenever you sacrifice Lembas, it got shuffled back in your graveyard, in your library.
Does that happen first before the effects of this card, drawing cards?
Yep, because it is whenever Lembas goes into the graveyard, you shuffle it. So Viscerators Insight as an additional cost. So you sacrifice as an additional cost and not on when the card resolves.
Well, if the first one was good, maybe the second one's going to be good. Lack of artifacts right now, though. Oh, this is what you were talking about, the kind of Death Touch effect.
But they have still mana open thanks to the Eldrazi spawn. So.
Oh, so they can sacrifice it to kill it while the trigger's on the stack.
Yep.
Ah. Man, Pulp is such a cool format. Sacrifice this. That's going to get shuffled in. Again, the stack is building. And so if this is looking confused to anyone, basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to give this clan basic Death Touch. So when we activate its ability of sacrificing an artifact, that 1 point of damage it does to everything will be lethal. So while it's on the stack and before it has Death Touch, we're basically forcing them to sacrifice an artifact to be able to do that point of damage and almost stifle the effect, because you see in this instance here, it's not worth sacrificing doing a point of damage to anything, so they're just going to let it die. What is this card here that's shooting them down?
Makeshift Nation is an enchantment printed in the first excellent block. Mm-hmm. You can tap 1 mana and sacrifice 1 artifact or 1 creature to deal 1 damage to whatever target you want. So creatures, players, even planeswalkers.
And that's why we used the mana from the spawn. So it wasn't we didn't sacrifice the spawn to do the point damage. We sacrificed that for mana, and then we sacrificed our map token to do the point damage to the clan, which would have killed it.
Yeah, basically you sacrifice your lambas or whatever artifact to kill it. I mean, you just...
Here comes Blood Fountain, bringing back 2 more threats to the hand. Familiar is going to discard Familiar.
And another
Chrysalis. 2 more Drowsy Spawns going to go in, and these are going to get big real quickly if we can't deal with them in the next turn. Are we turning that corner that we were speaking about earlier on? Are we going to be able to take down this game 1? We're under 15 minutes on the clock. And let's get enough of a little bit of damage. Why not? 3 points. Pass the turn back. 2 cards in hand now. Didn't get a good look at what that other card was, but I think we drew a spell for the turn. How important are these artifact lands in these decks?
Those artifact lands are really strong. You have the interaction with Cleansing Wildfire, so you can target your own lands to get an extra land. You know, Cleansing Wildfire isn't really a mana ramp card. It is meant to destroy one of your opponent's land, but it has the downside of letting the player, which the land has been targeted by it, to search their library for a basic land. So what you do with Cleansing Wildfire is targeting your own indestructible land, and you can't destroy a land with indestructible, but you're still searching your deck for a basic land. So it's just rampant growth, but better, because it also draws 1 card when it resolves.
So we use the cast down there. That's going to take out the Eldrazi. Something's going to go to the bin. So now we found a Hydra off the top. That's going to be a huge Hydra. That's enough for us to scoop it up and take it to a game 2. Means we've got 12 minutes to sideboard and potentially try and win this game 2 and take us to a game 3. These decks don't tend to win quickly, especially in the mirror.
I think Giant Viper is not really fast as a deck, but if you have Breaching Chrysalis and Nyxborn Hydra, then you are really fast to close the game. So basically what are you going to do in this matchup is not trying to win fast, but you are kind of forced to have a way to win the game fast. So both Chrysalis and Hydra are very strong as a way to grind out your opponent, but also very strong as a way to win as fast as possible.
Interesting. Right, well, as they go to sideboards, because it is going to be game 1, I don't have the deck list just yet in front of me, but what sort of cards do they tend to play in their sideboards? Remember, it is a closed deck tournament, so it's better that we can speculate it's kind of better. Here's a generic one. Is there any sort of cards that you think, oh, that's the card I'll be bringing in, or is it just hoping for the best?
Yeah, I think the best card in their sideboard is Troublemaker Oath. You know, it is a creature that when you cast it, you can sacrifice an additional cost, an artifact or a token. When it resolves, it exiles an artifact or an enchantment. The opponent plays artifact lands. So you can literally have a creature, which is also a sinkhole that targets only indestructible lands. That's very powerful. Yeah. You can also bring in cards like Dress. I mean, the Dress isn't really strong in grinding mirror, mid-range mirror match, but it allows you to, remove removal spells or remove draw spells, even Cleansing Wildfire. Cleansing Wildfire is very powerful in this deck, so if you start first and you don't have turn to Cleansing Wildfire, you can try to cast one Duress to disrupt your opponent's starting hand. That could be really powerful. You know,
is this one of those games where Dress would be great in the early games but not great in the late game? Or is it still going to have targets the later the game goes?
No, I think it is great in the early game, but later it becomes much less strong. But you know, if the game goes longer, you may be able eventually to remove Cast Down from your opponent, and so it's still kind of reasonable because your opponent doesn't really have too many removal spells for your threat. So. Yeah, it is stronger, definitely stronger in the early game, but it's still somewhat useful in the early game.
Well, they're going to have it, the tasks laid out in front of them. They need to win this game to level it up to a 1-on-1. The draws, it is better than a loss, technically, because if you got 2 more draws on it, you'd really like the 3 points to get you into day 2, because you need to get 18 points total or better to get an invite back tomorrow to battle it out for 6 more rounds of Swiss and potentially get yourself back into the top 8, or at least the top 64, because that's what prizes we have. 27,000 euros worth of cash prizes for the players in the top 64, as well as all the bragging rights and everything else that comes along with it. If you're watching in America, welcome, good morning. That's about $32,000 as we are off to the races here. Both players starting off with those artifact lands that we spoke about, and Duress did come in, so we get a little look at this hand. Talk me through it, and what would you think you should take?
I think the clear pick is Blood Fountain. You know, in their hand they have 2 draw spells, 2 cast downs, but just 1 card that let you have cards that you want to sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really want to cast Fanatical Offering, this sacrificing the land, but the opponent choose to pick Fanatical Offering. Okay.
What's the reasoning behind that? Why would that be the card that we choose?
I think Fanatic. Okay, so you discard 1 Fanatical Offering because you think drawing 2 cards is good because it's a 2-for-1, and it's a grindy mid-range mirror match. So maybe if I remove their card draw, maybe I'm able to play a better game.
I was thinking for this reason.
Oh,
I was like,
double
there's
duress,
probably another duress if that's the
Oh.
reason I'm going with it.
Yeah, that's clever in a certain way. I didn't think at all about that.
But we missed our land drop though, so that's something that we need to keep in mind. Missed our land drop, but did have double duress, so a chance to kind of break up this play draw dependency here. We knew that they drew a land for the turn because that is what they played, and then the casting the blood firing off the black. That's what it is. They didn't tap the mana. Got you. Do we find our 3rd land drop? Looks like we do. Is going to come into play tapped, and then we're going to pass the turn. Really needs to get the foot on the on the gas here. We need to we can't be the one controlling. We need to win this game. Now under 8 minutes. Play Swamp for our turn. Pass the turn back. Now let's turn the burn for our own deck.
They sacrifice the Hill Spellbone. I think they really want to find the land. I mean, they have double copies of Written Chrysalis in them.
Well, not in the crystals, but we also know they're not going to resolve. Stick around long. We can see double cast down in the opponent's hand here. So, yep, get it. And you can't not play around them, right? Like, just got to play into it. Like, cool, you cast it, great. This dies. Next one, yep, great. You cast it, but then they're both gone. Now, any future threats from then on, I will potentially be able to stick around and win the game that way, as we're going to see the cast down being cast.
Being cast and taking down 1 creature. Okay, so as you can see, Dylan Bellon has a lot of signed cards, because the artists of Fanatical Offering, Ichor Wellspring, and Written Chrysalis are here at Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2025.
Do you like signed cards? Are you a fan of them?
I'm a huge fan of signed cards. I have a Azorius Familiar with a lot of signed cards. So, from my point of view, getting your cards as signature is a really cool thing because it gives value for them to them. At
like
least
them.
from a. I like collecting stuff, being cards, comics, or whatever. So it's really cool to me.
I like it when people put not effort might not be the right word, but they put time into their deck. They try and get the fancier versions. They try and upgrade it to a foil version, and then they get it signed. And I love that about cards, especially you see that a lot with people in their pet decks. Right? I own Infex in foil in Modern.
Oh, that's cool.
It's not playable. I own the blue green and the black green, and it's still not playable. But I've got it because I like collecting it all, and I like it. A lot of legacy decks like the same. And I'm seeing it walking around the room. A lot of people putting effort into their pauper decks. Want their pauper decks to be their pride and joy when they turn up to events. And this is one of them. We're seeing it now. All foil, or what they can get in foil, and the signed cards. And it's not an overnight project. It's something that you can grind away at. Hydra's going to come down now though. It's a nice 4/4.
Oh, that's
Is
amazing.
it 4/4?
No, it's
Where's the
bigger.
extra mana coming from?
They have
5 mana. Yeah, 5.
Yep.
Sorry, yeah. We're not bestowing it. Go another card deeper. Paid the mana to sacrifice to do the point damage. There's a 6th land. Remember, we did miss our 3rd land drop. Now mana's going to be no issue.
They have a
Cast down of our own. Again, foil. Love to see it.
All right, so the aggro game plan is going online. We are attacking with the Virgin Chrysalis. What are you doing? Ah, they're
We're
cracking
going to
the
crack
map.
the map, see if we can get another power on it. We can find Bazika Bog. That's going to turn Cyrus. The 4 damage drop down to 15. Passing the turn. There's still one more cast down we know about in hand, right?
Yep. So I think they can remove the Chrysalis.
Dress of our own. Again, this artist is in attendance this weekend as well.
Oh, yep. That's an old Game Boy. The map. All right, so I think they will likely discarding the Pulse of Mirage.
Why that one over the other one that draws cards?
You know, you're just trying to stay alive here, so you prefer to stop your opponents from getting back to Virgin Chrysalis, because, you know, your opponent is now playing the role of an aggro deck, especially since they don't really have that much time to win 2 games.
That's interesting. Like the way that you're describing that. So basically, they understand that, or at least you understand in playing this game, that my opponent needs to win this game in 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just under. So they need creatures. I'd rather give them 2 blind cards off the top of their deck than them to have the ability to get back one of these Chrysalises, which I know is in the graveyard, and add more to this clock moving forward. And that's like a really, to me, that's quite high level thinking like that. Normally we're taught to, don't let my opponent draw cards. Let them get 1 card out of the graveyard. Sure, it's a permanent. They gain 6 life, whatever. But they went for the same thing that you went. They understand that they're only going to win this game in the next 3 minutes if they are able to get creatures, and those 2 cards on top of the deck could just be 2 more land. Wildfire. Target in our own lands, so we get to go ramp, go find another land, play it into the board, onto the battlefield, and then draw a card. Namesake card of the deck. How many basics do these decks tend to play?
I think they have 2 swamp, 2 forest, and just 1 mountain.
So 5. So there's a high chance that we're always going to have a target for it, or a way to go fetch, sorry.
Yeah, it is also important to note that beside the 4 copies of Cleansing Wildfire, they also play 4 copies of the Modern Horizon 3 fetch land. They have 3 copies on the battlefield, so even if they can't fetch for a basic land, they can still tap that colorless land. Okay, there's a
Dress at
grass.
the top. Let's have a look at what's going on. Oh, the own pulse. It's going to gain 6 life, bring back the Hydra. It's going to show double cast down, so one of them is going to go. But that still means we take another hit from this Chrysalis, but then I guess we just gain 6 life, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's a really, I think, clever play. I mean, okay, you let your opponent discarding 1 copy of Cast Down, because you can still kill the Chrysalis when you untap, but by already casting Pulse of Mirage, you are able to bring back your Nyxborn Hydra, and Hydra in a mirror match where your opponent doesn't really play a lot of removal spells could be very strong, because you can block your creatures and you can also kill your opponent eventually.
Remember, if they do cast this cast down, that will be the 3rd one that we've seen in this game too. So keeping track of that is also quite important, knowing what the chances and odds of your opponent having X removal spell is. But also what's quite a good removal spell is having a big, I think it would be 8 powered Hydra, maybe 7 power, but a 7-8 Hydra with trample is going to do the job of kind of stemming that bleeding for a little bit.
But are you tapping out, or are you leaving 2 mana open to cast down in
Looks
case
like
your
they're
opponent...
going to do what you said. They're going to leave the 2 mana open. Don't need to get greedy. 6 is more than enough to block. At the minute, there's only about a minute left on the clock. They need to win the game. I don't. I just need to stop them from winning the game, and the best way for me to do that is leaving up this cast down and having this 6 powered Hydra on the board. Drawing a couple cards, end of turn there. Drawing for turn, so 3 fresh ones in the grip. 17 life is pretty high. We can't really burn them out from this situation. And they're going to go into the tank. What are they trying to think of here? What card do they need to find? Do they need to find their own cast down?
Yeah, I think so.
Going to try and crack the match straight off. In response to that, we're going to cast down. Don't want to get any more information or value.
No value for you. Then they go down for Lebas.
Don't like that one.
Bottom.
Then a land and go. 10 seconds left on the clock. Familiar is going to come down. That's going to be a discard. It's only a swamp. We're going to get that, turn these things sideways. That's 6 damage going in the face, dropping them down to 14. First damage of game 2 to our Jun Wildfire player at the bottom of the screen.
But why shuffling with your Lambas here? You do really need that those 3 lives you get back from Lambas, because we are shuffling back the cards that you have just put down with Lambas.
Just going to confirm if we're in time now or not. The clock might be a little bit off. They might have started a little bit later, moving them across to the feature match area. Once I get that confirmed, chat, I'll let you know. So if not, they're going to keep playing at a rapid pace. I don't see any dice on the board designating turns just yet.
And here we come, the 3rd copy of Virgin Chrysalis.
Pass the turn back. Find yourself an offering. Counting our mana up.
Ooh, maybe they draw another Nyxborn Hydra.
2.
Oh, wow.
We did. So that's going to be for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Making this a 11 powered creature, if I'm not mistaken. 11 trample.
11. 11, 12. Huh?
I've been told there's a judge down on the table, so no dice has been added yet, so it doesn't look like we're in extra turns at the minute. And remember, 3 cast downs have been cast. One of our better removal spells in this situation. Do they tend to play 3 or 4 in these decks normally?
Cast down.
Yes.
Well, it tends to be not always the same amount. I mean, certain list plays just 3 copies of cast down, other list plays 4 copies of cast down, and you can even see 4 Galvanic Blast instead of cast down.
It's going to be really awkward. Like, should we take the hit here? Like, blocking's not good for us right now. We can't just chump. It has trample.
Yeah, but if you let your opponent untap, they can sacrifice a bunch of lands to kill your charm blockers. So,
oh, okay. So that's what's going through their head right now. Do I get save that point of damage now while I can?
So they're going to lose. There is the Blood Fountain. If you lose your Nyxborn Hydra, you can bring it back and then cast it again, and even bigger than before.
So yeah, for 1 mana we can get make my opponent discard that last card that they've got in hand and then make it big. Are we able to make it big enough though?
Wow.
11 power, 11, 13 I think is the creature. That's a big creature. It's a big Hydra, big Eldrazi Hydra drone.
It's an Eldrazi monstrosity. Oh, this game is going, I think, really well for Giuliani. I
discard the offering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it would be gain 6, which isn't enough. So maybe we're going to cast it, just hard cast it as its own creature to get to the 8 toughness, making it a 7/8, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 to cast it. The X being 7. Oh, we're not. We are going to whack it on there. Okay.
Wow.
Is this to play around a removal spell?
Yeah, I guess that's the reason.
1 less power, but the reassurance that if it was to get removed, that we at least got a blocker.
Yeah, I think that's the reason, because the opponent did draw just 1 copy of cast down.
I see a dice on the board now. We're on turn 2 of extra turns. Remember, they get 5 turns between them. The active player, when it gets called, gets to finish their turn 0, and then it is 5 turns after that, going back and forth between each player. So we've got turn 2 and turn 4 to win the game now. Opponent's going to have 3 and 5 to either win or stop us from winning.
I wasn't expecting that much action in this game. I mean, in the first game we were able to see a board state where no one was
It was kind of stalemate until someone drew. Well, it's a Hydra that kind of broke that up, and then now we're seeing it again. It's Hydra. Maybe this is the key card in the Wildfire mirror.
They're fetching, trying to thin out their deck to have more chances to maybe draw something if they have drawn a Fanatical Offering.
It's going to have to be a good something.
But besides cast down, what do you need here? I mean, okay, if you draw cast down, you kill the Hydra, then you ping the refurbished familiar with munition. So you just need to draw cast down.
Well, no, the cast down can't target the Hydra, right? Because it's an enchantment currently.
Oh wow, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, so basically we have to almost like one after the other. But then we've also got the bigger Hydra, or the bigger Eldrazi at the minute. We can just attack. They have to block. And then it falls off, and then they have themselves a 6/7 Hydra, which a cast down would be able to deal with. Because if they're at 13 and we're at 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
The Hydra is 6/7.
Yeah, they could just take it. This isn't a lethal attack, but then I suppose because of the artifacts and the pinger, it means that they would need to chump block. We're going to sacrifice the spring, go a card deeper. That's going to go to the face, dropping him down to 12 now. 2 mana.
Oh, wow. No way.
Oh, my. Did we just basically drew away to exile the enchantment? Exile the enchantment means it's just going to be a 1/2 creature. We chump. I think that they're saying we're going to have a draw here in this situation. Take that, take a bunch of damage. 7, 8, 9, 10 damage to the face, dropping him down to 2. They've got more than 2 artifacts ready to ping at any moment's notice as soon as they untap. Is there a way for them to gain a bunch of life this turn?
No, unless they have bring it in Weather the Storm, they can't overcome this game. I mean, okay, you resolve everything Chrysalis, there is still the Hydra. If you resolve even bot Chrysalis and Hydra, your opponent will still have a creature on the battlefield. But if you resolve 3 creatures, then you have to deal with a makeshift combination, and you just have to take a huge blow. You just have only 2 lives, so they can just untap and deal 2 damage with the makeshift combination.
Well, Chris, this is what we found. What if we're able to find a way to... I think I'm just talking waffle now. They can't deal with the way to stop them being pinged. They can't need double enchantment removal, basically, this turn. And they might be able to survive that way. Not that it's a huge ask right now, but playing this isn't going to do it. We're going to sacrifice both of these to cast it. Hit another counter on the Chrysalis, sure, that's whatever. Maybe pay 1 to sacrifice the... What do we ping?
So they're killing the Troublemaker Author.
Sure.
They draw 1 card.
It's another land. They play the land off turn. It's going to be a handshake. They are going to get a draw. Being able to fight it back there. It didn't look like they were going to get across that line, but that Hydra was absolutely key. And then the removal spell for it as well. Huge. Really cool back and forth there, both decks. Unfortunately, they're going to get the draw. I'd like to see a game 3 between them. I'm not going to lie to you. It looked like it was going to be a really cool matchup between them. I think it's one of those ones that are better to be playing in it than maybe watching it, but I enjoy watching it nonetheless because it is Pauper, and this is Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary, ladies and gentlemen. Will and Alex in the booth for this round, and that is all the action we're going to have for you. I'm going to find out how long's left in the round to production. Do we know? How long's left in the round? Because if we've got some time, we can talk about this meta game again that I know everybody's itching to see in the chat. In fact, let's just get it on the board until someone tells us that. Let's just get the meta game up. I know that's what you want to see, chat, and I'm here for you. This is the meta game of over 111, that's not right, 1,100 players in the room, and the breakdown for it. There's a bunch of 2-ofs and 1-ofs that we've got on the list here in front of us. Alex, give me a little look through this list here. Is there anything there that is kind of spicy that we should be talking about? Because we've kind of expected that John Wildfire, these mono red decks, the mono blue decks, even Elves, Affinity are going to do quite well. What's surprising me is the X-Land Spy deck that we saw yesterday in the top 4. 30 copies in the room.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, the deck is strong. I mean, Balustrade Spy is a very cool card. It does very well alongside Local Giant and Redder Toad, but I wasn't expecting that many copies. I mean, it's not really a deck on Magic Online, so...
No, it might be now. It might be now after this weekend.
I hope so. Paupergeddon is able to shape the metagame even on Magic Online, but usually is Magic Online that shape the paper metagame.
Yeah.
And after the top 8 in yesterday, top Pauper player, I really hope people start bringing in land spies, more events, even on Magic Online. I think we have a Grixis Familiars in this event, which is, I think, really spicy. There's kind of similar to Azorius Familiar, but is more combo oriented compared to Azorius. So it is probably a deck with Ardent Elementalist, maybe High Tide, because High Tide you can even combo off in a deck with Archamancer and Ghostly Flicker. You still generate an infinite amount of mana, but besides having the combo with Ghostly Flicker, targeting the island and the Ardent Elementalist. Ardent Elementalist is more or less the same card as Archamancer, but it is red instead of blue. You also have a combo with Snap, so you just have enough copies of Nightscape Familiar and High Tide, and you then start snapping your Ardent Elementalist, casting again Ardent Elementalist, and bring them back Snap. So you do that a lot of times. You generate infinite mana, and then after generating mana, I guess you don't really need to have a lot of ways to kill your opponent.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, we've also got, looking at this list, I've got 2 Infect players in the room, 2 Poison Storm players are in the room, 3 Slivers players are in the room. We've got, and we spoke about this, most played deck last year at Portuguese, these Blade decks. We've got obviously off Blade 4 copies. We've got Coregate, that's at 5. Coregate to me is still a toothpaste brand in the UK, but here we are. 11 Boggles players, 10 Wolves players. And then we start going up to Dredge. I don't think I've seen Dredge yet. What the Dredge deck's like?
Dredge is
18 copies in the room, by the way.
how many copies of Dredge we have?
18.
18. Yeah, that's I think supposed to be solo. I mean, Dredge is not really well placed against Giant, but it is kind of different compared to the Dredge being played, or at least that was played in Modern. Instead of relying on Fatalist Looting and what is the name of the other 2 mana draw 3 cards in Dredge? Maybe
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah,
Chat will help us out. It's Cathartic Reunion and something else, I think.
Yeah. Well, anyway, instead of heavy sorceries that draw you cards, you have a bunch of creatures that mill your first 4 cards and draw you 1 land. So what you are trying to do with Dredge is filling your graveyard while keep drawing lands. By doing that, you have enough creatures on the battlefield to sacrifice them with your Dredge return, and you reanimate Lottle Giant. So it's a Dredge deck because you play Stink with Imp, but you are also playing a combo deck relying on Lottle Giant alongside Dread Return. Besides Dread Return, you also play Exhume because you also have Generous Ant and Troll of Chasm Doom. So it is called like Scam gameplay because you can turn 1 cycle your Troll and turn 2 reanimate Exhume, similar to what people maybe do or was able to do in Legacy. Troll of Chasm Doom is now banned in Legacy.
I've got another question for you. I don't know what this deck is. What's a Boros Bully?
Boros Bully?
Oh. Yeah.
So that's Boros tokens, basically.
Oh, it's a Boros token.
Very
deck.
similar to White Winnie, but you play Fatalist Looting and other red draw cards that let you go real well with flashback cards like Battle Screech.
All right, chat. We've read off a bunch of different decks, all the way down to some of the 1-ofs and 2-ofs in the room. You've seen the metagame breakdown. What decks do you want to see on camera next? They're out there right now. The round is over, but they're starting to do the pairings now, so we're going to start going into the tables and try and find those decks that you want. But I don't know what you want. I'm not a mind reader. I need you to tell me in the chat right now, what decks do you want to see, and we'll do our best to try and find them, and maybe not have continuous Wildfire mirrors, even though I thought it was quite fun to watch and commentate on, but we'll see what else we can find. Of course, Watch and Wildfire is the most played deck in the room, 164 copies. Mono Red Synthesizer, 96. Rakdos Madness, 81. Mono Blue Aggro, which I think is the Fairies deck, right? It's not the Terrors deck, because we've all got Terrors that's got its own categories. It's the Mono Red Blue Fairies deck at 79, which was in the finals yesterday and lost to the Blue White Flicker deck in the top purple player. Then we've got Mono Red Madness, that's 72 copies. I guess if you bundle that in with the Rakdos deck, that also becomes one of the most played decks. That would put it up to, quick math will, 153.
23.
So yeah, with the second most played deck. Then Terrors coming in as the 5th most played deck, Mono Blue Terrors at 63 copies. And I'm sure we'll keep talking about that throughout today, don't worry, but let's have a look what people want to see. Slivers. Do you think there's going to be a Slivers deck out there 4-0?
No, I think Slivers is not very well positioned right now. And that's really sad because I'm a huge fan of Slivers. I mean, when I was a child, I bought the thematic deck being printed in Times Sparrow.
Where's High Tide? I've just realized I haven't seen High Tide on this list.
Yeah, it is 45 players, so just 4% of the
Oh,
metagame.
it's the 6th most played deck. I was like, I just saw someone say High Tide. I was like, hold on a minute, I haven't seen High Tide on that list. There's got to be players playing it. Some more Wildfire mirrors. Some people just like to see the world burn, clearly. Mono blue fairies, Flickertron. Okay, I'll pass this to the man, and I'll see, there's a man out there picking. I'll see if we can get you guys what you want. But don't blame me if he doesn't. That's not me that makes these decisions, chat. I'm just here for you and trying to give you the best I possibly can. Boris Simpson. All right, I'm being told the pairings are up, which means that we have to end this round, which for good for you all means we'll be back momentarily with another round. So on that one, don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back, and thanks for waiting. We're here for Paupergeddon 2025, summer 2025. It's very hot in Lucca, but the vibes are excellent in the room behind us. I'm Emma Partlow. I'm here with Hyzen01, fellow Pauper format panel friend, and we are going to bring you a lot more Pauper. But before we go into our next round, shall we talk about the metagame for this weekend? Or for today, sorry. If we can get the graphic up, that would be great, if possible. So this is the metagame for the day one of Paupergeddon 2025. So we've got, start from the top. Beyond Wildfire at 15%. That's not really a big surprise, is it? Just giving what we talked about in round two about how it's just good cards deck, and it's just like very consistent in what it does.
Yes, it's just a good stuff deck. It's an archetype that people love to play, and probably in this moment the best mid-range. So it's not a surprise. And the second most played deck is Mono Red Synthesizer.
Also not surprising.
Yeah.
Red has been a long time like deck / archetype in Pauper, just because it just has a lot of things it can do. You can do the burn thing, you can do like the more creature aggro thing, you can do the ping damage with madness thing, which is also seeing a lot of play this weekend.
Yeah, respect the latest version before the ban. Now it's a little bit slower, but pingers help in a lot of matchups. For example, fairies, blue decks in general.
And we also have like Rakdog's Madness is like the first represented, and then we also have Mono Blue Aggro, which we are calling fairies here. That's more the normal name for it. So let's go into our next round. We have Michelle Barzanti on Mono Red Synthesizer against Red White Aggro from Fabrizio Campiano. So it's mostly Mono White with a little bit of splash in the sideboard for Pyroblast. So we've got a couple of Boros Garrisons in there just to make sure you just got a few extra tools to deal with any and just a little bit more versatility against the field with Wildfire and so forth. So this
one of the weakest point about White Winnie generally are fogs, and if you splash red, you can play a card like a Flaring Pain.
Yes,
So
you can get around all of that.
So if you can have an edge in that matchup, probably it can be a very good choice. Also, generally, the matchup against red is good.
Yeah.
So it can be a good call in this metagame. So for example, we can see how Goblin Bushwalker is played also without the Kuldota.
Yes. Also in the sideboard of the Red White Aggro deck, we have Flaring Pain, as you mentioned, and we also have Electrickery, probably to respect fairies.
Probably yes. Fairies is a good call in a meta in which there is High Tide.
Yes.
So yes, it can be.
Which is only 4% of day one.
Yep.
Let's talk about it. There was a lot of conversations about High Tide going into the event. We extended the unbanned window for High Tide. Honestly, I was expecting a little more than 4%. But also, it's the kind of deck that it takes a while to win. Tournament logistics are a thing. It's a thing you have to respect, especially when there's like 1,000 people playing in this event.
So it's not a simple deck, and if you are not a player of this format only, probably if you arrive from another format like Modern or Legacy or stuff like that, it's easier to pick a deck like Mono Red, stuff like that, even if the deck is strong. But we have to think about how much the deck is strong in this metagame. Against all of the discard effect, we have to think about Giant Wildfire is the first, is the most played deck.
Yep.
And he plays something like 6 discard effect at least. So it's not easy to deal with discard effect and Pyroblast.
Yep.
And here we have one of the latest new card that is Mardu Devotee.
Yes.
That help on fixing the mana base to splash other colors.
Yep.
And another new card that is really...
Rally the Hornberg from Tales of Middle Earth.
Yes, that is a card that more red start to play with the Burning Tree, just because we banned the Kuldota Bushwalker.
Yes.
The synergy between Kuldota Bushwalker.
Yeah.
It's strong, but it's completely different.
Yeah.
And it's slower for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So Mario Devotee is good against mono red because if you can simply start to block every 1/1. For 1 mana, the investment it's very good. As a good body is a 1/2.
The scry is also relevant in some cases as well because you just don't want to be drawing into more lands, especially if you're really if you're aggressively leaning. You don't want to flood out. Also, it just helps you. The devotee is very good at, you can filter that mana, so you can turn those planes into red mana sources, which means you're not adding mountains to your deck, because that's the last thing you want to do in a white basic deck. Like splashing Boros Garrison is smart, but you don't want to add like mountains or tap lands, because then you're not doing the aggro thing, which is what white we need is really good at doing.
Yeah. Also, if we think about the side, Electricer is also a very good card against this kind of version of mono red. And here we have the first creature that gains some life.
Which is another thing white is very good at doing, just like this passive life gain.
Yeah.
And there comes a point, if you're gaining so much life, all that damage basically becomes a fog for the mono red player. They have to just keep catching up.
Yeah. You have to think that mono white white Bini is able to put a good pressure and gain some life. That means that in a meta game in which if we summarize Rakdos Madness and mono red synthesizer, we have the 17% of the meta.
Yeah.
So if you have a good matchup against that kind of deck, and also generally stays good against also fairies, generally, you have cards like Korsky Fisher and a lot of creatures that can put a lot of pressures. Also, Ninja will connect only one time and probably never after that. So you have a good matchup against a good slice of the meta.
Yes.
So now the board states is completely in favor of white Bini.
A lot of high toughness going on here, which is not what mono red needs, because if you want to punch through damage, you just can't lose your threats this way. And like Skyfisher getting that +1/+1 counter from the idyllic range, it's just like, these are win conditions.
Yeah.
That was going to be a really quick clock. Even though the opponent's on 17 life, that's a pretty big clock, and mono red doesn't really have too many ways to deal with it, which is why we're scooping up. And we're going to go straight up to game 2.
Yes, there is a battle switch that closed the game very quickly, so the opponent concede. Another important point is that if we think about this version of mono red, there are not too many burn effect respect the other version. So it's more concentrate on the board state. So if you are playing an aggro deck like white Bini and you can be bigger on the board, probably you are up.
Yeah. So let's talk about sideboards for these decks. So let's begin with the mono red synthesizer deck. So the sideboard is 4 Cast into Fire. We've got End of Festivities, we've got Pyroblast, we've got Red Elemental Blast, and we've got Searing Blaze along with some Relic of Progenitors. What do you like out of those?
So Searing Blaze is a very good card against especially against the Korsky Fisher.
Yes.
Because it's the biggest blockers, and you can have an Eiger Reach and a removal. So it's very good. And also probably End of Festivities can be very good.
It's very situational, isn't it?
Yeah, but probably you have to side that card in, because a Battle Screech can be very tough to deal with if you don't have card like End of Festivities. You need some sweepers.
Sure. So let's go to our Boros aggro deck, let's say. So we've got 3 Dust to Dust, we've got those 3 Electriceries, 2 Flaring Pain, 3 Lone Missionary, 3 Pyroblast and 1 Revoke existence. The lone missionaries immediately come in here because
Yes.
4 life is just so big.
Yes, it's a true one that can gain 4 life.
At least 4 life, because if you bounce it back with the core Skyfisher, you gain
Yes.
another 4 life, and 8 life is almost game over if you're the red player.
Sometimes you exchange this card with probably a Chuchu, a Goblin on the other side, so it's 1 card for 1 card plus 4 life that are a lot. It means at least other 2 bolt effect.
Yeah.
So it's very very good, and also probably a little trickery, because against that kind of version they play plenty of 1/1.
Yes.
That is there is a Goblin Wish. It's
The rally the Hornbird tokens of 1/1s, for example.
Yeah.
So if you've got stuff like Favorite Inspectors and Novice Inspectors and the Mardu Devotees, which are all 1/2s, so they
Yeah.
just survive an electrickery.
yeah.
And when it comes to stuff like aggro mirrors especially, it's all about, this is going to sound really silly, but just like board presence.
Yeah.
How much can you remove versus how much you have left? And the fact that these like 1 mana creatures are mostly 1/2s is very relevant here.
Yeah, that's for sure. And I think that's all. So
Seems pretty simple to me. Like, it seems pretty straightforward. Like, Lone Missionary is just going to be like, if Fabrizio can draw, then I think it's going to be a really hard time for Michelle just to punch through damage.
yeah, no mission is the MVP here, and probably cards like Rally the Peasant are probably not useful, just because you don't have to close the game very quickly. You just need to control the board. In every matchup, you have to understand if you are the aggressor or not. And in this case, White Winnie is not the aggressor. So
Also, play draw dependent realizes so mono red's going to be on the play. So that is like a big win percentage towards against mono white as well. Like just being able to hopefully make that 1, 2, 3 curve. Like here's my 1-drop, here's another 1-drop, here's a burn spell. Just try and punch through as much damage as possible.
So also it's interesting to see that there is 4 Trap and Charm main deck that are very good against a lot of combo deck in this moment. Not Tide for sure, but if you think about Spy Combo that made top 8 yesterday at the top power per player, and some randomly decks like
it's really good against Riven Chrysalis if your board is wide enough.
Yes, also it's a good removal.
Being one of like the key creatures in Pauper right now, with it in being John Wildfire, which is currently 15% of the day 1 meta. So, I don't think it's understated like how flexible Fragrant Charm is when it comes to Pauper. Each of those modes are just so relevant.
Yeah. And is the best answer against Makeshift Munitions. That is a very good card against White Winnie. Because it can deal alone against all the tokens of Battle Screech. So to have a good answer like that is a very good thing. And he played 4 copies of that. So also, in this matchup, we can see that there are 4 prismatic strands.
Very good
against
card.
Mono red.
A mono-colored deck specifically is very good,
So if we think about 4 Lone Missionary, 3 Lone Missionary, 4 prismatic strand, and
you got Liz Lunark's veterans as well that can gain a little bit of life here and there. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. Not impossible, but tough.
So the more I see that kind of list, the more I think that this is a very good choice.
Yes. Mono White did pretty good at the top Pauper player. We covered a game yesterday and it just absolutely destroyed Jeskai Venerate just because aggro is very good against a control deck that just plays lots of tap lands. They just don't have enough going on.
Yeah.
So we're just resolving mulligans here. It looks like the mono red player's gone down to 6 by the looks of it. Doesn't have a turn 1 play, and that's not what you want when you're on the play. You want some ball presence.
Yeah. So slow start for both. And rally, 2 damage.
Get some humans in there.
And there is not the burning tree, because in this moment burning tree plus rally means 4 damage.
Yes. Burning Tree is very good at just pushing damage out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So here's the Lunar Veteran. And here's a Novice Inspector. So we're going to gain 1 life, we're going to create a clue token, and here
Look at
comes
that.
the life gain. It's just
Yeah.
like, you've just blanked half that damage already from 10-2 on the Mono Red.
Yes, there are two good bodies on board, 2 good blockers, plus life gain. It's not easy.
It is not easy. And these like white-based aggro decks tend to run 4 copies of the Lunar Veteran as well.
Yeah. We have to remember that you have to solve Lunar 2 times.
Yes.
First time, and then from the graveyard, they can return to the battlefield
Yep.
for 2 mana as a 1/1 flying.
With this, it has Disturb, it comes back. It has the same effect, but it's a flying
Yeah.
spirit. Yeah. So here comes the Searing Blaze with Landfall. Cast for free, thanks to. Well, it wasn't cast for free, never mind.
So,
Here's-
another Lunar.
So every
Yeah.
creature that comes in now is going to be 2 life, and we're rebating that life loss from the Searing Blaze already.
Plus another Trapping Inspector.
So that's 3 life gained already.
Yeah. I know that Trapping Inspector is one of your favorite
It
cards.
is the best Magic best
Yes.
card in all of Magic the Gathering.
So, also a clue.
Got 2 clues.
White Winnie is probably stuck at 2 lands, but they don't need more lands.
No.
Yeah, the third one can be good for Prismatic Strand, for sure, but with this kind of board, probably you are up anyway.
Yeah, they're running 15 planes, 1 Idyllic range, which you see on the battlefield right now, and then you've got 3 Boros garrisons as well. So you don't really want to draw the Boros garrisons
Yeah.
as your next land drop, just because it comes in tapped. But if you're able to say, in another game, say if you have like a Rafine's Informant, you can discard the Boros garrison away because you don't have the red cards. So it's another way to get a fresh card.
But look at that, Mono Red is still in play only thanks to Searing Blades, the second
We've got this
copy.
experimental synthesizer as well, which is a nice pickup.
Yeah. But it depends now on if Mono White will draw the 3rd land.
Yep.
Obviously, you cannot block with Lunark, and you have to continue to play
Here comes
some
the
things.
Core Skyfisher, gaining 2 life. So what Fabrizio's doing here, he's returning the planes back to hand and then replaying the planes as his land drop for the
Yeah.
turn, just to give him 1 mana open. It's one of the very underrated lines that you can do with Core Skyfisher, because it says any permanent, not specifically non-land permanent,
Yeah, yeah,
compared
yeah,
to
yeah.
like more current design.
And it doesn't target.
Nope, it's just that good,
Yes, yes.
just that good.
Okay, so sacrifice the synthesizer, exile
Lightning
Bolt.
Bolt was a
Bolt
very
destroy.
good draw.
Yes, that's for sure. 1 mana means
Yeah.
mana tide.
There isn't a mana type in this list, but I would not say no to a cheeky mana type. Don't think there's ever been a Magic card that's caused players more mental scarring than mana type, because the one time it happens in a game, it's just there, just like rent free in their head. It's like, I need to play around this now.
Yes, yes. So now, Mono White is still searching for the 3rd land.
Yeah, they're searching for a third land. Mono Red's also drawn as many lands as they would like, which is 4. You don't want any more than that, ideally. So hopefully the Mono Red player's not flooding here. So we've got another Rally the Hornberg, which is going to make 2 1/1 human soldiers, soldier tokens.
So now a Bushwalker can be...
Bushwalker could be nasty, and there's going to come a point where they're just going to have to block with these life gain creatures because Fabrizio's on 8, and this is becoming a clock, and there's a lightning bolt for lethal. So we're
wow.
going to game 3.
Wow, 6 damage plus a bolt, and wow. winning a game like this through 2 Lunark
Yep.
is not easy. It's not easy.
And bearing in mind Fabrizio was sandbagging on lands, he only had 2 lands for most
Yeah.
of the game. So, there comes a point that lightning bolt off a synthesizer was very important because the core Skyfisher was probably going to take
Yeah.
the game eventually.
That's the classic situation in which you face a very bad matchup, but Magic is a strange game because
Yes.
every time you can win also an impossible game simply because your opponent can not draw all the lands, so or the opposite can draw all the land.
So with game 3 sideboarding, we can sideboard again. Is there anything you would want to bring in for the play draw?
Yeah, I don't think that with those 2 sideboard there is a plan on the play and on the draw. This kind of game is like it's all about the hand that you are keeping.
Yeah.
So you can try to force a mulligan in order to see the card that you need to win that game. Probably mostly for white Bini.
Yep.
Because mono red has only one plan. He has to push.
Yeah. Sure. So while these guys are shuffling up and resolving mulligans, we're going to go to our backup match, which is Mono Blue Fairies versus Mono Black Pact Doll.
Wow.
Pact Doll Terror being a card from Aether Drift that made a fairly big impact. Like the second the second Aether Drift came out in February.
And that card won the last Poppergeddon.
Yes.
So that's for sure. This is an interesting matchup.
We just
I
grabbed
think.
deck list. I just want to see what we're working with here.
And we can see how a Crypt Rat was able to clean an entire board. We can see a graveyard full of small fairies, small little fairies that were trying to push and to draw some lands and to deal with some spells, but a Crypt Rat is always
Can be pretty backbreaking.
yes. Okay.
So we got the best turn 1 play in all of Magic, which is a turn 1 favorite inspector for the Boros aggro player.
Yeah.
Bringing back a clue token, and we also have the red version of favorite inspector in Voldaren Epicure. That's going to deal 1 damage to Fabrizio here, and that is a better turn 1 play compared to the second game. So we're off to the races here.
Epicure, when it shows up, it was an underrated card, and now it's a staple in, I think, every version of Mono Red, because he's able to.
The blood tokens are so important.
Yeah, he's able to cycle a land when you are flooding. Also, in the version of Mono Red Madness,
Yes.
it's very strong to discard the Sneaky Snacker or a Fairy Temper. In Rakdos Madness, is an MVP.
Yep.
So it's a
And
very cool card.
there is, and we have our first lone missionary of the match, just gaining 4 life, just
Yeah.
blanking that Voldaren Epicure trigger immediately.
So now we are 23, and 23 are a lot,
Yes.
especially when you are on the draw.
Yep. So
On
just
the
wanna
play, yeah.
wanna highlight in chat. This is day 1 of Paupergeddon. We are at round 4, so there's gonna be 8 rounds today. I believe 6 and 2 is gonna lock you up for day 2,
Yeah.
and I believe there's 5 or 6 rounds tomorrow before top 8 cut. So we're very much in day 1 right now.
Yeah. Yeah, tomorrow we will have 6 rounds,
rounds, yeah.
plus top 8. With all the best players of these 1,100.
Yep. Double Burning Tree Emissary, that's always a good one. So we're going to go Emissary into Experimental Synthesizer. Not a bad set of draws, and we can also cast this Goblin Tomb Raider. We do have the Great Furnace as well here, so the Tomb Raider is going to get that little buff.
Yeah.
That was
Now we only need 1 bolt effect to destroy the core Skyfisher,
Yes.
otherwise it's tough to attack and to deal some damage.
Yes, I believe the mono red aggro deck has the full playset of Lightning Bolt. So
Yeah.
churning away with a synthesizer, you're bound to find it eventually.
Another burning tree, a mystery.
And into another synthesizer, so we've got 4 of a kind happening here.
Wow.
And playing the mountain as well, so there's plenty in the tank here for this mono red player. Can start like sacrificing these ways, making like 2/2 vigilant samurai tokens,
Yeah.
which holds up pretty well on this battlefield.
So the fourth land are very important to start to sacrifice the synthesizer. But 4 synthesizer on board,
Yeah,
a lot.
that's a lot of synthesizers.
It means that you are simply drawing your entire deck.
Yeah. So we have Summon Choco Mog, which is another new
Yeah.
card from
Yep.
Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy.
One of the best new cards.
Yeah, for Pauper, you think so? So the metagame breakdown is available. We talked about it at the start of the round, and we can recap it at the end for you. Essentially, it is 15% Jund Wildfire, 9% Mono Red Synthesizer, which we're seeing right now, and then it's 8% Rakdos Madness, 7% Mono Blue Fairies, and then Mono Red Bandits at 7%.
Yeah.
We'll put the graphic up in a little bit for you just
Yeah.
to cap out. But Jund Wildfire being the most played at 15%, which is about 160-ish players. It's quite a lot.
Quite a lot, yeah. And sacrifice the first synthesizer. Exile a Galvanic Blast.
That's another nice hit here because it's going to hit Metalcraft, so you can just take out this Core Skyfisher.
And obviously you have to destroy the Core Skyfisher because the Chocobo will survive only for other 3 turns.
Yes, it is a creature saga, so it does eventually disappear. So there's
Yeah.
only so many times you can actually attack with it. So very cool design for Final Fantasy. It's also quite
Yeah.
flavorful.
And your opponent is remembering to the opponent has true counter in 2 turns.
Yeah.
It will be sacrificed.
Unless you can reset it with something like a Core Skyfish, then you recast it again. And but these Burning Tree Emissaries have proven to be a bit awkward here. So Fabrizio is going to get in here with Chocomog and a Thraben Inspector. We'll see what Michelle wants to do here.
So probably White Winnie is pushing just because if you have in hand a Prismatic Strand, this is easy to try to push. The opponent can simply say, okay, he has no blocker, so take damage and then play a Bushwalker or stuff like that and try to push as much as you can in damage.
Yep.
But if there is a Prismatic Strand, it changes a lot.
Yes. So the Burning Tree Emissary is going to block the Thraben Inspector. Chocobog's going unblocked here.
Also, this is an important choice because if you block with a Burning Tree, the opponent can play the Prismatic Strain in order to save the creature. But if you block with the Samurai is white.
Yes.
So if you prevent the damage of white creatures,
nothing happens. Yep. So we're following up with another Lone Missionary. So Fabrizio's gone up to 27, meeting 14 for the mono red player. So we're going to crack at this other experimental synthesizer, showing a Ren's Resolve, which you can't quite cast yet. But we do have another Samurai token as well.
Yeah.
Vigilant Samurai tokens, which is very relevant here.
So this card is bad to be exiled in this way.
Yeah, you really want to cast that and
Yeah.
get some lands or just keep digging.
Because the situation is not the best.
Yes.
You are at 27, but you know that your opponent is able to...
You're also flooding on lands a little bit here. Fabrizio had to discard one of those lands to the Rafine's Informant, so he's seen an extra land already, and we already have 6 out. You need to start drawing more action. Obviously, you can't do much about it because Screw Flood is a very common thing in Magic. But we definitely need some action here.
So, pay 3?
Prismatic Strands. Prismatic Strands has been cast.
Prismatic Strands for what? Okay.
And we'll play a Lunarch veteran.
So we have to remember that next turn the Chocobo will trigger the effect,
Yep.
but then it will be sacrificed.
Yes. Here comes the Bushwhacker.
For only 1 mana.
Yeah, no kicked, just playing it.
That Bushwalker was saying, take it easy.
Yeah.
I don't want to do my job properly. I just want to come
Yeah.
appear on board and stop.
So here's another Goblin Tomb Raider. It's going to get in the red zone here with this Great Furnace in play as well, so it's going to get a little buff in combat. Putting the mono white player down to 20, yeah. Oh, 18, yeah. 17.
Yes, it was 10 damage.
Yeah, 10 damage.
Because also the two
Here comes
samurais.
and here comes the Battle Screech, making some bird tokens. And gaining some of that life back as well, because we have a Lunarch veteran in play here.
In this turn, I think it's correct to not.
And then we're going to recast it. We're going to flash
yeah.
it back straight away, tapping 3 creatures and gaining 3 more life. But we're going to lightning bolt the Lunarch veteran in response, so he doesn't gain the life, but he does get more birds.
Yeah.
And these birds are pretty good at blocking.
It was correct to not flashback the prismatic stand, because now he's able to block and flashback and try to gain advantage somehow.
Yeah.
So you can try to kill at least 1 creature or 2.
Yep.
So it's very good.
So we're cashing in another experimental Simsar, making another samurai token here, and we've got a mountain that we can just play off the top because this is Michelle's first land play for the turn.
So now there are no more synthesizer.
No more synthesizers, but we still have the artifact, so the Goblin Tomb Raider is still very live.
Yeah. And the second Bushwalker.
Yep.
So
This
now
is a lot of damage coming through here.
Now it's probably the time to flashback the Prismatic Strand and kill 2 creatures during the combat.
And here we go, we're tapping
Yeah.
down with the Prismatic Strands.
But we are still keeping 6 damage.
Yep.
No, only 4, because 1 is... No! All are have haste.
Yes.
So are buffed with haste. So yeah, 9 damage here.
Yes.
9 damage. Interesting.
It is interesting. And now we're going in with these... Fabrizio's in 2 minds here to attack with these birds. Definitely attack for 4 in the air
With
here.
4 birds.
Depending what else is in Fabrizio's hand here. It's like audibling. It's like...
I think that he is counting because it depends. If you have in the deck still some buff effect,
Yeah.
some rally or stuff like that, yeah, it can be right. If you don't have those cards, it's not an easy choice.
Yeah.
Because for sure you have to think in order to win and not only to survive. So you have to do a bit of maths in order to not die from strange card
Yeah.
or a simple bolt effect.
Or just like another Bushwhacker off the top. That's
Another
a very live
Bushwhacker.
thing that could happen here.
I always think that you need to think about you have to think statistically, but sometimes you have to think about the worst scenario that
Yes.
can happen. Because even if you think, okay, my opponent played 2 or 3 copies of Bushwalker, yes, but there is still 1 in the deck, so
So we attacked with 2 birds here. Michelle taking 2 damage, but we also have another Battle Screech making 3 more birds, and we're probably going to tap those birds down to make even more birds, gaining a lot of life as a result.
yeah. So 4 blockers. You are at 13, and 13 It's not a bad amount of life, but again, it depends what will be the draw of mono red.
Oh, yep. Luminous Phantoms when creatures leave the graveyard, not on the battlefield.
Yeah.
That's my mistake.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite, yeah.
One is when the creature enter, and the other side is when the creature go out of the board.
Yeah. So yeah, the samurai tokens are actually white. These are custom-made tokens. It does get a little weird with stuff like prismatic strands when the mono-white player wants to name pro white.
And the reason
Sorry.
there is another bushwalker, yes.
Yep, they just come out of nowhere, right? It's just like, you have to respect that. It's like from the mono
Yes.
red player who's drawn a lot of cards thanks to this experimental synthesizer.
Yeah. Always think about the worst scenario. Always. Because if the opponent is able to simply draw a card that is statistically not easy, probably your opponent will do it.
Yeah.
That's my idea.
Yep.
Here there are plenty of damage.
There's a lot of samurais and a lot of birds happening right now.
Those are 11 damage.
Fabrizio's on 11, so he definitely needs to block here.
11 damage in total.
Yep.
But it was at 13. If
So-
I remember well.
Yep.
Or I miscount. 3. Ah, this is not a 2-2. Okay.
Yeah. So 4 meets 12 currently.
Okay.
Mono red might just be able to squeak this out, especially if you can just rip like a lightning bolt for lethal, which very much happened in game 2.
Well, also this wasn't a very easy matchup.
No, and-
Mono Red was able to.
Bearing in mind the mono white player had a couple of copies of Lone Missionary to start things off, and that's like 8 life, and we're still in this position where mono red's just pretty much had to deal with like an extra 10 damage throughout the game just to
Yeah.
like have a chance here.
Wow.
It also helps when you draw 4 experimental synthesizers and you have the mana to crack them all for samurais.
Yep.
They're not like stuck on the battlefield.
So Mono Red draw. Mono Whites simply decide to don't move. Stay behind. Try to draw another prismatic strand.
Yep. Do some blocking. These vigilant samurais have just been so good.
Mono Red untap, and then tap all the creature and says Mats is for blockers. So, so I want to try to push.
Yeah.
You have to survive.
Games have got
Go.
to end someday. Let's be
Yeah.
honest, games have got to end someday.
Oh, this is the rally. Rally means +1/+1 on every creature in order
Yep.
to try to.
Ramosian Rally for those at home.
Yes. And those are 3 damage, but he gain 4 life. Because every creature that die.
Because the tokens,
Yes, the tokens still goes to the graveyard and then stop to exist.
Yep. even though tokens aren't technically cards, they do
Yeah.
enter the graveyard.
Yeah.
Tokens are so weird in Magic.
Okay.
We have another Battle Screecher, number 3 here.
Also, this is not an easy situation because every time that if you attack, you have to think about the opponent can block everything, everything will die, and the opponent will gain a lot of life.
Mono White is still in this somehow. These bird tokens have just been doing quite a lot.
Yeah. But there is a moment in which you take damage, then creature die, then trigger the Lunar. So if you have a bolt effect, something can happen
Yep.
in the middle of that. So 2 damage, but plus 2 life. So
Yes.
the opponent is still at 5, but
Chipping away ever so slowly.
there was a
here.
moment in which a bolt could close the game.
Here comes a Mardu devotee. Going to scry 2, which is very important at this late stage in the game because the last thing you want is more
Yeah.
lands. We've discarded 2 and we have 6 in play. Mono White has more than enough lands to carry out its game plan.
So the Clockwork is the best creature to attack with, just because even if the opponent has a board state that is better, you will simply draw another card.
Yeah.
And it's a Galvanic Blast. Galvanic Blast?
Doesn't have Metalcraft here. We only have this Great Furnace in play.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get the full rebate, but it's just enough because there isn't a core Skyfisher in play right now. So.
Yeah. And also, the biggest threat in this moment was that Lunar.
Yes. And here comes Electrickery.
Electrically.
Thanks to the Mardu devotee just filtering that mana from a plains into a red source, and we talked about it at the top of the round.
Yeah.
That's also a good top deck. We've got a Ren's Resolve
Yeah.
here, hitting a Clockwork Percussionist and a Mountain. Mountain's not really what you need at this point because we've got 7 lands. Mono Red
Yeah.
has more than enough lands. Definitely just needs some more action because if not, I think Mono White is going to tie this up.
So you want to try to survive at least one
Two-
turn more.
Also, there's a 2-turn clock with these birds.
Yeah, and this is correct because if you attack with the other creature, the player of Mono Red can be able to draw 1 card
Yeah,
more.
just drawn 3 lands. One of them is a Great
Yeah.
Furnace. That's just not what you want to be as the Mono Red player. And
Yeah.
even though you had like 4 Experimental Synthesizers and 8 instances of just exiling the top card of your deck, and that Rems Resolve that also saw just like unfortunate amount of
Yeah.
flooding, that just happens. It's like you can't really do much about it.
But still, in a matchup like this, Mono Red was able to create the situation in which a top deck of a Bolt can close the game.
Yes.
So it was not easy.
Yeah. If we can we go up to a backup feature match at all? Cool.
Yes.
So they're still playing. We're in game 3. We've got Mono Blue Fairies against Mono Black Pact Doll.
Yes.
Grab
This
these
is
deck.
Mono Black Pact Garden.
Yes, for Colony Garden.
Yes.
And an Avenging Hunter.
I'm Avenging Hunter, and probably the most important point is the sideboard with 4 Weather the Storm to deal with this metagame full of Barn deck, Barn and Rakdos Barn. And yes, but the base is completely full of black cards, like Refurbished Familiar, and all the core, the engine draw.
Yeah.
That even without dispute, it's still very good.
Yeah.
With card like Eviscerator, Fanatical Offering.
We have a Crypt Rats on here, which is pretty good against the Fairies deck.
Yes.
That like is a bunch of X1s. Let's be honest.
Yes.
This one's gonna definitely keep the board in check.
And also we can see through Familiar
Yep.
and also Familiar is a very good card against Mono. Because you can simply force a counter, or if it enter, you can block a Fairies, discard 1 card.
You might draw a card in some cases if they've just got no
Yeah.
cards in hand. That comes up quite a bit.
So look at that, look at that. You can keep your Crypt Rats on
Crypt
board.
Rat's just doing a lot of like survey, like just controlling this battlefield because you need to like find a way to force your opponent to use it. So we also like Nicolo's got a few good cards in his hand here. He's got Cast Down, got Snuff Out, he's got a couple of Refurbished Familiars. Doesn't have a huge amount of ways to discount it. He only has his Vault of Whispers in his mana base right now. But even then, like 3 mana for that effect is still good.
Yeah. So Mono Black let to untap the Mono Fairies without just kill the creature on the board. So this is interesting. It's an interesting choice.
Yep.
Define.
We're gonna defile.
Now also, Spell Starter is not a good card in this
No.
moment. Because if you play Spell Starter, the opponent can simply pay 1 mana and clean the board.
Yeah.
Clean the board and let the spell resolve, even if it's a removal spell.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure.
Here comes a Fairy Miscreant. Even though we still have this crit rats just staring down the battlefield.
Yeah, you have to try to force, just because you don't have removals
Yes.
in mono fairies, so you have to try to force your opponent to deal at least 1 damage that will destroy also the crypt rats.
Mhm.
If you're not able to create this situation, probably you are simply losing.
Yeah.
So you have to force, you have to at least try.
We're snapping back the Miscreant.
So look at that. You have to try to push
Yes.
somehow. For example, if the next turn the opponent will play again the fairies and the mono black player will not draw another spot removal, you have to think, I want to let probably play a ninja or not.
Yeah.
Because if you sacrifice the crypt rat only to kill 1 single ninja, probably is not the best play.
Agreed. So we've got Refurbished Familiar coming down here. That's going to get annulled by the looks of it.
So we have another familiar and probably another annul,
Yep. I'm going to discard a land.
just to let
Yep.
enter 1 Icor Wellspring. This
Yeah.
can be good because you have to try to create the situation in which Ancestral
Yeah.
is a possibility.
Mhm.
And here we have the situation in which, what do you think? It's correct to destroy the single fairies? Probably yes.
Yeah. It depends if they can draw another crypt rats as well. Because there are 3 copies in the main board.
Now he is at the top deck and we will see.
We have no way to get rid of this Equal Wellspring right now by the looks of it as well. But we did open a draw Toxin Analysis.
Toxic analysis just to try to draw another card.
Yeah, just essentially what Nicolo's doing here is just turning the Toxin Analysis into a clue token, targeting the Ninja of the Deep Hours, just to try and find something. So Viscerated Insight, which is a great draw here.
Yeah. Draw 3. But you have to suck. Yeah.
You have
for
to
sure.
sack the Wellspring here. It looks like we have another Wellspring. We have a Fanatical offering as well, so you can draw some more cards next turn. Batio isn't doing much in terms of like attacking the life tail here, but we do have a cast down to take out the Ninja of the Deep Hours.
This is very important.
And the opponent is also tapped out with the
Yeah.
green mana available, which is not where you want to be as the mono black player.
That removal was very, very important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, mono blue can have the opportunity to be back to the game, and in this moment, is not what you want to make it happen.
Yep.
So now with a fairies on board, the problem is you have the Icor Wellspring in hand, but your opponent has the spell starter
Yeah.
active. So let's start.
Another Wellspring.
No spell starter, which is great.
Fanatical offering. Sacrificing the Wellspring to draw more cards.
Look at that. In 2 turn,
Make a map token.
you draw like 7, 6
and
cards.
And here's
plus
the backup crit rats. And we're going to sacrifice this map token to target the crit rats, adding a
Okay.
counter to crit rats, which means it does survive
Yes.
if it's activated once, which is very important here.
We call it Technoratto.
Very good.
Technoratto. Yes.
Very good. And we're going to Fanatical offering the plant token
Yeah.
from the Carney Garden. So
Now the only answer is a snap
Yep.
to bounce the Cryptrat and after that try to probably counter that Cryptrat, but in this
Yep.
moment I don't think that.
And this crit rat's is a 3/3 now, which is not too
Yeah.
bad in combat, let's be honest. It can definitely chip in there. It's going to be a fair few turns before this game ends if it's just the crit rat
Yes.
attacking, but 3/3 ain't nothing.
So what a time to be alive, to
Yeah.
see just a Cryptrat 3/3. Yes. This is a very good moment for the
Yeah.
history of Pauper.
Mono black control players slowly just coming out the woodwork.
Yes, yes, yes. Mono Black Control was one of the tire of, I think, 2016.
Yeah, and there we go. So Mono Black Packdoll takes
Yes.
it, kind of going up to 4-0, undefeated so far. So congratulations to them. And look, as is mentioned in the chat, like Mono Blue's not very good at top decking.
Yeah.
In a top deck war, it's just going to lose. And if you're able to use these Versari insights and these Fanatical offerings and just draw like 2, 3, 4 cards, it's like you're eventually just going to win that just on resources alone.
Yeah, yeah. So, Mono Black won that game.
Yep.
Again,
Crit Rats won that game.
Yes, so probably not the player, but only the Cryptrat.
The Techno Rat won.
The Technorat,
Technorat,
yes.
yeah.
And we are at the end of the fourth round. We have other 4 rounds still.
We are halfway through the day.
Yes.
Plenty still can happen here. Let's talk quickly about the metagame share because we mentioned it halfway through round 4. If we get the graphic up quickly, thank you. So we've got Giant Wildfire at 15%, which is the most represented deck of this weekend. Then we've got Mono Red Synthesizer at 9%, which we saw during round 4. Then we've got stuff like Rakdos Madness, Mono Blue Aggro, which is actually Mono Blue Fairies. And then we've got Mono Red Madness, Mono Blue Terror, and then it's High Tide after that. So what is your... So being on the Pauper format panel, what is your verdict? What do you think about this metagame share today?
I think that looking at the percentage, the metagame looks healthy.
You happy?
Yeah, because 15% of the most played deck in one single tournament, big like that, I think it's not too much. We can see a little problem when the percentage go up to 20%, but we know that at least 1 or 2 decks are always on top of metagame, on top of the pyramid. So I don't think it's too much. The second and the third one are below the 10%, so it's good. I don't think that there are too many surprises because we probably knew that those decks will be at the top of the metagame right now. Yeah. So we will take a little break. And then there will be 2 special guests from eBay, 2 content creator, big content creator that we all know not in the Magic scene. So stay there, and we will return in few minutes.
Thank you very much. See you soon.
How's it going, Chad? How's it going?
Hi everybody, we are here in Lucca, me and Elmo, and we are here for talking to you about this magic event, this amazing event. We are in Lucca. Today is the main event. We had 1,106 players. Three players?
Six.
Six
Yes,
players?
yes.
A lot of players, many players. This one is a magic event, is amazing, really amazing. It's the 10th anniversary. The first one was 10 years ago. They started in Fucecchio, was like...
Fucecchio.
Fucecchio.
Fucecchio, I like it. Okay.
I don't know the pronunciation of that city. I probably never went.
I used to not translate Italian cities and stuff like that. Like I don't say Rome and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Fucecchio.
It's Fucecchio. Fucecchio.
With the shirt, yeah.
Okay, it's so difficult for me. There was nearly 40 players, so now we had a lot more players in just 10 years. Thanks also to eBay because they are support the community. It's all organized by Bose and
Our Gianluca.
amazing Gianluca. They believed in the format. It's an Italian format.
Yeah.
Was born here, and it's a super.
Yeah, it's spread worldwide.
Yes.
There's a lot of communities and a lot of Italian people brought pauper in foreign countries. Like there's a really big pauper scene in London, which is created by Italians in London.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah.
And also we have in the venue there are a lot of Pro Tour players. So it's not so easy. Often people say like, oh, okay, you can play pauper because it's very easy to play.
No, it's not.
But it's not. You have a very variety in the meta. There is so many decks, and you can try something different, and you have some really skilled player against you. So it's always fun, and it's very cheap. So you can always like just for trying. You don't have to spend a lot of money in decks, and also I know that on eBay you can buy the decks, all the deck on in one spot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that's amazing.
you can search for the whole list on eBay.
Exactly.
And we have a lot really good Pro Tour competitors today. Like I mean, there's Del Pivo. There's,
Yes. There is Pegonti.
There's
There is
Pegonti,
Trujillo.
there's Marchino.
Marchino.
Marchino Trujillo. Is that Trujillo?
There is
There's,
also many
really good players.
many players that right now are not on Pro Tour, like Cirigliano, and so many great players. Today I think they will do 8 rounds.
8 rounds.
And
yeah.
Tomorrow 8
Tomorrow's gonna be 6 rounds
6
plus the top 8.
So we have
Yeah.
a lot of that. And also the next event will be in November, the last weekend of November, during the Eternal Weekend. We will also have a Pauper Gathon, and it will be official for Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
So I think it will be the first time.
Yeah, that's another really good thing to brag. Like we have Eternal Weekend in Lucca.
Yes,
I mean,
we'll be always here for like at least the next one. And
it's really
probably
funny the comparison between Eternal Weekend, which is
Yes.
like the most expensive format in Magic the Gathering,
Pauper.
and Pauper in the same time. But chat, we are here to talk with you too. We want to answer some questions. Do you have questions about the Pauper Gathering? Questions about I don't know, everything?
We
Ciao
are
everyone.
we are just here waiting for the round 5. So if you want to ask anything,
Yeah, there's a. I think they are announcing the turns.
the next round, yes.
No, the time is out. Maybe there's someone is gonna go to the turns.
Yes, because there is many mirror
Yeah,
with
high tide mirror.
high tide and June Wildfire. That will be very long.
Marchino score. I don't know. I think it's going well.
It was
I think
3-1.
It was 3-1. Both Pivo and Marchino were doing really well. What's your favorite decks in Pauper or in general? In Pauper, my favorite decks is maybe Giant Wildfire. I like it because it's solid.
Are you sure about
Yeah,
that?
I don't. I hate decks like Mono Terror because you rely on the perfect rows and you have really good matchup and really bad matchups. I like to go on a tournament with like without having no auto win against anyone, but no auto loss against some
Yes, a solid
archetypes.
deck.
Like I want to play Magic every round against anyone and play the games that I can win it with everyone without over winning or over losing.
Yeah, I agree. I usually play mono red, but in this format,
Redness?
No, it depends.
Okay.
But in this format, I'm playing Bogos.
How can it be so beautiful? Because I'm next to her, so I'm shining with her light. My favorite is Dredge. Dredge, no. I don't like Dredge.
No. Well,
Not right now, maybe.
so gusti.
So gusti, voglio dire, so gusti. Italiano, ci sono italiani in chat, sì, qualcuno sì. Mi hanno detto parla in inglese, ma tu sì in italiano si parla anche qui, voglio dire. Lurcato in italiano.
That is perfect.
Are you enjoying, eccoli. Are you enjoying the stream, the beautiful Mirko Ciabatta that talks and talks and talks and yap.
Poor Mirko. Well, we have Will with the beard right
Yeah.
now. I think that he is the most beautiful in the venue.
Next Powergathering, we want to see you. Maybe I will not play in every Powergathering because I work with both and eBay both. So most of the time we have to make content and stuff, but maybe one day.
Never say never.
Never say never. If you could downshift one card to common, what would it be? One card you want to see in Pauper. but it's
Experimental
not.
Frenzy.
Really?
Yes.
A little bit too much, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit much, yes.
No, I want the Chocobo.
Ooh,
I want the
fun.
Domenico Cava Chocobo.
That's fun.
It's really bad that it's uncommon. I really wanted it to be common. The new Tarmogoyf.
I don't know if they will ever
No, they
do
will not.
that.
No,
but
they can't. It's
not
related to
very-
Final Fantasy. Demo mio padre, demo my father. Where we can find the pairings? There's the
I think
event?
there it is, the pairings.
Yeah. Excellent.
That's
Easy.
perfect.
Easy. When
Yes.
on MTGO, I have some go for that.
Yes, the next Poppergaddon will be, I don't know if sponsored by Wizards, but it will be in an official Wizards event.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident to say that.
Where is the next Eternal Weekend with that power? She said it.
Here in Lucca, the last weekend of November.
Yeah. Can you have them show the image of the metagame breakdowns again, please? Maybe? Maybe we can? Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's nice.
Ma facciamo un applauso alla regia. Chat spam clap for our amazing directors.
Yeah, Rakdos Madness is pretty fun too.
Yeah. Yes,
I'll-
Grul Ponza. Grul Ponza made the top 4 yesterday.
Yes, but yesterday was something strange.
Yesterday
because
was like there was
The
6
top
rounds to fight for the bye for today.
Oh, it
for
was
the first round. Yeah.
the second tournament.
Yeah. And a guy with Ponza made a really, really good run, but today he said, no, I won't play Ponza, I want to play
Yeah.
Mono Terror. I said, no,
Yeah,
you are
it's
the
okay.
Ponza hero, stick on Ponza.
Well, sometimes in tournaments like the top pauper player, people trying something different, something spicy, or even something that they want to test for bigger events, and then the day after, bring just something that they know very well and that is solid and confident with. So it's always very strange, the meta of the top pauper player.
Yeah, Pauper is a really pet deck format. Like us, a lot of people has their pet decks, and they don't care about the meta, they don't care about the matchups. They stick to their pet decks because like, if you're lucky and Mirko doesn't blast your cards, you can play the same deck over and over again for your life.
Yes.
So beware of Mirko Ciabatta.
Also, I've asked to Martin Yusa a few months ago how to prepare for this kind of event, and he always said, bring the deck that you are more confident with.
Yeah.
Even if it's not perfect in meta, if it's not the strongest deck, if you are confident with your deck, you know what you're doing, so it's easier for you to play that deck. Even if the meta, yes, of course, if you bring something that is completely unplayable, it's something different. But if you know that
Sure.
you can just try to fight with your deck, use that.
Yeah, a good player with the best deck they can play is always gonna be better than a good player with the meta deck without enough testing.
Yes.
Ever. Yeah.
Yes, totally agree.
More questions. How much time we have?
I don't know. I think that they will come and stop us. Otherwise, we can conquer the station and stay here forever.
What's the score of Gianni from the small pub? Gianni del Barretto is not competing because he's in the Barretto. So Celestia Goblins is viable.
Well, if
you
you
can use
try, but
changelings if you want.
why
What
not?
secret layer do you want to see next? I don't have ideas on secret layers, but I have ideas on a lot of universes beyond I want to see. Could it be like a universe beyond that you want to see in Magic the Gathering?
I want
have
the
some.
Cosmoverse from Brandon Sanderson.
Okay.
It's a writer, a fantasy writer.
Yeah, no.
And I think that this could be amazing. Because also he has a huge fan base.
Yep.
So it could be very good, and I think in Magic it could be perfect. You have any idea?
Oh,
or
I have a lot.
too many?
So, the Metal Gear Saga,
Oh, yeah.
Metal Gear Solid Saga would be amazing with a lot of mechs and vehicles,
Yes.
all the Metal Gears, the weapons and stuff. Saint Seiya.
Yeah, that could be good.
Saint Seiya could be really, really, really good. Elden Ring.
Yes,
Yeah.
Elden
The
Ring,
Souls universe.
It's perfect.
Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Bloodborne would be amazing.
Agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. I don't like Harry Potter in Magic. I hope they will
We
never
already
do
have.
that. Yeah,
It's
kind of.
6-7.
Yeah, exactly. Not another Strict 7, please. Not another one.
Now, I really like the universes beyond. You can see like some no more universes beyond. It's a fresh, like it's a breath of fresh air for the game, and we are as creators, we are seeing how many people are starting with universes beyond.
Yes, a lot of players. From Lord of the Rings, I think, and from that was the start, from people and players to say, to go back to Magic, even if they like, oh, I was playing when I was a kid, but then I didn't like so much, and now it's Lord of the Rings, Final Fantasy, SpongeBob.
I think it's a personal bias. I think every person that says I don't want universes beyond, they just need the universe beyond they like to change their mind.
The right one.
Yeah, because Georgia Universe Beyond. Oh my God! I mean, everyone like I heard I didn't like the really first one was not Universes Beyond. The first full set release was Lord of the Rings, but the first one was Walking Dead.
Yeah.
I never watched it. I don't care. So at first I was say this is strange. I don't like
yeah.
it so much. But then they released the EPs I like. So I
You
said,
change your
okay,
mind.
You just need your universes beyond. Yeah, we are going back to Strixhaven. Yeah, we are going back to Strixhaven maybe to learn more about the actual plane of Arcavios.
Yeah, I know we will be back with Strict 7, but you know, I always have space for hope.
Yeah.
I didn't like that exp.
Yeah, sometimes a lot of people says, Universes Beyond takes space from the lore sets. We want more Magic the Gathering lore.
More.
But I mean, if the basic sets are Carl of Manor with the lore of Cluedo,
Yeah.
we can have Universes Beyond without.
Yeah, I agree.
Without
And
lore
also
at
we
all.
have so many new sets every year, so I don't think it's very difficult for us to just, they don't bring anything less to us.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people coming and go in the lore, like Bolas. Bolas is back. Jace is Dr. Manhattan now, so
And
we
that
don't
is
know
why-
what's gonna happen. I'm really intrigued in the Edge of Eternity lore
Uh-huh.
because we're gonna finally know about the Fomori.
Yeah, I agree.
So maybe there's some insight from the Fomori War.
Hello. So now we have to close and to bring back the stream to Will. And we are ready for round 6. From today, we will see you back. I think another time today.
Maybe
and,
today,
tomorrow.
maybe later.
Yes.
Maybe if it's needed later, we're gonna come back here.
I think-
to chit chat a little bit with you again or tomorrow.
Yes.
So fate per benino, Bini?
Back, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary, where we are celebrating the Pauper format and its entirety. We've got so many players in the room, over 1,100 in just the main event itself. It feels like a GP of old. Let me first kick off this round number 5, by introducing these two beautiful faces that you see on your screen. My name is Will, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and this is a Paupergeddon winner. This is Alex Moretti, and we are taking you through round number 5. We've got to get everyone to around 18 points or more, and then they're going to be able to get back for day number 2 and battle out for their share of some really sweet cash prizes. So let's have a look at them now. Alex, break this down for me.
Okay, so now the winner of this main event will get 6,000 euros, while the finalist just 3,000.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's
Yeah,
not bad for losing
not
game
bad.
Magic.
While the top 4 they get 1,500 euros, top 8 1,000, top 16 500, top 32 250, while the top 64 100 euros.
You take that, you know what I mean, all the way down to 64th place. If you get to play a whole weekend of Magic, enjoy it, hang out with all your friends in this lovely weather, which is getting extremely hot in here right now. But then at the end of the day, you're able to make a little bit of cash on the side, pay for the next event that you're going to. That is going to be super sweet. And what is super sweet is our feature match this round. Both players 4-0. We've got Burn at the top of your screens against Mono Black Sacrifice at the bottom. Now, Alex, how does this pan out? Who do you think's favored?
Okay, so the matchup is really good for Mono Red, you know, but is very good at killing small creatures. And Mono Black Sacrifice is a deck relying on a lot of very small creatures. You know, it is a deck, an aggro deck relying on Carrion Feeder and Mortician Beetle, which are both of them are 1/1 creatures that cost only 1 black mana, but they grow when you sacrifice stuff. So for that reason, Mono Red could play the role of a control deck.
And do you think that's something that they are going to do in this? Like, is that something that you only learn of experience in this matchup? Maybe if this is the first time you're playing it, do you just go to your A game, which is turn everything sideways, throw all burn spells to the face?
Well, to be honest, I think Mono Black Sacrifice is not really well placed in the current meta game.
Why do you think that?
Because, you know, Mono Red is one of the most played decks, and also it really struggles against the Kraken Shaman. And, you know, Giant Wildfire is very well represented in the current
As we've
format.
seen, yeah.
So, you know, but, you know, Lorenzo Bellocco with Mono Black Sacrifice is 4-0. So I guess they were good as a player, or they just have luck. I don't know. Anyway.
Sometimes it helps, you know what I mean? Look at what's going on this board already. We've managed to generate 3 squirrel tokens, and that's, of course, every time that is it when it dies, you get it equal to its power?
Yeah, you get 1 squirrel token when the creatures, or later. You get an amount of squirrel tokens equal to the power of the creature, nested shambling, I guess.
Let me find it. Yeah, it's Nested Shambler.
So Bellocco targeted the nested shambler with a spell, an instant 1 black mana instant speed spell.
2, and it basically like almost reanimates it itself, the supernatural stamina.
Yep. So we were able to generate a decent amount of creatures on the battlefield, and maybe this will be enough to slow down Mono Red from killing it, because, you know, Mono Red is a very fast deck.
It's very fast, but like it's like all Mono Red / burn decks. They need to try and get that life total down from 20 to around, you know, the 12, 10 sort of marks. They can finish them off with the burn spells. In like modern, there's a lot of fetch lands, there's a lot of shock lands, so they tended to do it for you. Don't have that here in Pauper, so we've got to really rely on our early creatures to get that extra bit of damage in, drop them down below 15, below 12, below 10, so then we can finish them off with our burn spells, because right now the board is looking pretty gummed up.
Yep. So, you know, without any shock lands or fetch land in Pauper, maybe burn is not as good as modern, but to be honest, we do have a very powerful stuff like Fire Blast, like in Void.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got some good stuff floating around. Ooh, what's this one?
Mortician Beetle. So probably the best card you want to pair alongside Carrion Feeder.
Yep.
And now they have a couple very... Okay.
Oh, this is bored. Someone in chat just said, how is this 4-0? Well, this is looking pretty spicy why we're 4-0. We've managed to go up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power on the board, but the ability to sacrifice a creature, as soon as we sacrifice a creature, that is going to generate another 3 counters across some of our creatures. So huge board state here. Might even be able to end the game next turn if we're able to like kind of go wide a little bit more and have more things to sacrifice.
Yeah, as you can also see, there is a copy of Sadistically in Mono Black Sacrifice, and so it is kind of similar to Mortician Beetle. The card was played in the Brute Scale combo deck, but Basking Brute Scale is no longer Liga, but Sadistically is still. So maybe thanks to Mortician Beetle and Sadistically, they can generate a lot of power on the battlefield next turn, enough to kill Mono Red in a couple turns. Mono Black Sacrifice doesn't really have a lot of life right now. Just 11.
Yeah, just at 11, and every single one of these like non-creature spells being cast is also doing a point of damage to the dome, because we went Synthesizer into the basic land that we needed for the turn, but no attacks are going to happen. Everything's going to be back on defense. We get to untap. Oh, do we want to do anything crazy? Is this going to be the turn that we can get through? Do they have any cards that give lifelink? Is what I'm kind of thinking. Something that gives it, +2/+0 comes back if it's and it's got lifelink. Let's have a little look what we got going on. Nothing there, nothing there.
No, I think they don't play anything in the main deck.
Yeah, it doesn't look. I don't even know if we've got it in the sideboard looking at. Oh yeah, that's Death Touch. That is the lifelink. Okay, so in the sideboard we've got some stuff to give things lifelink. So our life total is going to stay what it is. Treasure tokens can be made. This deck's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yep. Okay, so we have now Sadistically on the Nested Shambler, Shambling Ghast, and we are swinging in with all the biggest creature.
So am I right? Every time we sacrifice something now, 4 creatures will get a +1/+1 counter.
Yep.
So as we see there, we're sacrificing using the -1/-1 ability of the Ghast to take out one of the blockers. Because we did that, the trigger happens, +1/+1 counter goes on both of these, and it goes to these two on the right? Yeah.
I think they miscounted the amount of counters on the Nested Shambler, or I'm wrong.
There must be a reason for it, right? Let's see if we
They
can
get
work.
just one counter when a creature dies. Ah, no, wait, because...
Oh, the one on the other side
Bonanni
died, yeah.
Yep.
They know what's going on.
Okay, I think that Sadistically on the Nested Shambler could be a game changer, because you can put up a bunch of counters on the Shambler, then sacrifice the Shambler to generate an even bigger amount of creature. So that could be...
That's huge. That is mental, actually, if you think about it. Are we able to... I don't think we can do it enough to get 15. Can we get 15 points in this turn?
They're taking damage from 2 Mortician Beetle?
Well, about to say, if they're blocking like this, I think there's a chance, because every time we sack, this gets bigger. Then we sacrifice that, make... This is 4, 5... So we're going to make another 6 tokens.
Wow.
Those 6 tokens will give +6 to each of these, making them 10 power. This would be an attack for 20 power. That's cool.
Wow.
I'm down for this, because we didn't block. We let them both go through. And yeah, they're going to sacrifice this. It's got 6 power. That's going to make 6 more squirrels. I'm going to sacrifice those 6 squirrels to make everything get another +6/+6. And yeah, we're scooping up. That is how this mono black sacrifice deck is still 4-0 currently. And now one game away from going into the game to being a 5-0 record. That's cool.
Yeah,
I really like that.
That was really unexpected.
I'm glad that we get to see that. All right, well, we got sideboards for everything. That's it. I love it when we find these cool decks out in the field. What we do between rounds is we're walking around the tables trying to find the cool decks out there. The way that the numbers work on the meta game, which we'll talk about after this round, you're going to get gravitated towards more the more meta decks in the format. So we're trying to find these cool little spicy bits out there, and this mono black sacrifice one looks great. So, starting on the mono red side, what do they have in their sideboard that could be useful here? Basically, exactly the same as last time we saw it. It looks like we've got some Cast and Fire, some Pyroblasts, some Relics, and a Suplex. I don't think I've seen this one before. This one's the new one from Final Fantasy. Anything you like here?
I think well, to be honest, I don't really know what you want to bring in, because Cast into the Fire and Suplex maybe aren't really good to deal with mono black creatures. I mean, you probably are just doing fine with the burn spells you already have in the deck, but to be honest, maybe casting the fire you can play it as a way to kill more than one creature with a single card. Maybe suplex if you think the opponent is playing cards like an Earth because you exile a creature, but I guess you don't really need extra versions of Lightning Bolt. I mean, after all, you die from Carrion Feeder and Mortician Beetle when they are too much big, non where they are just 1/1 or slightly bigger.
Well, let's have a little look over the game. I won't say numbers, but we've got Armor of Shadows, we've got Fey Macabre, we've got the Mimic Fiend, we've got the Unexpected Fangs, and we've got some Snuff Outs. Anything like on those lines bringing in here?
Well, you know, Unexpected Fangs is the most expected card.
We love it. Puns for days, ladies and gentlemen.
And
why? What? Let's say why. Maybe people don't know what this card actually does. It's 2 mana for an instant, pit +1/+1 counter, and lifelink counter on target creature. Pretty good if you're making huge creatures and turn them sideways. If you give them lifelink against the mono burn deck, you're probably going to be favored in that matchup.
maybe you can also bring in the other instant speed card that allows you to protect your creature, you know?
Okay, so Armor of Shadows is a way to give it indestructible.
To be honest, I never seen that card being played in a deck before.
I kind of like that. And like you're literally like a pauper expert. You know, you've been doing this for years, and yet there's still cards and coming into decks that you haven't seen. That shows how cool and innovative pauper still is, even now. Because it's not like I'm going to throw it to modern. Modern kind of gets a big shift. Maybe one card per set if we're lucky, or then a Modern Horizon set which completely shifts it all. Pauper, every single set that comes out is having a wave, if anything, more cards printed at common than any other rarity. So that's the ones that people try and take a big impact in, and that's what we're seeing just in this deck in general with the Unexpected Fangs, and we'll see if we can find a few more of them throughout today for all you beautiful people out there. Yeah, deck lists will be posted after the event. We need to get to that top 8. It's a closed deck list tournament, hence why we can't show them on the screen for you all. But we do have access to seeing them, so we can talk roughly about what they are. I can't tell you numbers, can't tell you total. Obviously, if we see it on the stream, then it's fair game, but can't get that information out to you yet. But what we can do is, I think yesterday's information is up, where we had 100 players playing in the top Pauper League final 2025. They played yesterday. We had the top 8. That all got posted, so you'll be able to see those deck lists if you're interested to see basically what might have shaped some of today's meta, or at least some of the decks that will put up really good finishes yesterday. I recommend going to look at that 5-land spy deck, because that was my favorite deck I saw yesterday. What was your favorite deck?
Yeah, from the top 8 from yesterday's top 8 of spy was clearly the spies. I mean, the most interesting build and probably even the most unexpected deck.
Yeah, it was really, really cool seeing. There's quite a few. Like looking at the metagame, how do I say? It's like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th and 11th most played deck today as well. So it's definitely on the uptick, which is really sweet.
Okay, now.
Yeah, so sorry, someone in the chat just said, so we're off to the races. But when it comes to open deck lists, things like the regional championships and the Pro Tour, they tend to be open deck list tournaments to kind of avoid teams getting an advantage going around and scouting the field. Closed deck list tournaments like this is still a thing, so you know we can't make it open to everybody. Otherwise, we'd add more time onto the tournament, because every player's got to have a couple, 3 minutes before, 3 minutes during sideboard. Each time they sideboard, it just adds like an extra 10 minutes onto each round, and we want to kind of get on with it here, because it's very hot in the room. Right, catch me up. Al, what just happened?
So Mono Red kept a 1-lander, and now they're trying to keep down the amount of creature on the battlefield from Mono Black side.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like Mono Black has a lot of good cards, and so they were able to play Carrion Feeder, got bolted, but they have another copy of Carrion Feeder. And seems like they already have Unexpected Fangs and other powerful.
What's that
threats.
one?
Oh,
I'm having a look. That is a Ghoul Caller Chant. That is 1 mana for a sorcery. Choose one. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand, or return 2 target zombie cards from your graveyard to your hand. How many zombies are we playing? I see 4. I see 8. I see 12. I see 16. So there's a good chance that you'll be able to get multiple zombies back in a 1-er.
Yes, they bring it back. Shambling Ghast and Carrion Feeder, but they have a lot of interaction. Very cool interaction with the card. To be honest, just a way to draw 2 cards is very with only 1 mana is still really crazy. I mean, okay, we are playing with common cards, but you know, it is also a format relying on card advantage, and it's probably divination is still probably one of the best kind of card advantage you still have in the format. So doing that with just only 1 mana is still very strong.
Lightning Bolt is going to try and take it out while the trigger's on the stack. I've asked the question, chat. I've sent it to the man. Can we get Dredge on next round? That's all I can do. But I'm trying for you, chat. Any other decks you want to see, let us know in the chat, and I'll try my best to try and get them on the stream for you all. Passing the turn back. Still restrained on 1 mana. We've seen it a few times this weekend, though, that Screw has beat Flood in a couple of games, so maybe that might be a situation here. But we're really determined to get this Carrion Feeder off the board. We know how scary that can be. It's a sacrifice outlet as well as itself just getting huge the longer the game goes. We're going to give this +2/+0, and when it dies, we're going to return it. And then we're going to Lava Dart it, getting rid of our last land, and only land, I might add, to nullify it. It's going to get sacrificed in response, putting a counter on the Carrion Feeder. Now, I'm going to sacrifice this Squirrel to put a second counter on there. Are we doing it again? Yeah, we're going to keep... That's how important this Carrion Feeder is then.
Well, you know, even if the Twin Lightning resolves, I think Mono Black is very well positioned right now. I mean, Mono Red doesn't have any land left on the battlefield.
They had to sacrifice the 1 land just to be able to kind of stop that shenanigans that's happening. And what is left is they've left a 5-powered lifelinker on the board now, because it's not only, it doesn't lose that lifelink.
No,
that lifelink is going to have you know, the counter to the end of it.
Yeah, so I guess unless Mono Red is able to draw a couple lands on the top deck, probably that 5/5 creature with the lifelink is gonna end the game very
quickly and efficiently. You know, our life total is going to, well, the life total for the ones at the bottom of our screen is going up to 24 and 14 on the burn side. It shakes the hand, didn't get the land. Sometimes that's how it works. You know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. You want that low land count, that low curve in your deck. It will bite you in the butt. But for, you know, Lorenzo here, that's good for them. 5-0 now with Mono Black Sacrifice.
That's a very good result, I say.
All right, well, let's move it across to our backup feature match and see how they're getting on and what decks it is. I need to work out what table it is so I can see the decks. It looks like we got the... Oh, this is Ramp. This is the red-green Ramp deck, right?
Yep,
Which,
gold Punza.
are they going to game 2 or is that game 3?
Seems like they were able to win a game.
Oh, Ponza's 1-2-0.
2-0.
Whoa, that was really quick. Both our games finished within 20 minutes. That doesn't happen ever for me and you. That's horrendous. Okay, well, let's see if we can find something to fill the time with. The metagame breakdown, because I know that's what everyone's going to want to see at home. If you can't see gameplay coverage, you definitely don't want to see our faces. Can we see the metagame breakdown, please? Even though, if you haven't, welcome. Will and Alex taking you through round number 5, even though that was the quickest round I've ever casted, and I'll take it. This, though, is the metagame breakdown. We're going to start from the top, Alex. Jund Wildfire, 164 decks in the room. Are you surprised?
Not at all. I mean, the best deck in the format. The best deck in the format, we were expecting it. It had very good result in the last editions. And, you know, you don't really have any negative matchup with this deck.
All right. What about Mono Red Synthesizer? That is the second most played deck. It's 96 copies in the room.
So while taking outside of this room with a couple players, they said to me that we weren't expecting that many Mono Red Synth. I mean, deck is still good, but they thought of it of more, I mean, magical line deck. So they were expecting to see other stuff, maybe more mid-range-ish strategies rather than Mono Red. But to be honest, I think it is expected. I mean, decks like Jund, Wildfire, or other mid-range strategies, if they don't find the life gain, are kind of weak to any burn deck.
All right. Next up, we've got Rakdos, Magnus, AE1 decks, and then I've got 72 decks that are mono red man. So let's just group the Madnesses together. Do you think that's the deck I was expecting a lot this weekend, was the Madness deck? Is that because I see it a lot online? Do you think that's the representation? That's why so many people bring in it? And also tell me the difference of what do I gain from having black in my deck opposed to keeping it mono red?
So mono red Madness and Rakdos Madness are somewhat the burn decks that you want to play when you don't want to play mono red seed. Madness, Rakdos, it is believed to be very good against the other burn decks because your burn spells, your black burn spells have lifelink more or less. You know, when you cast Arms of Divine or Vampire's Kiss, you also get back some life. So, you know, Lightning Helix is not proper legal, but we have some turn cards that do more or less the same kind of effect. While Mono Red Madness is more faster compared to Rakdos Madness, has a better mana base because just basic Mountain. And it also plays Guttersnip. Guttersnip is a very strong card. It was played once in Standard, and I was really surprised, but not seeing it playing in Pauper when it was downgraded.
That's the free drop, right? The free drop 2/2 whenever you cast a spell does 2 damage to someone's face.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the one.
That
cool.
card is truly powerful in my opinion. And you know, when you play a bunch of free spells like Fire Blast and Lava Dart, Guttersnipe is strong. I mean, you cast cards like Grab the Prize or other draw effect that requires you to discard cards, so you're still playing Sneaky Snacker.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sneaky Snacker, a fairy, which puts me on nicely to this mono blue aggro deck. We believe that is the fairies list. It's not the terrors deck. It is like a mono blue fairies. Speaking to a lot of the grinders in the room, that I see a lot of the RCs. They tend to be. This is the deck that they've gravitated towards. They like the idea of the tempo, adding things to the board or stopping your opponent doing their game plan. Also, they get to play things like Counterspell, which you know a lot of Magic players like to play. What do you think about that deck?
To be honest, mono blue fairies is. Yeah, it is a tempo deck more oriented to aggro compared to other versions, other blue decks, but it's also more control-ish compared to Mono Blue Terror, which is another blue tempo deck played in Pauper and also well represented, I believe, in this event.
All right, we're going to go on to Elves. We kind of all know what Elves is about, but weirdly in the top 10 decks that brought this weekend, there's 38 copies of that. I want to talk about Grixis Affinity. Yesterday we saw some Dimir Affinity. You said that Grixis Affinity is just a better deck in general because of the red splash. It gives you access to a lot more cards in the main and also your sideboard for the pauper kind of meta that it's got going on. What do you think about that? 31 copies were bought today.
So Grixis Affinity was once maybe the best deck in Pauper. It used to be the best deck in Pauper for a lot of years. Right now, it is no longer as much as played as in the past, mostly due to the presence of Giant Wildfire. You know, Wildfire is very strong against Affinity, thanks to the Virtue Chrysalis. You know, they more or less do the same thing, but Grixis Affinity has more card advantage and also has blue counter spells. You know, Blue Elemental Blast, eventually Negate and Metallic Rebuke. Blue Elemental Blast, I guess, is very strong against mono red. So, you know, if you are playing Giant Wildfire and you're expecting a lot of mono red Madness or other burn spell decks, maybe Affinity is better against the field. But still, with the presence, with so many copies of Giant Wildfire in the metagame, it is kind of reckless to play Grixis Affinity because you need to find a very good game plan against a very, very strong, very, very big Eldrazi creature with reach.
Well, I got some good news for all you people out there. As much as you like the moneymaker and you like the metagame, I'm being told we managed to actually go find another table out on the field because we finished really early, and we needed more. I'm being told we to go for a break now. Not this table. 2 seconds. I don't know what that is. All right, I'm told we're going to have a short break, like a real quick break while we kind of switch something over. And then when we switch over, we'll be back momentarily. So don't go anywhere. Go get yourself a drink, and we'll see you in a second. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. So we just had to get this table across and kind of set up, get all the information from them. Both players are 4-0 here at Paupergeddon, where we are into round number 5 of 8 that we're going to bring you today. Players are trying to get themselves 18 points. That's a 6-2 or better record to get into day number 2. And then they get to battle tomorrow with 6 rounds of Swiss before we cut to that top 8. We've got 27,000 euros on the line for everybody getting into that top 64. Or if you're watching in America, good morning. There is $32,000 on the line. Both of these players are 1-on-1. Jund Wildfire versus Mono Blue Fairies. The number 1 and number 4 deck brought in the meta this weekend. How is this going to play out?
Well, I think this matchup could be really, really cool. I mean, there's a lot of interaction, a lot of choices. So you need to figure out how to play better than your opponent. You can also have a lot of counter spells like Counterspell or Spellstutter Sprite. Or
a lot of blue players like that Counterspell card I heard.
Yeah.
I don't really cast it that much. It's not really in the decks that I play. I have cast it, but the decks I tend to play don't have Counterspell in it, really. It's kind of like if I sometimes play Murktide or whatever, I'm more of a proactive player, I think, than a reactive player. What about yourself? Do you like proactive or reactive?
I'm more like of a reactive player.
Okay.
Even when I'm playing, I said to you that I do really love combo decks, but even when I'm playing combos, I try to combo off on the last turn, and sometimes I lose to that because I probably need to be a bit faster.
A bit more aggressive. I like people to have. I'm making you have the answer rather than having the answer myself. Both these players, though, need this W to advance to a 5-0, which means you're only 1 win away from getting yourself into day number 2. Anything past that is just extra to try and tomorrow give yourself the best chances to get into the top 8. Jund Wildfire, Mono Blue Fairies. We'll see who is actually going to be on the play as we go into this game of 3, because that in itself can be pretty important if you're on the fairy side, being able to get that extra threat down a turn before holding up all the counter magic that is needed. Or maybe you're on the Jund Wildfire, being able to ramp out a little bit more, get that 3rd mana by the time your opponent's only got the 1. Remember, it is a post-sideboard game. I think they're just doing some last-minute changes now to the, what they want to do. Oh, maybe it's a broken sleeve by the looks of it. They're just swapping out one of these cards here. 2 broken sleeves. 3 broken sleeves. Maybe this is how they sideboard. Maybe they've only got 60 sleeves and they're just saying, de-sleeve these, we sleeve these. Or they might be getting changing their sleeves, which is very awkward considering the second we move into the feature match. Let me check on that. While that information comes back to me, it would be very awkward if it was. We shall. Let's talk about some of these more of these decks here that are kind of scraping into that top 8. I'm gonna go for decks that have got between 10 and 20 representation this weekend. Of course, over 1,100 players in the room. First one that's got 20 is the Oslo Familiar deck that we saw take down the Pauper Player of the Year event yesterday. That's a deck you said you didn't think there's going to be much of. There isn't really much of it, but it is, in the top 20 decks here. Why do we see players gravitating towards that, and why did we see it win yesterday?
So Azorius Familiar is very well placed against mono-red strategies. Having a very good card that gives you life gain, this 0/4, good Fearless Faithful, and also having Hydroblast in the sideboard makes you very strong against any burn spells or any creature that deals direct damage to you.
All right, next up, where are we at? We're there. Dredge, 18 copies of Dredge. I also saw there's a mono red Dredge deck. I don't know if that's the same thing. When I think Dredge, I think of black and green type colors, gory stuff. Is that what the more traditional Dredge deck is in this format?
Well, the traditional Dredge in Pauper is Golgari Dredge. So we talked earlier about the deck.
Yep.
You have a bunch of creatures that middle you and give you land. And mono red is more or less this same deck, but instead of playing those creatures, you play Fatalist Looting,
okay, you're playing the spells instead,
etc. You are faster, way faster. But
in the mono red version?
Yep, in the mono red. But you lose Neo to the Bone. which is a very strong card and probably the reason to play Dredge in this metagame. Kneel to the Bone was, I think, once played in Modern Living End. It is an instant speed spell that costs 3 mana and does also flashback for the same cost. It gives you 2 life for every creature card you have in your graveyard.
Okay.
So
Pretty good against all these red decks.
yeah. So you play 2 copies or 3 copies of that card, even in the main board, and that means you play less traditional combo style against those aggressive strategies. You just try to slow down your opponent and then win in the mid to late game when they don't have much interaction.
All right, well, it looks like we're off the races. So we're going to hold that there. We got to Dredge. That means Flickertron's next to speak about.
Yeah.
But while the opponents are going to, or our players are going to draw that opening hand, what do you want to see in that opening hand if you are on the Gen Wildfire side?
So now I think you really want ways to stop your opponent from getting a Sprite or a Ninja on the battlefield. Spectator Sprite is truly troublesome because it generates a large amount of advantage by countering your most powerful spell if they have enough Sprite, if they have enough fairies on the battlefield, while Ninja of Deity Power or Moonsuku Attacker are able to bring you back the fairy and then draw 1 card whenever they deal direct damage to the player.
All right, well, it looks like we're starting down on the John Wildfire side. Starting with Bazika Bog, obviously no graveyard to nuke here because it is turn 1. Over on the other side, we're going to get that fairy on the board. We're going to get the Seer, do a Scry 2. Looks like we like both of them, keeping them both on top. That's really scary when that happens.
Yeah, you know, when you play against fairies and they have a fairy Seer on first turn, you just hope they don't have Ninja and you hope they don't want to keep none of those cards. In this case, they kept both the land and the spell starter Sprite, so that means they could be going down for Ninja or turn 2, or if they don't want to do that, they can just leave the mana open and counter whatever card John Wildfire they may present.
I can see double spell scatter Sprite in hand as well, so definitely the next couple of cards will be getting counted, I imagine. Looks like we're having some mana issues here. Really stumbling with that Bazika Bog, then into a fetch land, having to crack that, go get yourself a mountain, another fetch land. So still no like forest situation going on here. Still holding up the 2 mana the whole time though. You know, representing a removal spell. If you were to use some sort of ninjutsu effect to get this fairy back to the hand, getting there for another point of damage. And you've got to always go through the Song and Dance. I'll go no blocks, no effects. I'll take damage. Sure, crack on. There's another fairy. Scry 2 again. Let's see, 1 island, 1 spell. Left them both on top again.
Wow. Okay, that's really scary.
Sometimes you just have it all. Sometimes it just works. We're going to end the turn, crack again. This one I imagine is going to find us the forest.
All right, so I believe we will be able to see soon a rating Chrysalis. I mean, they did nothing until now, so maybe they kept the hand because they have rating Chrysalis. I mean, card is pretty strong against fairies.
Well, that's the one we could cast now that would actually resolve. If we cast anything 1, 2, or even 3 now, we'll be able to get rid of them with the spell skirt, right?
Yep. Sprite counter a spell that costs X or less, where X is the amount of fairies you have on the battlefield.
I don't think I care about this. Do you?
Yeah, I think they'll play the Sprite, even if you don't counter it because they have a Pyroblast. Then in the next turn you can play Ninja of Deity Power and still have 2 mana open to cast another Sprite to protect your Ninja.
Yeah, I think the card we left on top was a land as the first one. So we are going to see a Pyroblast. That is going to resolve, but the shield will now be down next turn. Or not, with his final Silver Swamp, so we're going to play that and then pass by the looks of it. Untap, draw for turn. I think that was the forest we left on there from the Scry. Not the forest, the basic, sorry. Now we've got the option to Ninja for 2, as you said, as well as hold up that spell scatter. At what point did the spell scatter start getting useless and like dead in the hand, just a 1/1 flash?
Well, to be honest, they may choose to not cast, to not activate the ninjutsu ability to put on the battlefield the ninja, because maybe they prefer to use the ninja on the spell starter sprite. So now they're just waiting for Jand to do something, because you know they have 2 crystals on the battlefield. They keep doing 2 damage every turn. Jand is not doing nothing. So
this is discipline. Like, doing what they're doing now is like really disciplined. Cool. If you're not doing anything, I'm not going to do anything. But we are going to fire this off. We're going to try and ninja this in now. Do you have a removal spell for it? 2 black mana floating.
cast down.
Cast down. We can use the spell scatter on that. There's 1 red mana left open though.
Nope, they can't cast sprite on it. No, yeah, they can.
It'll be the second fairy.
Yep.
And they're going to just straight up use counter spell on it.
Okay. Maybe they're playing around the second copy of counter spell on the sprite, because you know, if you destroy 1 fairies with the spell starter ability on the stack, you then make not more legal the spell starter sprite ability, because you don't have anymore the legal amount of sprites of fairies to counter that spell.
Yeah, it makes sense. You know, once it hits the stack, if you then kill a fairy on resolution on check, it will be like there's only actually 1 fairy. This is a 2 CMC card, so it will not be able to counter it. So playing around that's really, you know, again, heads up, smart. You explained that perfectly for me, but it didn't work out too well, because they literally went, well, I'm going to draw these 3 cards. I'm going to have this pyroblast. I'm going to take out your ninja. You're not just going to do a point of damage. No cards towards me, and then the follow-up on my turn is going to be a duress to see the hand, see what you're working with. I'm going to write them down. We see an annul. We see the sprite that we knew about. What's that card at the back? Oh, that's the seer. So we know about the full hand now.
Yep. So they have a sprite, a fairy seer, an annul, and they discarded a bind the monster.
I have no idea the relevance of why the Hulk is on a forest, but I'm here for it. I have no idea, because it's green, I guess. The green Hulk on there. Does that mean you do the red Hulk for mountains?
Yeah, you have a green man on a green land.
Have you got a favorite Marvel superhero? I know that's one of the next sets that's coming out in Magic.
To be honest, I'm more a DC comic fan.
No DC Secret Universe coming, is there, or whatever? Chat, let me know who's your favorite. Are you hoping to see in that new Marvel set? Personally, I'm hoping to see a very niche character called Union Jack. It's a vampire hunter dressed in a morph suit, but that's just me. Also want to see Colossal Hammer as Morinu.
Oh, that would be really
like I want that just to happen so bad, but probably won't happen, let's be honest. Now we've managed to get down this Rising Chrysalis. Remember, it has reach. Along with all that other text on that card, somewhere on it has the keyword reach as well. So these fairies can't be turned sideways at profit anymore.
Now they need to find another bind the monster, you know. Fairies usually try to deal with Written Chrysalis with bind the monster, which is a remote spell, an enchantment that tap the enchanted creature. So yeah, you get some damage when you play it, because it's a common after all. You know, there is the need of a downside to it, but it's still probably the best way to interact with the Written Chrysalis for the mono blue deck.
Chat point out a good one on the swamps. We could have the swamp thing. You ever seen that show or read that comic, Swamp Thing?
No, I think I've never seen it.
You've never seen it? Like, you should look. It's a really, really cool comic, actually. I think there was a TV series of it when I was a kid as well at some point. Chat will let me know if if I'm just making it up or not. But now that means we need something for an island and something for a plains, chat, which 2 superheroes can we stick on those 2. So still deciding what we want to do with mana. Organising it. 2 mana is what we're going to do. Here comes an Ichor Wellspring. He's going to draw us a card. Potentially, question mark. We knew about the annul. That is going to be able to counter it. Don't want you drawing 2 extra cards, because of course once that's on the board, we draw a card. Once it gets rid of it, it will draw another card. And there's lots of ways to sacrifice it in these decks. It's one of the ways that it generates so much value.
Well, so they played first the Ichor Wellspring to play around Annul. After casting the Ichor Wellspring, They had an Earth Foundation Familiar, and finally another copy of Return Chrysalis.
This is going from bad to worse if you're a Mono Blue Fairies fan here. We've even got to the point we're starting to turn things sideways. 4 damage coming across, dropping down to 16, passing the turn back. What sort of sequence of cards needs to happen for us to be able to get back in this game? I'm asking you because I have no idea.
Well, usually you aren't really happy when there is one copy of Return Chrysalis on the battlefield. When there are 2 copies of Return Chrysalis, I think you probably gonna scoop. I mean, Fairies is good when when the opponent doesn't really have much to interact with you, but it is very strong when the opponent plays behind you. But when you are behind your opponent, it's very difficult to for you to being back in the game. I mean, okay.
Because it basically plays like a tempo deck, right? Like it's very good at getting ahead and staying ahead, but if for something it stumbles or the opponent's able to add things to the board like it doesn't have a great way of catching back up. Yeah. It's not a good deck to come back from behind it. It very, very much relies on being on the front foot.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning. Yeah. So, oh wow.
Yes. Yes, this is a sign of strength. Turn these sideways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage, potentially 13 if we want to sack these sirens as well.
This time, John doesn't really have a lot of cards in hand, so they're trying to get maximum amount of advantage from the board state. You're attacking with all their creatures. No need to fear out, I guess.
So we're going to sacrifice
ninja. So they just keep going.
What's
damage.
the worst? What could a ninja do in this spot? Like, you know what I mean? Whatever. We'll go for it. Now we're going to go to the Spell Set Sprite. That's going to counter the being able to draw any more cards. Remember, blocks have already happened, so it's not like we can block with that Spell Scout either. Let's have a look. Is there anything crazy in this deck? Draw spells, cast spells. Would multiple snaps be able to get us back in this?
Oh, maybe they boarded out snap in favor of Bind the Monster.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
No, sadly they don't really have a way to steal the game. I mean, after all, it's just the more fair deck in this matchup. I mean, Jan plays Tarmogoyf with Reach. The other deck plays Flying Man with Scry2.
Yeah. We would see that a little bit ninjutsu there. The Moon Circuit Hacker was able to connect. That gets a card deeper, and of course gets another fairy back to the hand. But we need to be doing more on offense than defense at this point. Looks like we're able to find one of these. What was this one called again? The Bind the Monster. That's the one.
So they're taking damage equal to the power of the tapped Return Chrysalis. 4 damage.
So now they're at 5. Turn these sideways. You're going to see a chump block coming in. Chump here, take 3, go to 2. Silent Bloodface, what? We're going to Pulse Marauder, get back a permanent to our hand. No, we're not. Also not going to gain the 6 life. They were going to go for a land there by the looks of it.
Yeah, they wanted to cycle the Twister Landscape because they don't have any cards in there. No, they just have 1.
They got the 1. Interesting that there's no other permanents in there that are kind of worth getting either. So we're currently dead on board, so we're going to need at least one more blocker, a bounce effect, a tap effect.
Well, if you draw now Bind the Monster, the card doesn't do nothing. I mean, you don't have enough life to tap your opponent's creature.
So it would be a fun way to die, but it looks like we're going to go 1 card deeper, draw 1. I think that's what we found as well. I found we found a Bind the Monster. That's what's going to go to the bin. Play 1 blocker. We need 1 more. Passing the turn back. It's a Spell Sort Sprite in hand. So we do have a blocker at instant speed. Hoping to maybe gain some value from it turn both creatures sideways, play our last card in hand. It's a 1/1 flasher.
Oh, wow. They double block, but they have the makeshift munition.
So block here, take no damage, play the ammunitions. You're at 2, sacrifice a bunch of these lands that are artifacts, deck the points across what we need, and take this game down and advance to a 5-0. Jund Wildfire, our most played deck in today's tournament, getting it done, taking down mono blue fairies. If I asked you at the start of that match if that's how it's going to play out, would you have said it was going to be the Jund Wildfire deck?
Well, I wasn't expecting to see John starting to be the beatdown in this matchup. I mean, usually it's Fairies trying to kill you as fast as possible, and you aren't able to resolve anything. So first counter, then combat. But in this case, Fairies did not have any ninja early in the game, and instead, John played at first the control deck role and then started the beatdown with double crit.
But is that down to Rising Chrysalis? We've seen Rising Chrysalis a lot last year at Paupergeddon when it got put into the format through MH3. We've seen it a lot today and yesterday, and every single time it's never looked bad. It's always looked good. It's always done a job that's either the beatdown stick, it's the ramp card that is needed, it's the block that's needed, or something to go on the offense. Is this card going to be on the radar of the Pauper panel? You obviously remember we've got 3 of them in attendance this week. Is this going to be one of the cards that they're looking at like maybe this is too powerful?
Well, to be honest, I don't know if the card is too powerful. It is, of course, very strong.
Yep.
But, I say that until now, we are able to see everything Chrysalis played in decks that really have a lot of very strong and powerful cards. The card by itself could be very strong as a way to stop fairies, but I'm not seeing any sign to make the card too good.
It's just good in good shells. There's a lot of good cards that complement it. It's not itself too powerful. That's good. I like that. 'Cause, I've said it multiple times this weekend that the spells in this format seem to be so much more powerful than the creatures in this format. And it's nice that, one of these creatures being half decent, I'm kind of down for that, and especially it goes into multiple different decks as well. Do we have a time on the round? How long's left? There's no time left? All right, well, in that case, we get to go and have a little break, because it's going to be the end of round number 5. Next pair will be in for round number 6. 2 more after that, so you'll see us in round number 7. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for waiting. We're here for some Paupergeddon today, aren't we?
Yes, this is round 6.
We're on round 6. A couple of players are at 5-0. We're getting to the point now where it's like I'm close to locking up day 2, which is very important. It like mentally, it's really good because you're like, I've got my 6 wins. I'm gonna day 2.
Yeah.
Anything after that is like a bonus because that means you've got a better chance of getting into the top 8. And who doesn't want to get in the top 8 with Paupergeddon?
Yes, it's important to not lose other games, but technically you can also.
It's like the relief once you hit 6 wins. Like I'm sure you've been there, like in Paupergeddon forward. Like mentally, it's just such a like it just removes such a like just relaxes you a bit.
Yeah.
So let's go down to our main feature match where we've got a pretty nice one this time. So we've got Azorius Familiars versus Elves.
Yes.
Elves is one of the few decks that are seeing play today. Like 4% in the meta game, I believe. So it's got some people coming out for it. So it's going to be an interesting one here.
Elves is something
It's like in the middle of the meta game. It's like up here. It's like 4% on the meta game.
Yes, 4% of the meta. Above the percentage of Magic Online, so it's a little bit different.
Yes.
On Magic Online, it is played a lot more. It depends.
Elves does have its fans, has its die-hard fans. There are very like if you're playing Elves in Pauper, you're really liking Elves because you got stuff like Breath Weapon, Electrickery. So you just like you even though like you have these cards that can like.
We have to remember that the first archetype is Giant Wildfire, and Giant Wildfire plays at least 3 copies of Karkman Shaman. So but he is 5-0 and it's versus Familiar that has no red, so
no red, no.
So no red means.
And Familiars is doing good this weekend. They won the top Pauper player yesterday, and Familiars also has its fans. A deck that's kind of hard to play on Magic Online because it's very click intensive. You're fighting against the clock as much as you are against the opponent. In paper, it's a little different because it means you can just like shortcut certain things. You're not clicking as much. It's a lot easier to play in paper. The deck is still difficult. There's a lot of lines to learn, but you have a lot more control on like the housekeeping and like the play when it comes to tabletop.
I think that Elves comes back to the meta thanks to the Hydra.
Yeah.
Because the Hydra gives you... It's like the green fireball.
Yes, it is. That's a nice way of playing it.
Gives you some different line to fight some kind of sweeper like Breath Weapon or Fury Cannonade. Because after that, if you still have a creature big like 5-6 or more, you are able to hand the game very quickly. So it's a really cool card.
Yeah.
So here we have the classic start of land Quirion and on the opposite side fetch. So also this is a tough matchup for Familiar because he has no removal. He has to play only around Snap.
Yes.
And probably on post side has the plan of blinking.
Stonehorn Dignitary, which is there is 1 copy in the sideboard.
Only 1 copy.
Only 1 copy in the sideboard.
Okay, but a lot of cantrip to find that card.
Yes, yes. There's a lot going on here, but there's got 1 Stonehorn Dignitary in the sideboard. So no doubt when it comes to game 2, that will definitely come in because you just want to ignore the combat step as much as possible.
If we think about the old version of Elves, it can win through the fog effect because they used to play something, some cards that can deal damage outside the combat, but not in this moment. All the lists are totally built around only accelerating and effect like Timberwatch, Hydra, Initiative also. Initiative is also a very good card to pass through some control decks.
Yep.
So, okay. So they had a little problem, a little trouble with pairings, so
Okay.
they are stopped to play for a moment.
Okay.
Then we will see what happened. Probably is good for Familiar because in this moment,
Yeah. Yes.
because the situation is not very good for
For
Familiar.
Familiars, this is the kind of matchup Elves just wants, right?
Yes. In the meantime, we can show some playmats of the
I think
Pauper Geddon because we
yeah.
have 5 different playmats of the Pauper Geddon drawn by 4 different artists plus Bose itself.
Yes.
One of Bose itself. And one is this one of Domenico Cava.
Yep.
This is incredible. This is one of the official playmat of this edition. And then we have the one that was drawn by Jeff Laubenstein.
He was here this weekend doing some sick artwork. This one looks really nice. It's
Yeah.
really cool that you can just have these like exclusive playmats for like events. It's also the 10-year anniversary of Paupergeddon. I don't think
Yeah.
that's something we've talked about a lot. It's like this event's been going on for 10 years straight, and it's only getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Like last year, it was like 750, 800 people were playing, and
Yeah.
now we've hit over nearly 1,100. Like that a level of growth is just incredible.
And also we have another playmat that is this incredible.
Looks like a refurbished Familiar.
Refurbished Familiar. And also we have this incredible mage that is also a graphic for a t-shirt. That is another t-shirt that you can find here.
Very angry wizard.
Yes. And the last one that is made by Booze itself.
Oh, Boozy made this one very nice.
Yes, in his style, in his dark style. Incredible.
So while we're waiting for the feature match to get fixed and get sorted out, let's talk about like the meta game for today because
Yep.
we've got the day one data in. So if we can get that pie chart up, that'd be great. Thank you very much. So let's talk about it. So we've got John Wildfire, which I think a lot of people suspected would be the most played deck coming into Paupergeddon. It just has all the good cards that you want to play in Pauper, right?
Yeah.
It has a lot of game against the rest of the field. And then you got stuff like Mono Red Synthesizer, you got Rakdos Madness, you got Mono Blue Aggro, and then you have the Mono Red Madness as well. So Madness decks are taking up a fair chunk if you combine the two together. What are your thoughts on this meta game today?
My thoughts in this meta game is that if we think about the percentage respect Magic Online, there are many differences. For example, Terror is not played too much. Here we can see Mono Blue Terror and Dimir. There is It's a Terror and the Dimir version.
Dimir Terror is like 3%, like 2%. Yeah.
2%. So if we summarize everything, it's below 10%. It is at least 5% below the percentage on Magic Online.
Yeah.
And this is at least notable. So, and also we have Flickertron that was one of the most pushed deck from our pro player. Is only 1.6%. That is not too much. Boros Synth that is completely dead.
Yeah.
Boros Synth was
That was a fun deck to
a
play.
very fun deck, but in this meta game it's impossible to survive. Rakdos Madness is bad.
Yeah.
Mono Red is bad. Jund is bad. Terror is bad.
So for those at home, there's Mono Blue Aggro on this pie chart. That is Mono Blue Fairies.
Yeah.
Just specifically Fairies, which there was a lot of conversations about High Tide coming to this event because we extended the unban window, let's call it, for High Tide, and Fairies has the most lopsided matchup when it comes to High Tide, so a lot of players were preparing for that as well. Bearing in mind also, Fairies is just I feel for a good time now, it's just been a consistently good deck. It gets these minor updates with like when sets release, but it just does the thing and it just does it well. And you can flex into Izzet, you can flex into Temur, but Mono Blue just seems the more consistent, and it does a really good job on playing on High Tide.
Yes, but High Tide, what do you think about the percentage of High Tide?
With the 4%.
Yeah.
I expected a little higher, to be honest. But also bearing in mind, we're playing in a 2-day event, hundreds of players are here. Not everybody might not feel comfortable playing High Tide for 8 rounds in one day. I imagine it's mentally quite taxing. Bearing in mind also, it takes a while to close, it can take a little while just to like close games. And I think when we talk about these events, like logistically, you don't want to be going to time, you don't want to be winning in time like every round. Also, it's just like a confidence thing. It's like, do you feel confident playing High Tide in an event like this? Not everyone might feel that way. They might see Wildfire as like the comfort strategy because it just has all these good cards and it just has better game against the rest of the field, rather than trying to do the High Tide thing. Which, don't get me wrong, it is tempting because it is High Tide, a historically powerful card, a card that hasn't really seen play in Pauper before. But I'm not surprised that people have gone for Wildfire and like Mono Red Synth, which are just historically have been good in the last like 6 months or so.
I'm curious to see tomorrow what will be the best performing deck, because usually from day 1 to day 2 the most performing deck is more red.
Yes.
But on day 2 the perform goes down. So usually it's a strange thing, but the meaning can be that more red is very strong against an open meta game. But when you go higher on table, your perform will be at least a little bit worse.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see when it comes to day 2 tomorrow about which decks have the best day 2 conversion, because that's what the numbers that people really want, and that just shows like, cool, we've got 15% of Wildfire. How much of that is going to convert into tomorrow, and how much are we going to see it tomorrow? Same also goes for High Tide. Like, for example, like yesterday in the top 4 per player, top 8, we saw 8 different decks.
Yeah.
Two like red, like burn S decks, one being Rakdos Madness, one being Mono Red. I think that's just a good sign, just like people are just bringing what they feel comfortable playing, and Azorius Familiar's won it. It's not a deck that, it's not the easiest to pick up, but it does reward you for playing it constantly, and Familiar's won yesterday.
Yeah, when you are able to get the title of top Pauper player, probably it was worth.
Yeah.
And also another incredible deck to me is Colgate, that in the last period is not performing well, but probably for the most due to Chrysalis in the meta.
Yes.
But it's a very good deck against all the red decks in the metagame, so more red synthesizer and Rakdos Madness, also against fairies. But Jund, it's a nightmare.
Yes.
Jund is a nightmare. High Tide is not good. So Elves, we don't speak about Elves with Colgate in hand.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. Someone is currently 5-0 with Elves. I think a couple of other people are as well. Don't scare off the Elves players.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what deck do you think is going to win Paupergeddon this weekend? What is your prediction?
My prediction, that is also the deck that probably I would love to play in a tournament like that, is Golgari Garden.
Okay.
Golgari Garden, that here I can see it's I think it's not Mono Black Road, or we can summarize Mono Black Road and Gardens, that is the 2%.
There's a lot of 2% today.
But that deck has an incredible positive matchup against Jund Wildfire.
Yes.
And this is a real point to play a deck like that. If you have a good plan against red, you can stay up like 35-40% of the meta.
Yeah.
And we saw last round also the techno raptor
The
that is
Technorat, indeed, yeah.
yes, that can win against all the aggro deck.
Crit rats especially
you
good
have a
against-
good plan against
Good
those
against
decks.
fairies, good against elves. A lot
Yeah.
of X1s in the format. Crit Frat seems pretty good there.
So to me, that deck can be a really good choice and can win this Propagator again.
It's the kind of deck that is preying on the most represented. If you're
Yeah.
expecting a lot of Wildfire, Golgari Gardens just seems like the good way to prey on that. If you're expecting to play a lot of Wildfire,
Yeah.
things are a little bit more varied. So 15% does sound a lot, but it's I think in the general meta game of Propagator, it's fairly balanced. Like, I'm happy.
It's a fair number.
It seems fair. I think for me, if I was to make a prediction, I would like to see mono blue fairies. I'm going to keep with the fairies
Okay.
thing because I predicted I wanted fairies to win yesterday. I want fairies to win this weekend. I think the deck's great. I think if I was playing Propagator this weekend, I would probably just play fairies.
Okay.
Thinking about High Tide, thinking about the kind of decks I enjoy playing. Mono White Aggro is another one I might have played because I enjoy Fraven Inspector.
Okay.
It's done like pretty okay this weekend. It's got game against a lot of the field.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna say mono blue fairies and see what happens.
Okay. And another important point that probably is the same online and on tabletop is that Affinity is doing
Not great.
bad.
Yeah, since we banned Deadly Dispute on the
Yeah.
PFP, it's a deck that exists. You can still play it. It just doesn't have
Yeah.
that raw power that Deadly Dispute brought to the strategy.
But in this moment, probably Jund is the new Affinity.
Jund
And-
is the new Jund.
Jund is the new Jund.
It's the modern rejuke Jund of
Yeah.
Pauper, basically. You just get to play all the great cards. You get the best removal. You get Riving Chrysalis. You get Cleansing Wildfire. You get to play all these indestructible artifact lands. It's just there's a lot of different axes the Wildfire decks can hit, and it feels like a very safe option going into Paupergeddon, which is also why it's 15% of the amount.
Some people say that Jund Wildfire is a sign that Pauper reach a good level of power level because you cannot build a deck like Jund if you don't have enough card good stuff.
Yeah.
So probably it's a clue that we reach we as format reach a very high level on power level of cards. We can think about Writing Chrysalis as one of the cards that probably is the key of a deck like that or of this thinking behind the Pauper format.
Yes.
Another deck that is very good to see, it's Tron, because a lot of players were testing it on Magic Online.
Yep.
So I expect some good results at least from day 1 and day 2
Yep.
of Ultratron. It's another deck that can deal very well against all the aggro deck, aggro and mid-range deck. I don't know the matchup against mono red Synth.
Yep.
Because it depends. Someone says that Fangren Marauder is the strongest card that you can play, and this is true.
Yep.
But sometimes you don't have time.
Yes.
So and that's the key. If you have time, if you are able to gain at least 2 or 3 turns of life to play that card, probably you are winning.
Sure. We are still waiting. So the reason we're having a chat and not watching and commentating any Pauper right now is just because there's been an error with the way the standings, the way the pairings have been done for round 6. So we're waiting for that to be fixed, and then we'll show you some more Pauper.
Yeah.
It will be a different match to what we were talking about with the Elves earlier.
Yep.
But we're just waiting on, the players to get set up, and we'll be good to go in the next few minutes or so, hopefully. So thank you for hanging around. There's been a few technical issues today that have just been out of our control, simply. So we're doing the best we can here.
Yeah.
So let's do some Q&A. Let's just do some spitfiring.
Okay.
We're both on the Pauper format panel. We've been here for a while. What card would you like to see downshifted in Pauper? Don't say Path to Exile.
No, no Path to Exile.
No Path to Exile, because someone said that yesterday, so we've had that one already.
Sword to Plowshares. Sword, the pronunciation of that card for us is
sure.
it's impossible, but I will say in Italian, da spada spig.
Yeah.
It's the card that I want to see. That every time I try to push with Gavin because we have no power. We have to remember that we don't have power on that, but it's we can try to put the thing on the hair of Gavin. And,
so what would you like to see downshifted?
So I want many things. One is the white removal,
Yes.
and the second to me in Pauper is Force of Will. That was uncommon. It
wasn't uncommon because it was the time before rares.
Yes,
Alliances didn't have rares.
So just give me the power for 5 minutes and I
Force of
will.
Will would be a little too good, Eisen, let's be honest. Come on.
Too good. It
Come
depends
on.
from the
Come
point of view. So it's a fair card for me.
I know you're a blue mage at heart, Eisen, but
I like I like to say no to cards. So
no to the cards or no to the opponent? Because
Yes.
Okay. You want like 100 different ways to just say no to your opponent.
Yes.
Okay, so you're definitely a control mage. I get it.
probably.
So we are just having a quick Q&A because there's been some pairing issues with round 6, so we're just waiting for that to get sorted, and then we can show you some Pauper gameplay. But for now, as myself and Heisen are on the Pauper format panel, we're just having a little Q&A, spitballing and talking about the format and talking about some downshifts that we'd like to see. Okay, I think we can talk for a little bit more. We're just waiting for a few things to get sorted. There might be a chance we might have to go to an ad break, depending how long it takes. I apologize if that does happen. But if you've got any questions for myself and Heisen when it comes to stuff like the PFP, feel free to put it in the chat and we can answer as best as we can. And yeah.
Yes. So what's your card? What's your
My downshift.
idea that...
Dried Militant, I think it would be a cool one for like white-based aggro. I like playing white-based aggro. I think Gifted Aetherborn would be a fun one for like mono-black control-y decks.
Okay.
Because we have mono-black control, but it's basically gardens with like county gardens and stuff. I think Gifted Aetherborn would be nice just against all the red decks because it just has this lifelink. It's like a 2/3 body. It just has a bit going for it. I would also love to have Abiding Grace from Modern Horizons 2.
Okay.
That might be a little bit too strong though. So you can just keep you get like the 1-drops from your graveyard back to your hand and you can gain some life.
It's not strong if you have a Force of Will in the format.
I just want to keep bringing back my Faven and Novice Inspectors, alright? I can play my Cameo the False Hopes and just like fog people with white cards. It'd be great. It'd be really fun. I think Mayhem Devil would be very strong.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the chat right now. Just
and what
seeing
about Lightning Helix?
Lightning? What? Sorry.
What Lightning Helix?
Lightning Helix. Oh, okay.
A fair card.
A good card.
Good card.
Good card. Absorb. Tarmogoyf.
Absorb is interesting. Tarmogoyf, I don't know.
Do you like Absorb because it's another counter spell? But
Probably.
This one gains you life as
Probably.
Okay. Ruin Crab is pretty
So
cool.
thank you, chat. You are by my side.
Apparently everyone in chat is a blue mage.
But Tarmogoyf, do you think that Tarmogoyf will be too strong in power play?
Maybe.
To me, no.
I mean, there's one way to find
Zero.
out. You can just
Me,
you can just test
zero.
it. You can just test it on like freeform Magic Online.
Yeah, we can test. We can
Like you
test.
can just test it.
Because to me, you have not good fetch.
You have
I
some.
don't
You
know.
have some like subtypes. You got the tribal thing. So you got like Tarfire. I
Yeah.
believe that's a common.
Yeah, but there are no planeswalker, no.
So you're saying, so we're talking about Jund Wildfire, how it's like the modern Jund of Pauper, so we want to
Yeah,
add
but
Tarmogoyf
in
as a
Jund-
common.
In
as a
Jund,
common.
do you play? Do you want to play Tarmogoyf instead of Refurbished Familiar or Chrysalis?
It's true. I don't think it would actually see, I don't know if it would see play. I think people will want to play it just because Tarmogoyf is just such an
Yeah.
iconic card.
But in
And
2025,
you can't
Tarmogoyf
play-
is just a token.
And you can't you can't really play it in modern these days. So maybe, I don't know.
Or another card, is it Guildmage?
Is it Guildmage? Specifically, is it Guildmage?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
It's a simple card that can say, okay, I pay 2, counter your spell, you play a counter, and I pay 3 mana to copy my counter. So
You just want to keep countering spells.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'm seeing a theme here. Seeing a theme here.
if one day Wizard will give me the power to downshift something, I think that
It's
I will.
dangerous. Very
I think
dangerous.
that I can destroy the format.
Come with great power comes great responsibility, Heisen. You need to be disciplined.
yes. But chat, if you want, just write to Wizard that I need the power for 5 minutes.
So someone in chat has asked about Him to Torak, a card that we've
Him to Torak,
a
sure.
card we've talked about in the PFP being
Yeah.
too strong.
Into Turach is a card that the real problem of the Into Turach is that it creates some non-game.
Yeah.
And non-game are not fun,
Yeah.
just because you are not playing, so it's not fun to not play. And it kills the fun part of the game. So it's a strange card.
Yeah.
Probably the favorite of Booze, but
Skullcrack is one that I thought about
Skullcrack.
that could be a cool one for Pauper. Might be a little too strong maybe, but there isn't really a card in Pauper that can just like prevent life gain.
yes. But if you think about the percentage and the results of Mono Red, if you give to Mono Red another weapon to fight
Yeah.
against the only card that keep Mono Red in check, it's not a real things to do to
Yeah.
me from the point of view of probably game design.
Yes.
So, for so quick.
Yeah, for sure. Bearing in mind we do not have any influence on like downshifting cards. When a card is downshifted in a set, it's often to accommodate the limited format because common is the rarity that you open the most. So you want to have those. You want to have cards that you can just play regularly when it comes to like sealed and draft. So it's something like Gavin and people at Wizards decide, and we
Yes.
just like either find out about it a little ahead of schedule, or we just find it out when the previews happen.
And that's why we can probably say that it will never be printed a Wrath of God effect in Pauper, because try to think about a limited, a draft or a sealed, where everyone is playing 2 or 3 copies of Wrath of God.
Yes.
A beautiful word.
I mean, you would just straight up build blue-white control at this point, right?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
yeah, for sure. Cool.
Okay.
So we're waiting in like another minute or so, and then we'll bring you some magic. It will be a different match to the one we were talking about at the start of the round. I believe it's going to be Jund Wildfire versus Elves. So that'll be an interesting. We're still getting some Elves. So for the Elves gamers at home, you still get Elves.
Yeah.
But it's going to be Jund Wildfire instead.
Yeah.
How do we feel about that matchup? It's going to be tough.
About the matchup with Giant Wildfire and
Elves
Elves.
with breath weapons, I assume.
I think
There is
that
two breath
it depends by Karklan Shaman.
Yeah.
It depends all by Karklan Shaman and how many spot removal is playing the Giant player. Because there are two different builds that are played the most, and one is with Galvanic Blast and the other without.
Yep.
If you play with Galvanic Blast plus some copies of Cast Down, so you play at least 6 spot removal plus 3 copies of Karklan Shaman, probably you are in a good spot. If you are playing only 2 or 3 copies of spot removal, probably you have no time to dig in your deck to find the Karklan Shaman. So you have to mull aggressively in order to find the Karklan Shaman. Game 1 is probably the worst, and game 2 and 3 you have other cards, other sweepers like Fairy Cannonade.
There's 2 breath weapons in the sideboard of
Exactly, Breath Weapon.
here,
Sometimes other copies of Karklan Shaman. Toxic Analysis. So there are many cards that are very strong against Elves.
Now we can go to the game. So thank you very much for sticking around. Apologies for the technical issues we're having. It's very much out of our control, unfortunately. We're just here to try and give you the best coverage we can of Paupergeddon, the 10-year anniversary of Paupergeddon. This has been happening for 10 years, and it's been going strength to strength to strength for the last decade, which is an incredible achievement. So we've got Livio Setaro on Elves, and we've got Adam Bazika on Jund Wildfire. So looking at the list here for Jund Wildfire, let's start there. So we've got 4 Cast Down, we've got a Crypt Incursion, we've got 3 Karklan Shamans, you've got a Toxic Analysis in there as well.
Okay.
Outside of your usual stuff of like Makeshift Munitions, Driving Chrysalis.
Also,
Cleanse of
Makeshift
Wildfire.
Munitions is another incredible card in this matchup.
It's just the one of, but you see so many cards in Jund because you have all these black draw spells. It can be fairly easy to find. As for the Elves list, let me just double check. Just need to get the new. Let me just get the list up.
So
quickly.
Jund usually play in this moment 4 copies of the Changeling. I don't remember the name in this moment, but it's the card that can exile an artifact.
Yep.
So if Elves
Mass
starts,
Vandal, Thank you, chat.
if Elves starts, it can exile probably the first land of Jund, because the strongest start of Jund is a bridge plus another land and playing Wildfire. That's why the deck is so strong and has a good sailing on power level.
So this Elves list is the Birch Law Rangers Jaspera Sentinel build. It seems pretty stock from what I can tell here. So you got your Priest of Titanias, you got 4 Dixbooth Hydras, you got Mass Vandals, you got your Lead the Stampedes, Finderhood Elves, Alloy Elves, you got your Winding Ways. Sideboard, you have you got some Avenging Hunters, you got a couple of Gorilla Shamans, you got some Spellstarter Sprites, you also got some Fairy Macaques just to deal with that graveyard as well.
I like the 4 copy of Spellstarter Sprite because they can deal very well against Karklan Shaman, against Toxic Analysis, and also we have to remember that even if the opponent will find the Karklan Shaman, but Elves will be able to play an Hydra big enough to stay up on number of artifacts that Jund will need. Without Toxic Analysis, the game will probably over in few turns.
So we got so it was a little bit of a slow start from both our players here. So Livio has just managed to play a Priest of Titania. Adam just put out down a Lembus, and we're just starting to get this round underway. I'm very surprised we didn't have a turn 1 play from the Elves player. Just like going Forest Go is not normally a great start. You normally want to have a bit of a curve and just get as many Elves as you can on the battlefield.
But Titania on turn 2 is very,
It's still very
strong.
good, yeah.
And also we can see
We've got a winding way, yeah.
+4 in the end. And we can see a Quirion Ranger. Quirion Ranger plus Titania can close the game quickly. The third
Quirion
land.
Ranger allows for a lot of shenanigans, as we say in the business, yeah.
So he decided to cycle the end.
Generous end to get another forest.
Okay.
A mismatched forest, by the way. Chat is starting to pick up like the foil. I think these are foil mismatched forests, so
This is
very
something
intentional. Very intentional here.
This is something that hit my heart strongly because I cannot play without basic land.
Yeah, I was saying this to Sapo yesterday. It's like everything just has to be uniform, same set, not foil, the most basic printing.
Every
just
time
because
that
it's
I'm at the
competitive.
commentary, there are some people that play mismatched card
Yes.
for that reason, just to hit me. So.
Ooh, okay. Mass Vandal's going to take out this Drossfield Bridge.
And we spoke about that before, and this is very, very strong play.
Yeah.
Because Jund has a not very consistent mana base.
Yeah.
If
A
you
lot,
blow up
a
a
lot of
land,
it's tap lands as well.
Yeah.
It takes a while to get going. So just taking it like, I'm just going to exile your Drossfield Bridge or your Tanglewood Bridge. Like, it means you're like one turn further away from like Rival Chrysalis, which is a big deal.
And here is the Temur Watch Elves that with Quirion, it's probably it will end the game next turn.
It's very good. It's a clock.
Yeah.
It brings the inevitability here. But we have a Fanatical Offering. Getting rid of that Lembus, that goes back into your library and you're going to draw some cards.
Yes, but here we have
a
to
map
see.
token.
We have to see a mountain, an artifact, and Cartline Shaman.
Yes.
Not easy with only one colored land and two land in total in play. So the artifact is still there.
Yeah.
That is not a bird, but it's a map
It's
token.
a map token, yeah. From the Fanatical Offering.
Yeah, but there is not untapped red, and this is a big problem.
It's a big problem. But cycling away that Generous End just to not only get a Forest 8 deck, but to feed the Mass Vandal that can take out this the Drossfield Bridge. Seems to be pretty good here. And BBO's got a really nice board set. Here comes the Findhorn Elves as well.
So elves, another elves.
Even more elves.
Even more elves. And currently, Temur Watch Elves can do +6. With Quirion, it's 12.
Yep.
Now it's +14.
Yep. You can tell Livio's been playing a lot of elves over the years because he's just...
Yeah. But probably 14, 15, 16. Yeah, Jund is still alive.
Just about.
At 1, but still alive.
In this refurbished Familiars on defense, which is not what you want.
Yeah, but...
Also, one thing I love about the Mass Vandal and having the Spellstar Sprite here is that Mass Vandal works with Spellstar Sprite because it's all creature types, so technically it's a fairy.
Yeah.
It comes up often.
Yeah.
Some really nice synergies there.
On Magical Line it happened a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah. Ah, but there is another Quirion on board, so it's dead.
So it would be lethal, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
And we're going to go to game 2.
Wow.
That was impressive showing.
Yeah.
Mass Vandal came in clutch there. Generous End.
Masked Vandal, it's a nightmare.
Yep. Generous End fueling the Mass Vandal there. That's great. So let's talk about sideboarding. So I would assume Wildfire has a lot to work with here. So Wildfire sideboard is 2 Breath Weapon, 3 Duress, 1 Heritage Reclamation. 2 Akiba Gan Shinobi, 3 Pyroblast, 1 Thorn of the Black Rose, and 3 Weather the Storm. I really like the breath weapons. I think they
Yes.
have to come in.
Yes, and sometimes if you expect some counter, some kind of counter, in the deck you have plenty of cards that are useless, so you can try to side in some copies of Pyroblast that are not good but not bad. It's something that
It's better to side those in compared to
Yeah.
the cards in your main deck that are just not good at all.
Yes.
It's not ideal, but
for example, Nihil Spellbomb,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Also, a few copies of Writing Chrysalis, because all the matchup is built around Karkline Shaman and Breath Weapon.
yes.
You have to mull aggressively in order to see those cards
Yep.
and try to push in that direction.
Yep. And as for the Elves player in the sideboard we have here, we've got 2 Avenging Hunter, 2 Fairy Macabre, 2 Gorilla Shaman, 4 spells to start a Sprite, 1 Valakut Invoker, and 4 Well-Wisher.
Okay,
It's a nice sideboard we got here.
I think 4 Spellstarter Sprite for sure, and probably also Avenging Hunter is not
Yeah.
bad.
Initiative's pretty good here.
Yes, if you are able to literally slam an Avenging Hunter quickly, probably the game is yours.
Yeah.
Because the opponent cannot just play another creature, another big creature, because your board will always be greater
Yeah.
than the opponent. So you every time you need first to clean the board and then put a threat.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in this scenario, if you're able to put an Avenging Hunter before the cleaning, and it's easy to win.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So our players are just sorting out their sideboards, doing a little re-sleeving in case some of their sleeves are marked, because that's the last thing you want in an event like Paupergeddon is to have some marked sleeves. So just sorting out their sideboards, getting ready for game number 2 here.
Yeah. Usually, game 2 is by the side of Giant Wildfire. When Giant Wildfire is on the play and knows the matchup and can mulligan aggressively, probably the matchup is in favor of
Yeah.
Giant. But all it's up on game 3, because a stronger end of Elves with 1 or 2 answer to the plan of Giant, like another Masked Vandal on turn
Yeah.
2, it can be enough to win the game.
Yeah, like it was in game 1. So just to let chat know, so we had some technical issues at the start of the round. We started covering a round, and then we had to go to a break. We talked a lot about the PFP and like what we do at the Pauper format panel. We talked about some downshifts we'd like to see in Pauper. The pairings have been sorted, and now we are playing. We've got Elves versus Giant Wildfire. So we are in the middle of game 1's done now. We're just leaving up for game 2. And Elves is up 1 because Mass Vandal seems to be really, really good against those artifact lands that Giant Wildfire really needs to do that to carry out their game plan.
Okay.
Just shuffling up and just seeing, just making sure we're sideboarding correctly.
Yeah.
We have our sleeves and everything like that. So yeah, like Elves is 5-0. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to see Elves 5-0 just because there's a lot of Giant Wildfire in the room. There's a lot of sweepers in the room, like Cryoplan
Yes.
Shamans and Toxin Analysis and Crypt Rats as well. There's a bit of Crypt Rats knocking around.
If you think that the most played deck, the first 3 are 3 red decks.
Yes.
So are all decks that can play Fairy Cannonade, Breath Weapon, stuff like that.
Your insert choice of 3 mana red sweeper here kind
Yeah.
of thing. You have a lot of choice to work with.
Also, we see during the coverage also a few copies of Electricity, for example.
Yes, exactly.
So even White Wing
Yes.
has a sweeper against you.
That was our round 4 game. We saw it's mono white aggro, but it also is more Boros aggro because it just splashed for like Flaring Pain, Pyroblast, Electricity. You had like 3 Boros garrisons in the main board just to respect the room of like fairies and maybe even
Yes.
elves. So yeah, we just waiting for game 2. Anything you would? Who do you favour in this matchup now? I'm going to assume John Wildfire because they're on the play. They very likely brought their breath weapons in just to sweep away all these elves.
Yeah. If you open an end with a Carcline Shaman or a Fairy Cannonade and at least 3 lands, probably you are winning that game.
Maybe even a makeshift munitions as well if you draw that. That seems pretty clutch as well here.
And then it depends by the hand of also Elves because they have to put some pressure on turn 2 or at least one big mana creature in order to make a big turn 3. For example, with an Hydra, if they play Titania and you are not able to destroy that card, in some games will go in the direction of Hydra on turn 3. And Hydra on turn 3 means toxic analysis or probably I'm losing.
yes. Okay, looks like the Elves player's going to 6 here. Needs to have a good curve here and just hope Adam just doesn't have breath weapons.
Yeah. So in this case, we can see that Elves is mulligan to 6, and we can see
a breath weapon in the John Wildfire's hand already, and a Crocline Shaman. Pretty well prepared here.
Not an easy life for Elves in this one.
Yeah.
And we can see initiative in the end of Elves.
Yep.
Now the question is, will Elves be able to cast that card before a breath weapon or not?
I have to find out. Order playing on this mulligan here must be a good hand if you're struggling to figure out what card to put underneath.
So fetch go and forest go. Okay.
Yeah. Getting a mountain.
This is a mountain?
It is. It's an altered mountain.
Okay.
It's not a forest or a swamp, so I hope it's a mountain.
Okay, I trust in you. Yeah, it's a mountain.
See what Adam can whip up here. So we know there's a breath weapon. We know there's
Duress.
Interesting. See, like, you might not be able to take much here. Like, you got to lead the Stampede you can take, which is not a bad hit, and this Winding Way as well. And sometimes, while Duress doesn't always hit when it comes to Elves, it's just nice to know what they have in their hand and what they're looking to play. That information is very important here.
Now here, Duress, the problem of a spot like this is that if Elves has 2 card draw, this is probably a bad Duress.
Yeah.
Because you want to discard some counter or stuff like that, because the real point is not how much advantage your opponent can generate, but the problem is can I resolve a card like Carcline Shaman or not?
So Lead Stampede has been discarded by Duress. We have this Winding Way. We also have this Crocline Shaman on the battlefield, but we have no artifacts on the battlefield quite yet. But it's just sitting there, threatening potentially some pretty significant damage to the board once we get those artifacts on the battlefield, which John Wildfire has plenty.
Yeah. Now a good Eagle Wellspring can be a real card here. So for sure, in this moment, Breath Weapon is not a card because first you want to sacrifice something on Carcline Shaman.
Yeah,
otherwise
you just don't. You do not play Crocline Shaman as a 1-mana 1/1. It's just not that style of card. You want to get some value out of it.
So 2 mana.
We've got a red and a black here. Missing green, more importantly, as well.
Terminate.
I mean, removing the Priest of Titania is not a bad shout here.
Yeah.
Like, it can get out of control very quickly.
So we are in a difficult spot. Tap 2 mana and tap 2 mana, tap 2 mana.
When you're doing the tango.
Sometimes I do this thing also on Magic Online just to tap things.
Yeah. Just
Okay,
like
so cleansing wildfire just to
draw a card.
draw a card. This is another swamp.
Yes.
Okay. So he's searching for a land.
Basically treated Cleansing Wildfire as an explore without
Okay,
Yeah.
forest.
a lot
So-
of basics going on here. We don't have any artifacts for this Crackdown Shaman. Like,
Yeah.
None of the bridges here.
So Jund close Tron.
Yep. Jund is Blood Moon proof, not that it's legal
Yeah.
and proper. So we got a Winding Way resolved here.
Okay,
We've got
this is
Finned
only-
Horned Hells and I can't see the other card. Virginal Rangers maybe?
So this is only +1.
Yeah.
So fair enough. In this moment, in the end of Elves, there are no real threats.
No, this Cart Clan Shaman isn't doing a lot, and this Priest of Titania is getting in to be aggressive because you can't block with the Shaman because it's just not that kind of card that you.
Yeah.
It's not a combat card. It's a card that can just leverage the battlefield in a different way, but we don't have any artifacts, so. So Livio just plays a Findor Elves, playing a bit cautiously here, being a good sport by keeping his revealed hand from the duress and just hiding the card that he draws from the top. Here comes a Nickel Wellspring. Ico Wellspring is a big draw here. Not only does it get to draw a card, but it can feed it to the Clan Shaman. Can wipe the board at some point. Probably not now. It's a little bit too early. But you also get to draw a card off the Wellspring when that happens too. So you get a nice bit of value going on here.
I don't know if I don't want. Probably
Ooh,
yes.
Maybe he's doing it now. Okay.
If I have another sweeper in hand,
Yep.
the problem is that if the opponent plays an Hydra in
Yes.
this spot, it's a nightmare. So I don't want
Hydra
that.
is really awkward, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
like bestow it onto a creature, and then it's like, oh, like it's still around afterwards. This is not great, and it's like it's just can be so powerful. So we popped. Adam popped the Crackland Shaman with the Wellspring to draw another card. Got rid of the Priest of Titania and the Findhorn Elves. Livio has managed to rebuild a little bit with this line of White Elves, and I believe this is a Birchlaw Rangers.
So 2/1/1 on the board.
Yep.
This
This
is
is
an
what you
insane card. Makeshift munitions,
It's one off, by the way.
but without any munitions.
Yeah, it's just makeshift right now.
Yes,
it's just,
it's just
literally,
makeshift.
it's just literally makeshifted. Hoping we can find some fodder for this munitions.
Now we need another good draw.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
so we've got Quirion Ranger now on the battlefield, which is a pretty good draw here. Not much else going on. We've got these Generous Ends in hand, which aren't doing a lot. I'm guessing we don't have a Masked Vandal to do anything with it either.
so pay 2,
Yeah.
pay 2, and untap.
Play it again.
So look at that, 6 mana,
Yeah.
and
This is how elves just like snowballs. Elf ball is the term that we commonly use in Magic, and it just does stuff like this. We have
Okay.
some makeshift.
yes,
Lambasser's not a bad one to makeshift into.
now it's makeshift munition.
Yeah. It's makeshift munitions, but the munitions is bread.
Yes,
I wouldn't put that in a cannon, would you? It just seems kind of messy.
yeah.
So we're gonna munitions the Quirion Ranger, sacking off the Lambas and shuffle its library.
Now the problem is a giant tree. It is a 5/7.
Yeah, Generous End is anything but generous on this battlefield.
We need a cast down or the second Carcon Shaman plus the mono toxin analysis.
Yes, the one-off toxin analysis.
Yes. Not easy. Not easy for sure. It is possible, but difficult.
Yes, very difficult. Elves is definitely in control here. Very slow start from the John Wildfire player. Just no artifact lands. Having to Cleansing Wildfire to get another land to draw a card and it's not where you want to be. But Riving Chrysalis looks to try and change that because making 2 signs, it's a 2/3, can easily come a 4/5. And blocks well in combat.
Yeah, in this moment you can block with one Eldrazi spawn, sacrifice, and then sacrifice the second with makeshift munitions in order to destroy another Elves. And then you need probably the second Writing Chrysalis. With the second you can start to block also the Ant.
Yep.
And in that spot you are probably safe.
It doesn't matter because this Generous End is getting into the red zone, so it's a 5/7 with reach.
Or even better, if you have the second Writing Chrysalis on hand, you can try to take 5 damage and then create 2 big creatures. But in this moment, probably.
Adam essentially fogged the damage here, so he used the Eldrazi spawn to block the Generous End, but before damage, sacked it off to the Chrysalis to just keep growing the Chrysalis, just so you want it to stick around. And Elves don't really have much ways to deal with Chrysalis.
Yeah. So he is cycling the second. Yes. So 3 cards in hand for Elves.
Yep.
It's not common to see Elves with 3 cards in hand and says, okay, go.
Yep.
Probably 3 answer. Like Spell Starter Sprite or stuff like that, because it has also blue mana open, and this is important.
So we're going to grow the Riving Chrysalis here, becoming a 4/5 with reach. Might even have Avenging Hunter maybe, that might be a really good one to go into, because Initiative is just so hard to get back when it comes to combat, specifically. So it's a Nihil Spellbomb. We've got a Refurbished Familiar, so forcing Livio to discard a card here.
Nihil Spellbomb. Interesting.
It does draw a card. It doesn't really do much. It has some utility with what we saw in the last game with Mars Vandal. You know, if you can't exile anything away, if there's no graveyard or any creatures. So we've got another Winding Way here. So we have a forest.
Second forest. Oh wow.
Such.
Not the best.
That's not what you want
way.
from the Winding Way. But you also don't really want to draw them either, so.
Not the best Winding Way of the history.
Yeah.
But we have to do what we have to do.
Yep. So the Generous End is going to get in once again. Not afraid.
Okay, this is fair.
Yeah.
Tap the land.
So we've got Drossforge Bridge here, which is an artifact, which is very relevant with this makeshift munitions. Also, Nihil Spellbomb here is just enough for the artifact count.
The problem is with makeshift munitions on board, if they play...
Ooh, here we go. Here's one of the many breath weapons in Adam's list from the sideboard here. And we've got the cast down to deal with the end to tidy up here, and this is where Riving Chrysalis just comes in, can just... And yep, that's going to be it. So we're back on to game 3.
What a comeback.
What a comeback.
Yeah.
After an incredibly slow start and drawing the, like, Adam had the breath weapon in his opener, just waiting for the right time. Popped the Karkland Shaman very early on just to take out the Finhorn Elves and the Priest of Titania. And then just drew that cast down to finish off the Generous End.
Yeah.
And then the Riving Chrysalis to wrap it all up.
Okay, so the jungle player is changing something.
Is there anything you would bring in on the draw versus the play? Let's get the sideboard up.
Yes.
The sideboard is, so we've got the breath weapons, which we know about. The Duresses also came in. We've got Heritage Reclamation, Thorn of the Black Rose, Weather the Storm, Pyroblast, and a copy of Ikiba Gang Shinobi.
Probably one change that you can do, if you think about general list of elves, John player decided to side in some Duress, but after the Elves player discarded the spell starter sprite, probably it is worth to change Duress with Pyroblast.
Sure. Okay. Just for the spell starter sprites.
Even because Duress on the draw is a little bit worse, and Pyroblast is very good against the counter of your opponent, so probably it has at least sense. But
Yeah, for sure. So we're going to game 3 here. Whoever wins this match locks up their day 2 for Paupergeddon, which is a really nice position to be in because the last thing you want is sweating it out round 8 when you're on the winning in because you want to play more Pauper and you want to get day 2.
Yeah.
So locking up a 6-0 as early as possible is always the dream here.
yes.
And even if you don't, like, you got a couple of other shots at doing it, but mentally it's just such a relief. If
Yeah.
you're like, cool, I can go 6-0, doesn't mean I'm playing bad or I can relax. It's like, you can like just focus. So it's like, if you want to go 8-1 or if you go undefeated, for example, it just
Yes.
makes that so much easier, right? Because there's nothing more exciting knowing than you're playing more Magic tomorrow.
Yes.
Especially with an event like Paupergeddon, which only happens a couple of times a year.
If you go undefeated on day 1, you can think that on day 2 you are probably the only one that can do 4-2, and
Yes.
it's locked on the top 8.
Yeah.
Okay, so probably they are mulligan both to 6.
Looks like it, yeah.
And for Jand, it's probably easier to mulligan to 6 or 5 in order to, as we said before, mulligan aggressively.
Yes.
Because you have only to see few cards to win. For Elves, it's completely different.
Yes.
So 7 cards. They don't want to see the cards in this one.
I think we're waiting on something here. Not sure what's happening here.
They are waiting
Maybe Livio has left the table, perhaps.
for... Okay.
It's a lot of lands there.
All lands plus a cleansing wildfire, if I see
I think it
right.
is a cleansing wildfire. It's a foil copy, so it's a lot darker.
Yeah.
But you do have these artifact lands as well, so at
So
least you're not blowing up a basic land to get another basic land.
If you are
Not
at
against you.
6 with 5 lands and a cleansing wildfire,
Yeah.
but against elves.
Yeah. You
Not
really
an
want
easy
you
choice.
really want breath weapons. You really want your
Yeah.
Clark Clan shamans, maybe even a toxin
Probably you go to
analysis. But also, one of the reasons Jund Wildfire is so good because it has access to all these incredible black draw spells. So even if you do mulligan to say like 5 or
Yeah.
6, you're able to get rebate on those mulligans by just being able to draw so many cards for like Fanatical Offering if it's Race's Insight,
Yeah.
and just having these passive artifacts around just to fuel it like you call Wellspring as well. Just waiting to see what happens here. So it looks like we have a couple of... So it looks like we have a forest, a mountain, 2 of the Gruul Bridge. I think we have a Blood Fountain there as well, and a Cleansing Wildfire, along with a Dross Forge Bridge. So there's a lot of lands there, a lot of artifacts.
Yeah.
But not much else. You're kind of hoping on this Cleansing Wildfire and shuffling your deck to get something.
So probably the Elves player went to go a coffee.
Sometimes, like the Elves player is now back. Sometimes there's like a restroom break that happens often, and and if
Okay,
if
we
that
are back.
happens, you get like a time extension as well. So these are very long days. Like 8 rounds of Magic in a day is mentally taxing.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you don't finish early, or you go to time a lot, you go to turns, it can be hard to like go to the restroom for like a minute or grab something to eat.
Okay, they both are keeping the end at 6.
Yep.
Wow. So draw one card.
No turn 1 play again from the Elves player.
at least it is a brave choice for John because you have to draw the card that you need.
Here's the Priest of Titania again.
So
It seems a very common term to play today.
Yeah. So he chooses to not go to 5.
It's a bit of a risk.
Yeah.
We've got this mountain. We've got a Cleansing Wildfire targeting the Slagwoods Bridge. For those who aren't familiar at home with how Cleansing Wildfire works with these indestructible lands, essentially Cleansing Wildfire instructs you to destroy target land, but since the bridges are indestructible, you get to find a land out your deck and you get to draw a card.
Yeah.
A lot of people say it's like a red explore effect. Because do this thing. It's something you see in like Jeskai Ephemerate. It's a deck that we both enjoy playing. It leverages the artifact lands quite well. It's a cool thing that exists in Pauper that at one point people tried to make it work in Modern. It's like, oh, this is like a really cool bit of tech. Yeah, let's try it out. It's a little bit too slow for Modern, just given how powerful and quick Modern can be. But in something like Pauper, it's just kind of it's like a cool, like unique trait of the format, like this ingenuity comes around. And sometimes people take inspiration for it and play it in other formats. And so that's why Adam's able to ramp, air quotes, on mana like that. So we've got Cascade here taking out this Priest of Titania. We've got Lembas on the battlefield as well.
On
See
Titania
what Livio can do here, because there's much going on.
So 3 mana and many cards in hand. We have to remember that with Aquarion, you can simply attack with your Timberwatch and then pump your own creature.
Here's another Priest of Titania, and here's Aquarium Ranger. So
Wow.
that's a pretty good catch-up, if you think of me. That's a great recovery there.
This is the Tron of Elves. The 3 creature.
I don't think I've ever heard it called that before, but it makes sense. Yeah, I get it. They do make lots of mana, that's true.
Yeah, now the problem is, if you have a spot removal, what do you want to destroy?
Well, if I was the John Wildfire player, I'd be hoping for a breath weapon.
Yes.
I really would like a breath weapon or a Clan Shaman right now. I've got a couple of artifacts on the battlefield as well, so...
If we think about the situation on the turn before, the John Wildfire destroy like the tower and the opponent draw the tower.
Yep. Yep, so...
another tower, another Titania.
Yep, so Adam just sacrificed off the Eco Wellspring with Fanatical Offering, drawing a couple of cards, and creating a map token as well. That might become relevant later on. Putting out, like, exploring onto a Riving Chrysalis can promote some damage.
So now let Elves untap in this situation.
Wildfire's tapped out.
Yes.
You can't really interact, there's no cast downs.
On turn 5 with a Titania, Timberwatch and Aquarion on board means that Elves has to count.
Yeah.
Has to do a bit of maths with also the card in hand, and this is not a great situation for John. John has to hope to survive until next turn and then try to find at least one sweeper.
Yeah.
So
here comes the Findhorn Elves.
One simple elf.
With the correct printing of Findhorn Elves, may I say as well. I like the original, it's very nice. Very classic looking deck here. I always appreciate when Elves players like foil out the decks because there's so many different printings of the same cards. It's like, what version of Lana White Elves are you going to go with?
Okay.
So here we go.
So pump one creature.
We're pumping the Aquarium Ranger.
Untap. Pump the other creature. Play around Snuff Out, for example.
Yep, no, that is in the list, but the opponent doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Yep, you got respect Snuff Out. Like.
Also, probably Snuff Out was worth to play it on the turn before, but yes.
Yep. So we are 20 meeting to 10. The Wildfire deck needs to pull something out of the bag here because it's not looking good. Hoping for like a breath weapon, maybe a shaman just to sack off this Lembas. So here's the breath weapon. Pretty good top deck.
Yes.
Or perhaps drawn off this Fanatical Offering. I didn't see what Adam drew, but this is definitely going to do something, unless the Elves player has another idea.
So what you want to let survive in this spot? Probably Timberwatch?
Yep. Timberwatch will win you the game.
Yeah.
We're already down a Priest of Titania, got casted down earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's at least a 3-for-1.
Following up with a refurbished familiar, which seems pretty nice here. Discarding another
This
Timberwatch
kind
elf,
of
and we've got
Timberwatch.
another refurbished familiar. It's probably going to
Wow.
take out this. Take another Timberwatch elf.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
That was brutal.
Yes.
And we'll. Yeah, okay.
Wow.
That was a hell of a recovery. Getting Breath Weapon into 2 refurbished familiars.
But these get two.
You know what's
two
scary?
Timberwatch
I know
are-
we talk about Techno Rat, but what about a Techno Rat with wings?
Yes. Yes.
Which is refurbished familiar. Now we've got Arriving Chrysalis, creating 2 Eldrazi spawn tokens, and all of a sudden, Adam looks in a really good spot. Got a lot going
Yeah.
on here. We've got this map token that we can fire off to make the Chrysalis bigger, or even a refurbished familiar.
Sometimes with Jund, you have only to hope.
Yes. They're revealing a Drossforge Bridge, putting it into hand.
You have to be a believer. You have to believe that your opponent
And
will
this
not
is- and this
cause
is
the
what-
game.
And this is why you play something like John Wildfire. Your just top decks are just so much better because
Yeah.
it's just good cards dot deck.
Yes. If you are a true believer,
If you believe in the heart of the cards, as they say.
Aquarian Ranger.
Aquarian Ranger, we're rebuilding slowly.
The problem are the two Eldrazi spawn in front of Aqurisalis. So
We've got Fanatical Offering here, just sacrificing off the,
draw 2.
yep, draw 2 here.
He needs a spot removal and then the game.
Another
probably-
cast down would be nice here, I feel. A couple more copies in the main board. Maybe even a Krarkland Shaman just to deal. Considering Arriving Chrysalis is just way too big.
Yeah. So they won.
Swamp. We've got Blood Fountain. This is a really nice way. I know we don't have any creatures in the graveyard at the moment, but if this Chrysalis dies or one of these familiars dies, it's just a really nice way to rebuild. Krarkland Shaman's on the top of this library. That's pretty spooky.
Yeah.
It's just hits after hits after hits.
Okay.
And
The game is over.
yep, and that's it. So John Wildfire takes it, and Bazika takes it. They are now day 2. So
I don't know
congrats to
if
them.
John Wildfire or the two refurbished familiar made.
I mean, it was the whole breath weapon, clearing out the board, keeping the Timberwatch elf
Yeah.
into familiar, and then just be like, you know what, Arriving Chrysalis just to make sure, like just to wrap it up.
Yes.
And this is just the strength of John Wildfire. It's just able to apply pressure so quickly and
Yes.
so efficiently, which is something that's just very Jund in Magic. When we talk about Jund, it just does that very well historically, and it's no surprise to see Adam going not only undefeated, but now locking
Yeah.
up day 2 with one of the 100-ish, 60 copies of Jund Wildfire today.
Yeah. Okay, we have the backup table.
So this is High Tide versus Azorius Familiars.
Wow.
A lot going on here. For some reason, we're playing our lands in front. And it looks like we're in game 3, so we're going to ephemerate this Archaeomancer.
Two standard bearer are good. I don't know if you have to target at least one, not both.
Yes.
Okay.
Um,
So it plays up only one puppetry.
so we're in game 3 here. couple of standard bearers, which is surprisingly good against High Tide.
Yes, yes. Also, yes, you play up only one single copy of Puppetry, but you play up Giga Drums.
Yes, Giga Drowse is very good here.
So a race of true damage
got,
every turn.
Yeah, we've got a Brainstorm firing off here. Seeing what we can get. These standard bearers are just going to be chipping away at life total, as will this Archaeomancer, no doubt.
So High Tide is a strange combo because sometimes the player of High Tide is forced to try to start the combo even if they don't know if they can combo off completely. And when you put something that can interact to the combo and reduce the percentage of the success, sometimes it's just enough.
Yep. And Lorenzo Bergamini was our top pauper player yesterday, won with Azorius Familiars. So not only did he sweep up the event yesterday, he's also undefeated today. So he's having a very good weekend so far on a strategy that he's very familiar with, Azorius Familiars. As you could tell in the brief time we've been watching this game, he's playing very quickly, which is the sign of somebody has played this deck an awful lot.
Yes.
Mad respect to anyone who can play Familiars quickly.
But he's playing with mismatched lands.
The original Zendikar though, and they are some of the best basics I think in Magic, period.
Yeah.
Big fan of the original Zendikar lands. They remind me of a time when I got into Modern around 2015, 2016, where most Modern players had either two different types of basic lands, original Zendikar or Unhinged.
Yes.
Like the original full art lands.
Yes.
It just feels very nostalgic to me. So they're mismatched, but they're from the same set. I think that's fine as someone who plays with as someone who plays with Antiquities Tron lands and has one of each as the set as my mana base. I don't have matching Tron lands, but they're from the same set. So a lot going on here, and I think we are done. Yep.
Yes, double ephemerate on Archaeomancer, take back two counters with standard bearer on board. Could be enough.
Just triple negate was enough apparently. Who knew with triple negate would be enough?
Could be enough. The High Tide player, I think that is saying okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can just beat that.
I don't want to continue this game.
So that also means Lorenzo, our top pauper player yesterday, is now undefeated today, locking up their day 2 for Paupergeddon, which fantastic is what you always want. And yeah, so it seems great.
So I think that for this round it's all but we have other 2 rounds, round 7 and round 8, to end this first day of the main event, but the second day of this incredible event called Paupergeddon Summer Edition 2025. Yep. So we will take a short break and we will return with round 7.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point now where a lot of people are just going to be fighting for day 2. Yep. So things are going to get really interesting. So do stick around and we'll be back soon. Thanks.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Paupergeddon's 10th anniversary, where we've got over 1,100 players in the round, battling out across 8 rounds of Swiss today to try and get themselves into day number 2. You're joining us right now in round number 7, our last round of the day, but don't worry, there's one more to come, and that is where we're going to find out who is making that X and 2 record, 18 points or better, to come back tomorrow and try and battle it out for their share of 27,000 euros cash prizes. That pays all the way down to the top 64. But before we get there, we've got to play a little bit more Magic. If that's okay with you, it's okay with me. Let's get down to it. We've got some players sat down in our feature match area now, ready to go, and they didn't even wait for me. We're off to the races. We've got Philip at the top of our screen, better known as Islands in Front, still playing those Islands in Front, even though I told him off, so I'll get that changed momentarily. And at the bottom of the screen, we've got some Mono Red Burn. How do you think this matchup normally goes?
So it's quite even. I mean, you can play a role of a control deck and a role of an aggressive deck in both sides of the table. You can be very aggressive and be very control-ish, even pre-sideboard, and of course also in the post-sideboard games, thanks to cards like Pyroblast and Hydroblast.
Let's see how it's going to pan out. It looks like Philip was on the play. So adding some more fairies to the board. What's kind of the overall game plan of this fairies deck? Like, how is it meant to play out? We've got it down as mono red aggro, but it's not quite that, is it?
Yeah, to be honest, you just try to keep your opponent from landing any relevant spell, usually creatures, because, you know, fairies is very weak to creatures. You don't really have any way to answer your opponent's creatures in game 1. Yeah, you have Hydroblast in your deck, but Hydroblast is a card you play in the sideboard. So now, when your opponent land a Kissing Flamberger or eventually a T2, so the Goblin Tomb Rider, you probably are in need to find one of your 4 copies of Snap to bounce back the Kissing Flamberger and then counter it. Maybe even with Spellstutter Sprite, which is the best counter spell, the best interaction you have in this matchup.
Yeah, because I guess it's because all the CMC is so low, it in itself is able to counter a lightning bolt without anything else on the board. But then with multiple fairies that we've got now, we are basically countering every single thing that we need to. Here comes a flamer on the board, so every instant or sorcery we cast will do an extra point of damage. Now every single one will do a free shock effect. And here comes a blast. We've got 1 artifact, 2 artifact, 3 artifacts. That's 4 damage plus the extra 2 here, so that's 6 in total for 1 red mana. It's pretty good value, that.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Casting Flamerator is good, but at dealing damage to your opponent, and also good at blocking your opponent ninjas. So, okay, you have a Moonseeker attacker or Ninja of Deity powers, but I have 2 copies of my Casting Flamerator, so I can block. You can deal damage with your ninja, you can draw extra cards, so I'm stopping you from getting extra card advantage. That could be really relevant in this game.
All the ninjas are on the ground, right? None of them have flying in this deck, is that correct?
No, there's no way to give flying to your ninjas unless you play very specific cards that I think Philip is not playing right now. Yeah? Oh, wait.
There we go.
Why they have the island on the back?
Because that's how we should be having it on the stream. That's why. He was trying to get away with it. He was trying to play with it. I know he's going to watch this back and be like, that Will's got me, but this is the rules and we will enforce them.
His nickname.
I know. I'm fully aware. We're fully aware who Skura is. Don't you worry. Old school players. A lot of old school players. Who was the player that used to play with their cards reversed and backwards? Do you remember them on the Pro Tour? I can't remember their name. Chat will help me out. Chat, who's the pro player from, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, where we used to have, they used to play all their cards upside down and in reverse. So it would be lands in front, the spells behind. I think it begins with an A. It's like Andrew or something. It's going to really annoy me. Chat's should help me. You got my back, chat. More importantly, looking at the board state here, what we got, this is going to be another 2 points of damage because non-creature spell being cast, dropping Skura down to 9. Chat's not jumped in yet. I thought chat would be a lot quicker than that. Got some fans here for Skura.
Okay, so the Synthesizer of the Soul, it exile and Mountain.
Have we played our land drop for the turn?
No, not yet.
All right, bonus. That's always great.
Now they have a Clockwork Percussionist and a Lightning Bolt in hand. Okay, so what are you gonna doing here? maybe casting first the creature, then casting the lightning bolt.
So cast the creature, see if that resolves. It's got haste, so we can get in there with that this turn if we want to. That's going to eat the counter spell, which means the door's open for this lightning bolt, which is actually 5 points of damage, remember. Chat got it. It's Adrian Sullivan. That's who used to play a bit backwards. Have you ever watched Adrian Sullivan play?
Well, to be honest, I think now Mono Red is very well favored. I mean,
It's not why I asked, but it's fine. It's cool.
No.
It's all good. Lightning bolt's going to go to the face. 5 damage to the grid. It's going to drop Skura down to 4. But we're out of cards. The only thing we've got is our draw step and that synthesizer. And I guess we've also got that blood token, so we can try and get a Val Blast here. Maybe would be enough to get us across the line. Skura's going to have to play pretty tight or start finding some more counter magic moving forward. And the way we're going to do that is starting off with a Seer here, trying and look at those top 2. It looks like both went to the bottom. Follow-up spell is going to be draw 2, 1 mana. Because what is the stipulations of that card again? It's like if you have a flyer and a non-human or something?
Yeah, you need a non-human creature and a human creature to draw 2 cards. Well, it costs 3 mana, but if you have a non-human creature and a human creature, it costs 2 less mana. So it's just, similar to Tokast, draw 2 cards by paying only 1 blue mana.
All right. Well, and it's quite nice. One blue mana, draw 2 cards, take that all day long.
That's almost an ancestral recall, I mean.
All right, no blocks. Ninja's going to connect, which means we get to go another card deeper. Dig in, doing our hardest or we can to try and fill our hand with some counter magic. Remember, any lightning bolt now would be lethal. Any burn effect really will be lethal. Even a galvanic blast without the artifact kicker to it. Was Adrian Sullivan about 20 years ago? It doesn't feel like that to me. It feels like only yesterday I was watching him on the Pro Tour. Human and non-human. Thank you.
Do we know the deck list from Mono Red?
Well, unless this is going to start working for me. I wasn't able to get it up. Don't clip that, chat.
Well, Mono Red usually plays cards like Lava Dart. So if you are able to find a Lava Dart, even if the opponent has any kind of interaction, you can still kill your opponent because you are then able to cast 2 spells with 1 single card. By doing that, you just kill your opponent. They just have only 4 lives.
Did we play the... No, the Seer that we played last turn back to our hand, right? We only played it last turn, so we couldn't have attacked with it.
Oh, with that?
Is that right? Let me... Yeah, okay. Chat's also saying it, so I'm gonna flag that to a judge. Let's see if we can get this reversed. Why is it always on our last round that we get judge calls? I don't know if it's going to matter too much. Rewinding here might be a bit, hard. I think if it re-enters now in the scry effect, that's where things are going to get really complicated for a judge. So I've passed up. It's hopefully getting to the judge team now. But we're going to keep, commentating on this like we. Like it didn't happen, because until it happens, well, that's our job. We're going to talk about this. We are basically 1 burn spell away. I think that's the judge now leaning in. And they're going to go for the motions. So basically how this works, if anyone's just tuning in and you haven't seen a judge call before, well, you are in luck. What the judge is going to do is the judge is going to go back and ask the players, like, what happened? Is this what was on the board state? Get both sides of it. Because we don't think it was malicious or any sign of something bad happening here. It was just an honest mistake, which can happen. We are in 7 rounds deep of playing Magic now, and it is extremely hot here in this room. So the judge is going to go get both sides, make sure it was correct or not. We definitely did turn that one round, but it's fine. Yeah, we know we're in the middle of a judge call. They're going to get both sides, and then the judge will make their decision on how this pans out. I don't know what that's going to be. They could end up trying to rewind it to a board state, or they will... in fact, I don't know what else they'll do. Maybe they'll just have to carry on from this position. Too many game actions have happened. But we'll make sure we get confirmation on that, and we'll let you all know. I'll tell you what we can do before we do that. Let's get the meta game on why this is going on. Or in fact, this is even better. We'll go to the other game, not the meta game. Let's go to the other game, our backup feature match while we sort that one out, where it looks like we've got Gruul Ramp versus Jund Reanimator. Both players 5-1, so one win away from getting themselves into the next, into day 2. Sorry. This looks like LAN, as in, well, there's the handshake.
Yeah, that's.
I think they might have took it down 2-0.
Yeah, seems like so. I mean, the Reanimator is just spy combo, but it plays on extra land, the basic mountain, to cast Breathing Chrysalis. And, if is against Grow Ramp or Grow Ponza is not really a bad matchup because they don't really have much interaction with the graveyard. They just try to be an aggro deck, and Breathing Chrysalis is very good to stop your aggro. I mean, it creates 3 champ blockers, so with the Breathing Chrysalis you are very good to stop your opponent from killing you from the battlefield.
All right, I haven't seen that version. So that is a version of the what we saw yesterday, the 5-land spy deck. Yep. But it's just playing a little bit of red in there for Faithless Looting and stuff like that, I'm guessing?
No, you're basically the same deck, but instead of playing 8 Divination spell, I mean Little Stampede and Windy Way, you are playing just 4 copies, and you also play Virgin Chrysalis, so it's more or less more lower on the ground, more mid-range shell, because you don't try to be too much fast. You prefer to have a better game 1 against mono red, and well, maybe not against mono red, but at least against decks like Mono Blue Terror and Mono Blue Fairies, so decks that try to stop you from comboing off.
So it's more of a meta game choice. Okay, well, it looks like maybe it's just one game up here, so we are going to be able to get a second game, depending on how the other one resolves as well. We'll see if we can flick back to that as well. It's just a spy deck, it's not that. Okay, it looks like we've resolved it. I'll get the full thing of what happened, if we've reversed it or whatever's gone on. These things happen, you know what I mean? We're all human at the end of the day. We all make mistakes, especially on camera, the pressure of being here. And as I said, 7 rounds of Magic right now. Brains must be fried, and if not fried, they're definitely cooking, because the heat here in this room is pretty bad. If you can see behind us, well, you can actually kind of see the little bit of the fan here that's pointing at me. There's another fan over there pointing over at Alex. We've got all these lights going on at us, so it's getting hot in here in the booth, let alone out there with over 1,000 players battling out, trying to get themselves into day number 2. Remember, 18 points or better is needed. That's an X&2 record. That getting tapped down is the Samurai token, which I think was made from the synthesizer.
So they put a stun counter so they can untap the Samurai token next to it. They're attacking with 2 fairies. And now, I guess it's just a matter on who good Mono Red is able to draw this turn. For Mono Blue, it's just if they have a ninja, they can kill the opponent next turn, because they ninjutsu 1 fairy. They have exactly 5 damage to win this game, and being able to overcome 2 copies of Cascade Flame Breaker in this matchup is very good for Mono Fairies.
We've got a Flamer in hand and a Gal Blast. Okay. So if we play the Flamer, go for the Gal Blast, 3 triggers will go on the stack, but if there's any sort of counter magic over on Skura's side, that's not enough. It'll pit him to 1. 1 is not lethal. So we've got to try and somehow get a point of damage across the line, or do we get rid of the Flamer and try and find a second burn spell?
Yeah,
what do you like?
I think you just want to draw a non-creature spell here, so probably I think it's clear that you want to draw another spell. So thanks to the blood token, you have a sort of free looting effect. Yeah, you're still paying mana, but it's not really a card you have in hand, so it's a permanent. Players are thinking what they need to do.
You got to be in the tank here. You got to think, how can I best play round? I always think, what's the best play my opponent can do, and what's the best play I can do into that? And if they don't end up having it, it's even better for me. My play is going to work out a lot better. But if they have it, great. It's the best case scenario for me, the worst case scenario for me of what happened. And it looks like we're letting Skura untap. And like you said, if he's got a ninja, this could just be game. He's going to play his land drop for the turn. That's the one that lets us go a card deeper. Tap another island. Draw 2 more because we have a human, non-human. And he's still tapping down here. Maybe we're trying to find a solution, but that's an 8 way to tap down one of these blockers.
Maybe it is enough to kill them. Yeah, because they tap the Cascade Fulminator. They can deal damage with 1 ninja. Okay, so let's see if they attack with everything.
It's going to go, yeah, it's turning it all sideways. So now this is going to force the, I guess, the Gal Blast first. Is there any world where we, Gal Blast one of the creatures? No, we're going to go for cycling this first. Blood token's going to go. Pay 1 mana, top card. It was a synthesizer.
Oh, wow.
So if we did that in our main phase, that would have been an extra spell, and then we would have been able to got the team. Gal Blast you. This is for 2 triggers on the stack.
And they have
Fairy
a
McCall is going to stop it. But even if both of them got counted, we would have been able to get that 4 damage across and take Philippa down there.
Yep.
Wow. All right, Seeker's in. Sometimes you just get away with it. Mono Blue Fairy's taking that game 1 there. Burn's going to have to shuffle it up. And we did spoke, obviously things get a lot better after sideboard. They get a lot of 1 mana spells to counter or destroy target blue permanent. So we imagine a bunch of those are going to come in. I don't have the deck list in front of me anymore, so we're just going to have to spitball it. Hello, Judge. I'm going to get the judge to tell me how many it is.
Tell me. What happened? A creature that is at the battlefield that turn who's not allowed to attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. But because of the state of the game, when
Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 times.
yeah, because he untap, he can crack the experiment, then he sell a card, play a card, makes a counter spell.
Yeah.
You cannot.
So you can't rewind it at that point?
Yes. No, we can't rewind on that.
So it's usually
because we made a lot of choices because of the life total.
So it's, they basically got a warning and play on from that?
Yes.
All right.
It was a failure to maintain the state because both of the players are responsible for what's happening on the table. And,
All right, cool.
That's it. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go grow some bigger biceps. Everyone can't see that judge. He is massive. He is huge. Okay, Skura's letting us know what he's boarding in. So it looks like a lot of Elemental Blast and Blue Pyroblast. What the judge was saying is basically there was so many state-based effects happen. The board state has changed so much by the time that we were able to catch it that they weren't able to rewind it. So both players got a warning, and they had to play on from that state, and obviously the game to conclusion. And now Mono Blue Fairies is 1 game up. Happens, you just don't want to get 3 of the same warning. Get 3 of the same warning, that is when you're going to have fallen into some issues, especially when we're getting this close to the end of day 1. What sort of cards does a mono red want to be bringing in? We talk about the blue elemental blast. We talk about the what's it called? What's the blue one called? Pyroblast? No, it's red elemental blast, blue elemental blast, Hydroblast. That's the one I can think of. Jesus, it's been a long day for us as well in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. So let's say that those cards come in. They're all great. I'm playing against an all blue deck. Is there any other sort of cards that they will want?
Yeah, I think if they have it, they want to bring in Cast into the Fire. Cast into the Fire is very good to deal with artifacts, but it's also good against 1/1 creatures.
Okay.
So you can kill 2 Fairies, and it is very strong, I guess. I mean, you have a spell that your opponent can counter with 1 single copy of Spellstutter Sprite, and you can kill 2 Fairies or 1 Ninja and 1 Fairy. It's very strong.
Yeah. I mean, we know well about this Fairies list. It needs a good board state. Like, it needs to have a substantial amount of creatures on the board to be able to pull away, so then they can keep up all the counter magic and win that game. So if you're able to interact with them early and keep them off the board, instead of them sitting back and keeping up that counter magic to stop you casting your spells, they've actually got to commit to the board, use their mana, use their resources, and in those gaps, that's where the mono red deck can start resolving some of its spells moving forward. Yep. Happy days. Well, we'll see if it pans out. They're going to need that now that they are on the play. Game number 2. Remember, 5-1 records for both players. They are 3 points away from locking themselves into day number 2, and that's where the prizes are. That's where the big money is. Top 64 players, their share of 27 32,000 euros. That's $32,000 for everyone watching across the pond. And on that one, I want to know where you're watching from, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know in the chat. Who's watching from the craziest place on earth right now? Obviously, we are here in Lucca, Italy, just a little bit just north of Pisa, where we got that tower that's trying to not fall over the best it can. Chat's going to say USA West Coast. What state? I want to know states. USA. Oh, we got a load of USA. All right, so this is a 32K for everyone just tuned in. You're never going to guess where I am. NYC MTG asked, we're never going to guess where they're from.
Well, to be honest, I don't really know much about USA. Maybe
NYC?
YC?
November Yankee Charlie.
No, I don't really know. I mean,
it might be New York.
Yeah.
It might be. I'm only guessing that.
I know for sure there's a lot pauper community in New York.
Is there a pauper? Let's find out. Is there a pauper community in New York, NYC? Let me know. California, South Australia, Poland, Ohio.
Well,
Cadwell, Ohio. That's Apex territory, I think.
Anyway, it's still very, very cool to learn about people from all over the world watching these.
It's crazy, isn't
streaming.
it? If you think about it, you think about the amount of people around the world, literally around the world watching, people play this amazing game. This is such a community-led project as well. If people don't know what Paupergeddon is and just think it's another tournament, it isn't, okay? 10 years ago, well, I guess it's 10 years ago now, a load of enthusiasts came together and decided that they wanted to play more Pauper. So they put on a local Pauper tournament. Got a little bit of traction. Next year, everyone's like, we want to do that again, but told their friends. Year after that, everyone told their friends. And it's just progressed and grown to this absolute phenomenon that it is now. It is the size of a GP. We've got 10 artists in the room. We've got about 5 or 6, I think it was, token makers in the room. We've got 6 different stands in the room, as well as all the different side events that happen alongside this. We've got the main event today, which has got over 1,100 players battling out, playing just Pauper, ladies and gentlemen. We've got people traveling from all around the world. We know we've got you watching from all around the world. And this is just someone's idea because they wanted to play more Magic the Gathering in the format that they chose. And in this instance, at the bottom of our screen, they wanted to play some mono red, and they're going to get that point of damage in straight away. Both players keeping their opening hands and off to the races. Let's have a little look what everyone's saying. People from Brazil watching. Let's go. Finland, Canada. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. We're going to start with a fairy on the other side. We're going to see Philip Skura's going to attack, then not block there. He's got a Lava Dart in hand, and that's a good one that you were talking about, right? A lot of these fairies have got 1 toughness, so Lava Darts, this is really its time to shine.
Yeah, that's for sure. But now, what are you going to do? Are you casting Burns of Soul or Reckless Impulse, or trying to kill your opponent Kecho? I mean, casting a turn 2 Divination might be better than killing your opponent's fairy. Yeah, they can have a ninja and ninjutsu the fairy, but by doing that, they're tapping their mana. And okay, you are saying, yeah, you can draw a card, but you are not untapped anymore. So they can eventually just kill your ninja and get more advantage from resolving the burn soul.
Yeah, it's quite huge in this deck, like the play draw discrepancy. Like, if this was a turn early and now we're just about to play a second land, and not only have we got to deal with this ninja on the board, there's going to be counter magic up potentially. Now that mono red's on the play, being able to get that extra board, that extra lands, that extra spell for the turn to basically deal with this ninja. So let's go to combat and getting another point of damage here. Going to drop Skura down to 17. See double Lava Dart in hand. That's a nightmare if I've ever seen one. Also Lightning Bolt, I think another way of another Union effect and a land. Of course, we've got that Lightning Bolt in exile as well. That's going to go straight to the face.
So I guess they're going to cast Lava Dart targeting the Munsuku attacker.
Now, do we do it in sorcery speed like this, or would you have liked to have done it in like maybe Skura's upkeep?
Maybe in their upkeep, they can spell pierce the Lava Dart. So it is better if you force 1 spell starter sprite on the Lava Dart, so you can also cast another realm of a spell on spell starter sprite, or anyway, force your opponent to tap their mana during the turn.
And that seems to be like what it's really all about in this matchup is trying to get Skura to tap out all the time so we can then start resolving our spells. And double Lava Dart is what we're going to do now that the shields are down. There was that Pyroblast that was able to deal with the first one. Now Skura's got to rebuild, and this is what we're speaking about. Now it's got to tap down, tap low, completely tap out in this instance, refilling the hand, but has also refilled the board. 2-1, well, they're not ones. There was a 1-2 sticking out there, so that's a nice little blocker as well.
Yeah, Brine Barrow Intruder is one of the best cards you can play in Mono Blue Fairies against, White Winnie's deck. I mean, Mono Red Synth has a lot of small creatures like Clockwork Percussionist.
Yep.
So by casting a creature that doesn't die in combat from them and also slowing down their aggro, you are very, very likely, if your opponent doesn't have any interaction for that creature, to be able to stop them.
We should talk about that line there. So obviously I see the keyword flash on this. I also see when it ends the battlefield, target opponent creature gets -2/-0. That's a combat trick on a body, but we played it at sorcery speed in our own turn. But that's because we wanted the human on the board, so we had one non-human, one human, so being able to basically draw 2 would only cost 1. And I think that's just like a sign of, we've got the reps in. Skura is very well known for playing this deck, has been championing it for a long time, has won some big tournaments in Europe with it, and is now 5-1, so clearly knows how to pilot this deck. If you're not following him on the socials, you probably should, especially if you like these fairies lists. He's always playing them, always tuning them. I think he's started streaming them as well, to be fair. We're going to sacrifice a mountain for this Lava Dart to come back. It's also going to do a point damage to the face. Now the Flamer is there. 2 cards are going to sit in exile. We'll use those next turn perfectly fine. Skura, on the other hand, might need to start rebuilding this board a little bit more because that is not a fairy and it does not have flying. But this Blast is a great way of dealing with it, especially while they're tapped out. Now if we've got another Ninja, we'll be able to connect with it.
Yeah, it's very likely for them to have a Ninja or... Yeah, no... if you want to attack with the Barrow Intruder, it's just because you have a Ninja right now. You have not so many life compared to your opponent. You can block their creatures, but anyway, you are forced to do a Metal Blast, the Chaos Implementer, because it's the most powerful threat your opponent's play. It's both a good defensive, a very aggressive card, and also a good defensive card.
What's he thinking of right now? So like this is on the stack, but we're completely tapped out. There's 1 Lava Dart in the bin. If there was 2, then maybe we think about it, but there's only 1 mountain. Was he kind of trying to represent Fire Blast there?
No, I think you are kind of forced to put out the Fire Blast in this matchup. Lava Dart is very strong, but Fire Blast, you are,
But Skura doesn't know that. Like Skura doesn't know that it's the one that you'd board out. Like you can make an assumption of it, but I'm completely tapped out. And I'm making my opponent think about the fact that they've put the Pyroblast on the stack, and I'm like, hold on a minute, wait a minute, and they're thinking, they went in the tank. Are they trying to bait Skura into thinking that he has a Fireblast in his hand, is what I'm trying to say. Like, there's no reason there. We're completely tapped out. The card should just be destroyed. But Skura's making them think, and that's just like trying to, not Skura, sorry. We're seeing the burn player try and get them to think like, oh, hold on, mate, that's not resolving yet. I might have a spell. Because obviously if I had a spell, we'd be able to do an extra point of damage.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. Now we have a Tectonic Hazard excited with Clockwork Percussionist, and Skura is trying to protect its Brine Barrow Intruder.
Mm-hmm.
So is this...
What does it do? What does this card do?
It deals 1 damage to each of your opponent creatures and also to each of your opponents. So yeah, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. It doesn't really matter right now, but since the Intruder blocked the Clockwork Percussionist, now you are able to kill it, and they have double Tectonic Hazard.
Jeez, a lot of resources just to take a 1-2 off the board. But Skura gonna have to pass turn back. Doesn't have anything to add to it just yet. And it feels like the mono red deck's being the control deck here.
Yeah, to be honest, mono red is aggressive and try to kill every threat from fairies, because if you let fairies have enough creatures, it is very likely you're going to lose. Anyway, Burn, even though killed all the opponent creatures, still don't have a lot of resources. So I guess it's kind of a matter of time. I mean,
more land here for Skura.
Yeah, Skura is drawing a lot of lands, and that's probably the main reason this game is still going on. I mean,
well, he's got a lot of counter magic in hand, right? Like, he might have to be very proactive here. We'll see what happens with this synthesizer as it comes down. Remember, this will exile the top card and we can play it to the end of turn. And here's the fairy. But we can kill that in response, correct?
Yep, they have a lava dart in their graveyard. So, well, they first needed to tap the mana to cast Experimental Synthesizer. No, they have a 4 land, so they already tapped it.
Yeah, there's one already off, so I think they're just saying, if I kill this, would this still be counted? And the answer is yes, unless skills to add another fairy to the battlefield once the ability resolves.
So I guess they just... what is going on?
The lava dart is face up, and that is what we're going to use. We're going to use this, and yeah, Skura's like, okay, cool, scoop it up. You've got me, I've flooded out a little bit too much here. Let's go to a game 3 where I'm on the play and I've got the advantage. I can use my tempo to try and eke out this game. I love it when we get game 3s of Magic. Maybe we can we just flick across to the other backup table, just have a little quick look at how they're getting on, or have they finished? I'm being told they're finished. Okay, so the backup table finished. Do we know who won? Well, I'm guessing it's the Jund Reanimator one. Was it the Jund one that won? Yeah. All right. Yeah. It was the spy deck that I've been calling Scry all weekend long. Whoa, sorry, I'm sticking to myself right now, chat. As we mentioned multiple times throughout today, it has been hot, but we've had even hotter Magic, so that's even better.
But do you think it is hotter the weather, or it is very much more hot?
It's because we keep watching Burn. We keep watching Burn. That's what's going on. But no, that spy deck is spicy. That might be my next pauper deck that I build, I think. Like, while Poison Storm is, it's going to have my heart, maybe my brain should start moving towards this this spy deck. I think I've got a lot of the cards as well. So, or if not, I'll try and maybe I'll walk around the vendors here and try and pick it up, because as I mentioned, there's multiple vendors here.
At the end of this weekend, I think we should figure out the best build of Spy so we can be prepared for the next Paupergeddon.
Which is actually happening the same weekend as Eternal Weekend in Europe.
Yeah,
there's going to be a Paupergeddon that weekend. So for people watching right now, obviously everyone knows about Eternal Weekend, right? It's where we come together and we play Legacy and Vintage and Pre-Modern and Pauper and all these type of bigger Eternal formats. Well, the next one happening in Europe is going to be happening on this stream in this building by this company. Really looking forward to that and seeing how that's going to pan out and all the spicy stuff. I'm hearing a lot of spicy stuff that's going to happen that weekend. And there's going to be not only the main event, which is the Legacy one, I believe, but also we're going to have a huge Pauper tournament attached to that. So there's going to be 2 big events running at the same time. And we're not entirely sure how that's going to get streamed yet, but I'm sure we'll work out a way and we'll be able to bring it to all you beautiful people out there. Maybe some of you are going to fly across the globe for it, because there's one in America, there's one in Europe, there's one, I think it's in Japan, the last one.
I think so.
In Japan, so there's 3 that happen, and I say for this one, they are going to try and blow it out the water, ladies and gentlemen, the amount of things that I'm hearing, the spice that's going to happen. 8 rounds today, 14 total. Then we cut to the top 8. So tomorrow's going to be a slightly longer day than today. But tomorrow we'll be crowning a champion, and 64 players will be a little bit more happy because they're going to have some more money in their pocket. Their share of that 27,000 euros. Skura's showing the camera what we got. It looks like 3 lands, couple of 4 spells. Can't make out quite what they are, but both players are down to 6 right now. Skura's going to pick that 3rd land to the bottom of the deck. You can tell Skura's worked on coverage with me before. He knows I want to know what's in his hand. I want all of the decisions that he's making so we can talk about them. Over on the mono red side, though, I see 2 lands, Synthesizer. We've got the turn 1 Goblin Guide start. I can see a Galvanic Blast. And there's a couple of it I can't quite make out, but I'm sure we'll find out as we go along. Okay, when can Paupergeddon come to the United States? Look, this is a fan-made tournament. Grab your friends, put on a tournament. Hopefully they tell more friends. Hopefully it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It is such a cool format. We're getting the fist bumps. We're going into game 3. One of these players at the end of this match will be in today. Number 2. I broke a second pen. So you need to stop giving me pens. I keep breaking them. Sear's going to enter the board. That's going to scry 2. Do we like both of these cards? We like one of them. That one can stay on top. One's going to go to the bottom. We're going to pass the turn back. We see a Pyroblast off the top, but more important, we see a turn 1 Goblin Guard with no downside. That's the Pirate. It's a 1/2. If you control an artifact, you get +1 and haste. So all my modern well, I guess Boomer modern players now will know about Goblin Guide, and that's why I've used that reference. Mountain, that's going to be our land for the turn. Get in there for 2 points of damage. Nice little clock. And more importantly, no ninja was happening on turn 2 either. Skura decided to hold up some of the counter magic potentially in the hand. I mean, we're gonna jockey for position now, right? Like, I've got spells that are instant speed. You got spells that are instant speed. You've got 1 power on the board. I've got 2 power. I'm gonna win this race.
Yeah, just waiting for the opponent to do the wrong play. I mean, if you have enough lands, you don't really need to cast something. So just wait for your opponent. You have it's not really defined here who's the beatdown or who is the control until they find any answer of the opponent start playing another card, another creature.
So we're gonna attack, get in there for point damage, and then we're gonna follow up with another fairy. Still leaving that 2 mana up though. Could represent multiple things. We know that there's counter spell. We know there's spell sprite in the deck. I feel like end of turn here is where I want to kind of like fire off a burn spell, keep those fairies to a minimum.
Yeah, I think it is worth to cast a Galvanic Blast just to force your opponent to tap out. After all, yeah, you have interaction, but you don't really have that much mana, and you also have cards that you want to resolve that are sorcery speed.
Yeah, we actually double Synthesizer in the hand now as well, and like this would be the ideal turn for it. But with 2 mana open, the chance of it resolving is going to be pretty low. So I like the idea of forcing the action the end of Philip's turn there, and then being able to untap. And if it was countered, I could either try and clear the board that way. So Skura's now got to tap out again to kind of refill the board. But we'll see how it pans out. I haven't played 6 rounds with this deck today, going into the 7th. Synthesizer's coming to the front. It'd be really nice if we could hit like a mountain off it or something along those lines. Now we're looking at trying to potentially get another Goblin Guard. We're just passing the turn back, doing nothing with our turn. Interesting. Let's see what Skura's going to do. Picking up the fairy, having a little... Look like he's having a read of it, but all of his cards are in a foreign language, so I don't actually know if he knows that foreign language, but he is going to get the 2 points damage in. Again, passes the turn back. Skura is more than happy to do this. Gal Blast is getting moved to the front. Still passing turn back. These players are playing so patiently. We drew another Pirate off the top. We can go double Pirate. That would be 6 damage a turn if they were both to resolve. I like doing it at the end of Skura's turn. Doing it now just gives Skura the turn to do it. There's the counter spell. That's going to stop the first Pirate. Sure, there's the thumbs up.
Let it resolve? Oh, weird. Why not Red Elemental Blast to your opponent's counter spell?
I don't know. We can ask him after. I don't know is the answer. The way I play is completely different, clearly, and I would probably get blown out multiple times. I am not a ninja pilot with the Synthesizer deck.
I don't play much of Mono Red, but I think that when you have a bunch of Goblin guys, you want to have them on the battlefield instead of your end. Oh, wait. They're passing the turn without attacking.
Passing again. Wait, is that 10 life? So maybe respecting the life totals.
I guess they want to double block the Goblin Guide.
Yeah, maybe they want to just get it off the board. Maybe there's too much damage getting turned sideways. So now we've got back to like what would I call like normal Magic. Now we're back to just playing the game. Both players kind of took some turns off, not really do anything, and now we're back to okay, well I'll just start casting on spells again. And like, all right, yeah, I'll start counting them again.
So, what are you doing now? You are casting Red Elemental Blast on Blue Elemental Blast, or just let it resolve? Okay. That's
now we're going to have a fight. There's a Dispel backup. So 2 for 2 there. Skura's going to come out on top of that one. Get in there for combat. Oh, what a blowout. Going to give it -2, -0. Then we're going to block with all these creatures, get it off the board. Could we have picked out that read up?
Yeah,
knowing that they didn't attack that turn. Could we have read that was the card in their hand?
Yeah, I think, well, maybe they did not have, by just double chump blocking, the fairies will kind of enough to stop Mono Red to dealing extra damage because you don't really have that much life left. But, Intruder, it was the best card you have left after countering the second copy of Goblin Tomb Raider they had. So now we have so many fairies on the battlefield and so less goblins left.
Remember, Skura drew 4 cards that turn as well. So, did kind of tap out, was really looking for that 4th land, found the 4th land. Synthesizer is going to resolve and is going to hit a mountain off the top. That is a land that is needed now, so we can still double spell this turn. I'm kind of with you. I think we need to start mowing some of these fairies down. Try and restart it. We do have the Lava Dart. We do have a couple of Pyro Blasts, Red Elemental Blast. We've got another Synthesizer. Don't think this is the turn for it. Got a way to draw a couple more cards, but don't think we need to do it. I think we need to deal with this board, and right now we can't let Skura untap with this and have all the mana to protect these. At the minute, this is going to be a free turn clock. Yeah, the creature that flashed in gave the Goblin Pirate -2/-0 until end of turn, so that's why they were all able to block it. Now in the upkeep, we're going to see a Lava Dart. We're going to see a little stack. Skura says, sure, that can go on the stack. Let's see what he wants to do. He's just going to let it resolve. Now going to go to his draw step. Going to draw another 2 for 1 mana. Still has a human, still has a non-human, of course. Goes again. That's the 4th copy now. Must be nice. Plays his 5th land drop for the turn. Get in there for 3 points of damage. It's going to take it. Going to drop down to 9. Question mark. Ninja time. Ninja's going to come in. Now, do we want to try and destroy this ninja?
Well, to be honest, if you're played all the game along, worrying about spell starter sprite, probably you are not casting a removal spell on the Moonseeker attacker, but it seems like they don't have the sprite and they protect the ninja with this spell.
Would you use the Lava Dart here?
No, I think you are forced to keep the Lava Dart in the graveyard. You need those lands you have in play.
Mm-hmm.
If you start losing your mana, then you are not able to cast your spells in the next few turns.
All right, well, it looks like we're going to take 4 points here, drop them down to 8, go a card deeper. Only 1 mana untapped, though, but of course there's so many. We've seen Dispels, we've seen Blue Elemental Blasts and Hydro Blasts in this deck. We draw a 4th land.
So now you can cast Castle Inflammator and 2 spells. If they have another bonus spell, they can potentially win this game. I mean, double Galvanic Blast, maybe? No, they don't have enough artifacts in play, right?
No, just the 2 artifacts currently. Do have the Synthesizer, but that's not enough. But we're not dead on the backswing, is what's going on. So we can go Synthesizer here, do a point of damage to you. That is going to be the 3rd artifact. Flip the top card if it resolves. Skura's making them think. Could maybe have a Spell Pierce in hand. Could be one of the Hydro Blasts or Blue Elemental Blasts. Finds a creature.
Blocker. Okay, so now they are kind of forced to think if they want to cast the Clockwork Percussionist.
So let's cast it, and it looks like we're going to go on defense here.
Are still in game, seems like. Ooh. End of turn, add Blood Elemental Blast to kill the Cascade. So now you're probably going to cast Lava Dart from your graveyard to kill the ninja, or you prefer to kill one of your opponent fairies. I mean, they have a Barrow Intruder in hand, so even if you block with your Clockwork Percussionist, you're not going to kill the ninja, so it's probably better to kill the ninja right now.
So we are going to do the Lava Dart, you said, sacrificing the mountains, cast it for its alternate cost, and the point of damage going upstairs, so both players are going to drop to 8. That Lava Dart does get exiled, just going to make sure of that. You can make sure the Lava Dart gets exiled, but not his lands go behind his spells.
Wow.
Oof, double ninja. Going to go 2 cards deeper here, especially while they're tapped out. That's going to be 4 damage still, dropping them down to 4. But we can kind of restock our hands now. We can also potentially play more threats on the board and threaten lethal next turn. We do know about 1 Galvanic Blast. 1 more of those would be able to close this game down. Draw 2, 1 and 2. And it's scary. If Skura just goes past, that's when it gets scary. You're like, oh no, he's got that counter magic. But then do we have a blast in hand so we can protect it from a counter spell?
Yep, they have a Pyro Blast. So if Skura has only 1 counter spell, maybe a Galvanic Blast on the top deck would be enough to kill Mono Blue.
So it looks like there's a judge counting the lands at the minute. So yeah, it was 2 for one ninja, 2 for another ninja. And then we're going to play a Seer.
Okay, time to draw another Galvanic
Yeah, I
Blast,
say,
guess.
Galvanic Blast gets it done.
Or maybe a Fire Blast.
A Lava Doctor, that's a Flamer. Play that for 2. Galvanic Blast, that just puts him down to 3, but it is a blocker on the ground. Do you like the idea of doing that, or bear in mind we're at 4 life?
So now, what are you going to do if you play Mono Red? Do you attack with the Percussionist?
No, I don't like that.
Because if they maybe want to block it with the Fairy or the Intruder, they give you 1 draw. So I guess they just taking the damage.
I say you just take the damage in that instance. Like, well, why give them another card when you don't need to? And I think they agree. They're just going to play the Flamer here. Pass the turn. That means we've got 2 blockers. It makes it awkward as well for these ninjas, for these deep hours, because as you said, we can just block it now with the little mechanical toy. Get another card. So potentially they're giving us 1 more extra card to try and find that burn spell that we need. That Lava Dart, that Gal Blast, even just a Pyro Blast in this instance will be good enough to get something off the board. We're looking end of turn. We're going to flash in this, so we still block those 2. This isn't lethal yet.
They block 2 ninjas.
Do you Pyroblast here while the shields are down? Get one of the ninjas off, or do you get the flyer off the board?
How many cards they have Mono Blue in hand? Because
I don't know. He drew 8 in 2 turns, or 10
yeah,
cards
they have a
total.
lot of interaction. Probably you want to play maybe around another copy of Hydroblast, because if they destroy your Keswick, you then are not being able to.
We are taking out the flyer as well, so that
Right.
makes sense. Trying to stop that ninjaing, but then there's always going to be an unblocked creature here. Oh, tap both of these down. Attack
that's
4, lethal. That's 5. Skura's going to get the handshake and take this game down, advancing to a 6-1 record and making day number 2. And he's got 1 more game to play today. He can give himself a real good shot at potentially getting into tomorrow's top 8. So hats off to him. Commiserations, but there's still going to be 1 more here for Boni at the bottom of our screen with that mono red deck. 1 more game to get yourself into day number 2. How do you kind of deal with these high pressure matchups when you're playing them, when the nerves kick in? Have you got any secrets, any skills that you do?
No, I think it's more like knowing what you have what you have as an opponent. So by knowing what deck is playing your opponent and how he play it, you play accordingly.
So Chastain, why would you not kill the ninja of the hide over the Pyroblast?
Probably they weren't expecting double streaks to tap their creatures, maybe just 1 interaction, you know. If
It was also they only attack on the ground, right? Like they didn't have flying, so we were able to block them, and almost it's unfavorable for Skura to attack in that situation, because if we do, we block with the toy. That flips us a top card, which gets us a card deeper to potentially winning the game. But looked like he had it completely locked up, had those cards in hand anyway. Hopefully that one answers your question. What else we got going on over in chat? I'm having a little look at what you're all doing here. Connection loss. We saw Mono Blue was able to take down the Fairies deck in the hands of Skura. Islands in front on the socials. But other than that, I think we don't have any more backup feature matches, do we? No backup feature matches. Do we know how long is left in the round? That's my next question. Time's over. Time's up. All right. Well, then I guess we're going to have a. In fact, let's get them. Can we see the meta game one more time? There's 1,000 players in the room. There's definitely some sort of blue deck in the room, high tide combo mirror that's going to happen out there taking us over. So if you're just tuning in maybe from America or something like that, this is the metagame breakdown. Obviously we're in Italy, so we had to make it a pizza chart for everybody at home. Do you like that little pun there? I think someone in the chat said that earlier and I thought I'd steal
we're in
that.
Italy after all.
That's the one. Here we are. Jund Wildfire, most played deck. 164 copies started this morning. We spoke about that. It just does what it says on the tin. It's probably the best deck in the format. That's the reason why everyone has brought it. Mono Red Synthesizer, 96 copies in the room when we kicked off. We just seen it there, so it's still doing incredibly well. Walking across the top tables last round, I saw a lot of them doing quite well. One deck I did see that I thought, oh, we should probably talk about that. I think it was on table 2 last round, was that Boros Bully deck that you were talking about. In table 2.
Boros Bully on table 2? That's really surprising. I mean, deck is quite old in Pauper, so I wasn't expecting it to be able to win enough. I mean, okay, it used to be really strong against mono red, and is still really strong against mono blue, but you know, those decks are not...
Well, if mono red and mono blue are doing well, which we just saw there in our feature match, maybe that is the deck that's going to do well this weekend and kind of bully them literally.
Yeah. Well, probably Boros Bully is just white winning, but better. After all, it has cards that you can't play while just playing mono white. I mean, Fatalist Looting, yeah, that's for sure, but you also have sideboard red cards like Pyroblast. So maybe thanks to Pyroblast, you have a way better matchup against deck like iTide, or maybe even against a deck like John. You know, you can play Cast into the Fire alongside Dust to Dust, so you can exile more artifacts less. I don't know.
Maybe that was the coolest weekend. I remember I did an online tournament to do with Pauper where I was casting it, and Gavin brought a deck that was 3 years old with no new cards in it, and won.
That's true.
And won the whole thing. So, this format, sometimes you get a golden oldie comes back out and can do pretty well, and that's what I was seeing on those tournaments. I don't know if they won the last round or not, but they definitely look like they were in a good position. And if they are winning, maybe they will see them in day number 2 tomorrow. But I'm Will, that's Alex. This is the end of round number 7. It's our last round, but don't worry, we've got one more round today of Pauper action for all you beautiful people at home. So we're going to have a short little break, and when we come back, we'll give you the round number 8. Don't go anywhere.
Forza! Bentornati per Forza! Welcome back.
Hi
Welcome
guys,
back.
welcome back. We are here again for just don't leave you alone during these times of downtime when we are waiting for round 7 of this event.
Yeah, in this searing hot day,
Yes, it's
even
incredibly
if
hot.
the evening is approaching, the temperature seems to rise. I don't know how it's
Yes.
physically possible, but we are managing to survive in this Paupergeddon. This
Yes,
record-breaking
finally.
Paupergeddon.
10th anniversary of Paupergeddon. I think this one is the record of players
Yeah.
till now. So
Yeah, sure. We're gonna break it in the next one.
yeah.
We're gonna break.
Are you sure
We're
about
gonna
that?
make 1,107.
And 7. Yeah, I like that way of
Yeah,
thinking.
sure. Yeah, of course.
So guys, we are here back. So if you want, if you have anything to ask in chat, you can just write, and we will see you.
Yeah, this is your moment because you are used to like every match you are listening to Eisen speaking nonsense and stuff like that. So it's your turn to speak. Ask us. Tell me, are you enjoying this? Main point. Are you enjoying
yes,
this?
of course,
Do
they
you-
are enjoying. This is amazing.
Are you liking the production? Are you liking the casters? Are you liking the games? How many points does it take to qualify for day 2? 6 and X goes to the day 2.
6-2.
6-2, yeah.
Tomorrow-
I can't unban Days and Gush, guys. I'm not Eisen. I have blue eyes, but I'm not Eisen. Best tournament ever. Nice to see it.
And do you know that right now we have a lot of artists in the venue, and I think that every single one of them have some artist proof on eBay.
Yeah, most of them.
Most of them?
Yeah. Some has one that they already make. Some made one
They
today.
have to. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can find those assets proof on eBay.
That's amazing. I was.
The castles are
looking after-
beautiful, but you can explain. Pefo is international right now.
And we are in Toscana, so it's perfect.
Yeah, of course. In the beautiful Tuscany. Or Toscana, as we say. Thanks for the streaming. Thanks you. Thanks every single one of the viewers
Thanks
that
to the
stick
crew
with us
for
for
this
all
stream.
these hours. Thanks to the crew and stuff. No, I can't sing today.
Yes, also because after all these rounds, it's very long, even for them, because we have some breaks, they don't.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's incredible.
Yeah, I hope you bought snacks. Where can I buy the best lampredotto? In the center of Firenze. We need Popper in MTG Arena. I thought a lot
Totally
of
agree.
this. We need a lot of things in MTG Arena, guys.
Yes,
We-
but Pauper, if I have to choose one format, I think Pauper could be pretty fun.
Yeah.
And it's probably easy to bring on Arena.
Yeah,
because
first
you
we
don't
need
have
the
to-
spectator mode.
Yeah, that's.
First thing first, we need a spectator mode. Then we can talk about everything else.
I have to say, I don't care about the spectator mode.
No, what
I really don't care about that. Well, you can always have Discord or some other ways, and
Let's stream the Arena Championship with Discord recordings in 7020p.
it's
Yes.
easy.
Yeah, we cannot. I love the quality of your questions because I can see there's a lot of Italian fans here. The next round will be the last one to determine the day 2.
The 8th round, they have to be 6-2 or better for going to
I
day 2.
think maybe some 5-3 can make day 2 because it's 18 points.
I'm not sure about that,
Yeah.
but it could be.
So 6 is
6-2 is
sure.
Is sure, yes.
Yeah. No, I can't play Pauper. It's not an arena, right? Oh yeah, okay. 5-0-5-0-3.
Yeah, okay.
So with 5
With
wins
3 draws.
and 3 draws, you have 20.
Okay.
You have 18 points, so you can go to the day 2. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, it's not
5-0-3.
easy. Well, there is some decks that could do that because
Yeah.
it's every single round going to extra rounds, so it could be 5-0-3, but
Yeah. We can't tell right now to you how many people are undefeated because at the end of this round, the next casters are gonna make a whole discussion about who is making to the day 2. We're going
Yep.
to give you the names and the decks.
Yep.
And yeah, there's one player right now, it's 502. So one
So it
player
could be.
can actually go 503 day 2, which is maybe cooler than go 6x.
Well, yeah, probably you will be the only one,
Yeah,
I
but
think,
one,
or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah. I think I'd prefer go 503.
Just for the
way
glory.
Yeah, for the cool points. For the cool spot. You can find the standings. So we have a beautiful chat bot in the chat. Exactly.
Yes, also because I think that the round is still ending for the extra time in the
Yeah.
venue, so we don't have the information for telling you which player is undefeated, but they will after this.
So the next day we're gonna have 6 round. So given the amount of players, I think 5-1
Will be in the top 8.
will be in the top 8. But I think I have to see the charts.
Yeah.
Because I think it's mathematically 5-1 in and done. I don't think if unless there are some drops, there's no 4-2 that can go in the top 8 for rating, because there's not enough. The players are even.
I don't know. I usually go to
Yeah.
the head judge, and whatever he
ask.
says is low for me.
Yeah, it's 6 rounds, and
And then the top 8.
yeah, if I have the proper number of people that are going in the day 2, I can tell you.
Yes.
Right now, I
otherwise-
think it's gonna be 2-6-0 and 6-5-1, maybe. What the fuck, 15 più 18! Let's go. For Francesco in top 4, yeah, of course.
Well, why not?
So guys, what do you think about no bans in Pauper this Monday?
Well, I'm pretty curious about the top 8 because I wanna.
The question I just asked is completely random. I didn't ask this thing because I have one particular person in front of me eating some pizza, look at me with his sexy blue eyes.
I'm pretty curious. I wanna know how many Gunfire will be tomorrow in top 8.
This man. If only his bands were good looking as he is. But they're not.
Whatever.
Yeah, for some people really ask for Familiar ban.
Do you think that this could be
I
the
don't
right
think
ban
so. No,
for
I don't
slowing
think
down?
So. I don't think so. I would love an all that glitters unban. I would love it.
Me too.
Maybe it's wrong, but I would love it. I don't say it's the right thing to do, but I would love it.
It will be fun.
Yeah. The first card that comes in mind is, of course, Chrysalis.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Too bad because I
Totally
love
agree.
it, but I really like the card. But
It's a great card.
Domenico Cava.
Yes.
It's his fault. People are like, oh, you ruined Pauper because of you. I just
Domenico.
I drew the art. I didn't make the card.
Poor Domenico.
Yeah, I would love all the glitters. I can see that a lot of people in chat agrees.
It's a great card. I think that it could be used in many, many decks, so it could be a great unban, but who knows?
Who knows what Eisen have in store for us? Because it's all his fault. Okay? It's not a team. It's not a team. It's all his fault. It's Mirko's fault for everything. You have just one person to blame. No,
He's ignoring
no,
us.
It's ignoring. It's completely ignoring. Peregrine Drake. Now that's interesting.
Oh, really?
No, that's interesting. Yeah, this is day 1. This is day 1 of the main event. The problem of these tournaments are mirror of high tide and mirror of giant turn are like more than 1 hour. It's hard for the player. Yes, I didn't see so many Jan go to the turns. But yeah, high tide mirrors are...
Today I think I saw 3 or 4 of them going to rounds, but Yeah, High Tide is the deck we
It's the main
will
pro.
always do. Yeah.
A good wise old man once said, if you don't have time to go to the bathroom in your
Yes.
turns, you are playing the wrong deck.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Well, especially when you have this kind of tournament that is very long, it's very hot. You want to have some
Yeah.
free time for just drinking, go to the bathroom,
Yeah.
eating something. Otherwise, it will be.
How many 07s?
Well, I know some player that will go on playing
Yeah,
and playing
because
and
they're
playing.
taking they try to take points for
Yes,
the league.
for the league, exactly. Free glitter.
Yeah, yeah. If you don't have at least 5 minutes to go to the bathroom between your rounds, you are playing the wrong deck, and this is this is not because you have to go aggro or stuff like that. Because even control players, if you really know the deck, you have no time to make the decision. You go automatically. You really experience all the play patterns. You really know how to behave in every single situation. So you're playing fast, even with control, even with combo decks.
Yes, you won't go to the extra rounds every single round. So.
Unless you're trying to go to the turns.
Yes, but that is another problem, and slow playing is not a good thing to do.
Yeah. No slow play. Don't slow play. I'm hearing judges speaking, but I
Yeah,
can
so
hear what they're
probably-
saying. Okay.
Perfect. And yeah, only 2 people won 6. Well,
Okay, we can see the standing right now for the round. Do we have the standings for round 7? Almost. I don't know if we can see them because maybe the next caster wants to.
I think that they want to talk about
Yeah.
that, but I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, first time I try as a new in McDonald's, the crispy burger, that's huge cazzarola. Wait, one player is actually 07.
Oh no.
That's my hero.
Well, yes. I think probably it's even more difficult to be 07
Yeah,
than
I root for the 07 guy and the 503 guy.
yeah.
Shout out to the judges for making this weekend happen. We have a lot of really good judges.
Totally agree.
My dear friend Jacopo Strati.
Totally agree.
We have Pentole not in the judges' shirts today. He's not in the judge shirts. Pentole.
Yes. But we have Alessandro Parisi
We have Parisi.
in judge shirt.
Yeah, who's the judge today?
Chiasso,
Yes.
I think. Tomorrow should be Strati.
Tomorrow is Strati. Tomorrow we have the real bad guy. The final boss of judges.
No, he's not the bad guy.
No,
Chiasso
it's
is the
good.
bad guy.
Yeah. Is there Danesi?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
I mean, it's Popergeddon.
Not playing.
We have the best judge.
But in the judge.
Yeah. Chat, spawn some hearts for the staff,
Yes,
for the
totally.
judges, for the directors, for Bose,
For the vendors, for
everyone,
Bose,
the vendors, for the artists.
eBay supporting us, for everybody.
Right now will be played today. No, it's 8 rounds.
8 round.
Yeah.
We are waiting for round number 8. I know that the pairings are already up, so we are just waiting for everything.
Demotiamo anch'io. Italiani, se siete in 7, urlate, dite cose.
Mi sa che sono più di 7.
No, lo so. No, ma dovete parlare in inglese perché invece, guarda, mancherà un minutino, tra Pino ci scacciano e si parla in italiano. Facciamo un anticonformistoli.
Cacciati a vita.
Tanto si
basta.
capisce, dai.
Smesso di lavorare.
Si capisce anche se si parla in italiano. Allora, piccolo intermezzo per l'udienza italiana, no? Una cosa si può dire. I want to see not Italian people writing Italian words right now.
Are you sure about
It's the
that?
Italian moment of the chat. Okay.
That could be
The player at the
dangerous,
table,
you
so
know.
in seconds we're gonna go.
Yes, and we will leave you with Mirko Eisen and Emma.
And maybe see you tomorrow.
I think.
I don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure that we will be here clowning about.
Did you eat well? This is a really good question. Yeah, there's a good catering here. There are 2
Yeah.
bars.
Totally agree. Okay,
It's
guys.
made the traditional cacio e pepe in Germany. You're a fratello.
How much traditional? Is that cacio a real cacio?
It means cacio e pepe. Most traditional. Aglio olio better than carbonara. I totally agree. Totally. Totally. Carbonara is so overrated. We are fratellos.
Depends.
Yeah.
It depends.
I will
Bellon
not.
is a bit fun.
I will not use the word carbonara anymore. The word brother anymore. I want to say fratellos.
Fratellos.
Guys,
Guys,
it's enough for our Italian moment. So, quindi ciao a tutti gli italiani che stanno
see you tomorrow.
seguendo la trasmissione. Vi ringraziamo, ovviamente siete numerosissimi. Thanks to everyone that stayed with us in these 10 minutes of absolutely nothing, but that's what we are what we are best to do.
Totally agree.
Ciao fratellos. Quando ci becchiamo intorno ai tempi, boh.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We're here at Porpageddon 2025 Summer in the wonderfully hot Luca. I'm Emma Partlow, I'm here with Heisen01, fellow Portal Format panel friend. We're going to bring you the last round of day one, and we're at that point now where people want to get their points for day 2. 6 and 2 is the criteria to play again tomorrow. And we've got a couple of decks on feature match today, or in this round, that are 5 and 2. So they need to win to get to the day 2.
Yeah.
And you get to play more Magic. And who doesn't want to play more Magic at these kind of events? Paupergeddon's got about 1,100 people playing today. Big deal. Highest attending Pauper event ever.
Yeah.
By a wide margin. And we will have Wildfire versus Is It Terror, and we don't see a lot of Is It Terror these days, so that's going to be an interesting matchup.
Yes, it's a terror is the version of terror that is played not the most, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting because they can play some sweeper that are very good against deck like Elves that we saw in the two rounds before, and for sure it's interesting.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of John Wildfire today. As we explained the metagame share for today, it's like 15% of day 1, which is not too powerful, not too dominating, but it's making a presence, and we're expecting to see a few appear tomorrow when we eventually look at the day 2 meta breakdown. How have you been feeling about John Wildfire? Are you surprised with the fact that it's most played today?
Not too much, not too much, because Writing Chrysalis is for sure a really good card, and John with his own strategy that is very difficult to fight with, because every card is a threat, and so you cannot counter every single threat, you can remove every single threat, so it's a really good deck, and I think that it's up to the player to try to have an edge in some matchup.
So here we are, we've got Nicola Masoero on John Wildfire and Alberto Castro on Is It Terror. We're kicking things off here with a landslide called Lorien Revealed, likely getting an island. So let's talk about Is It Terror. What is it looking to do? What is the game plan of Is It Terror?
Is It Terror is probably, if we see all the different kind of terror, so Mono Wood, Jimir, and Izzet is the most controlled deck.
Yes.
But technically is a kind of tempo deck.
Yeah.
So the difference with respect to Mono Wu is that it's a little bit slower because you have some tapped land, but you have some removals.
Yes.
Some removals. They play also Monarch. That is the emblem that give you the possibility to have an edge against other control decks and other mid-range decks. So you can play like a control in some matchups, and this is very important. To respect the others, the other version. So the version of Giant Wildfire is the one with Galvanic Blast.
Yeah.
And Galvanic Blast is not a good removal against Terror, but that player was able to play one Nihil Spellbomb on board, and if they play very well, he can delay the entering of the playing of a Terror or a double Terror on turn 4, for example. Also here, this is a matchup in which Refurbished Familiar is very, very strong.
Yeah.
And in this case, Refurbished Familiar was able to discard a Lightning Bolt. This is a new heart from Final Fantasy of Bolt.
Yes, Dreams of Laguna seems to be pretty nice in these Terror style decks. It's one of the few cards that have seen a lot of impact in from Final Fantasy, the Final Fantasy set into Pauper. Black Mage's Rod being another one that's been seeing a lot of play lately as well.
Yeah. So also there is a beautiful art of Brainstorm, for example. So Giant is simply doing his own stuff, playing strong card, set up the card advantage, and in this case, okay, it's interesting the choice to not sacrifice the Nihil Spellbomb, because there are 6 spell on graveyard, and it's a Terror simply slam one Monarch effect on the board.
Yep.
And with an empty board on the opposite side, this is a very good play,
Yeah.
for sure.
And now we have the Monarchy has entered the entered play. This is going to be pretty big for Terra, just because, you know, as a control deck, all you really want to do is draw lots of cards. And now we see the Nihil Spellbomb cracked, so it's going to make those Tolarian Terrors a lot more expensive.
Yeah, some years ago, the war was completely up to who play Monarch first, because the one that play Monarch first is the one behind, because you are able to simply kill the creature and play my own Monarch effect, so keep Monarch and win the game like this.
Yeah.
But in this moment where Monarch is not played too much, this is a strong play. If you can play a turn 4 with an empty board on the opposite side, it's very strong.
Yep, so this version of John Midrange has the Pactol Terror.
Okay.
As a threat here. It's running, let's have a check here, looking at the deck list. So it's got 2 Pactol Terrors in its main board.
So this is an interesting version with Pactol Terror, Galvanic Blast, 4 Galvanic Blast.
Yeah. Still running the Cleansing Wildfire, it's still doing the Cleansing Wildfire thing, but it's just running a couple of Pactol Terrors. Why do you think Pactol Terrors... So for something like John Wildfire, it feels like a very solved deck, as in you're just shoving all the really good pauper cards into one deck. Why would you want to play Pactol Terror?
Probably to have an edge against red.
Yeah.
Because every time that you can play a Pactol Terror plus a Blood Fountain, it's like a Lightning Helix on your opponent. But the most important point is that you have a 3/4 on board and you gain 3 life.
Yeah, so the reason you're seeing black in the Izzet Terror list is because of the sideboard Nihil Spellbomb. So sometimes you want to pay for that black mana just to draw an extra card. It's a slight splash. And when you got stuff like Lorien Revealed, that just makes it really easy to find up as well.
Yeah. So in this moment, the real problem for Izzet Terror is the Blood Fountain.
Yeah.
Because Blood Fountain means at least 2 creatures from the graveyard. So the number of counterspell are just 4, and on the opposite side, the threats can be more than 4.
Yeah. So asking for those in the chat, there's no snuff outs in the Izzet Terror list. There is 1 Nihil Spellbomb main board. And I imagine I believe it's called Ice Tunnel is the Dimir Snowland. That's being played just to pay for that activation to draw an extra card when you crack it, and there's a couple more copies in the sideboard as well.
Yeah.
It seems pretty efficient when because you're running Snowlands, you have stuff like Skred, which is a really big draw to playing Izzet Terror, and you're not losing that snowman account by splashing into a 3rd color as well.
Yeah. Also, they don't really know the list like us.
It's closed deck list. It's a closed deck list tournament.
Yes.
So until the top 8.
So it's a good way to say, okay, I can have a snuff out and you have to play around, but I don't have it really. So it can be an interesting bluff.
Yes.
And also, it's interesting the new card from Final Fantasy. Here we have another example of what Final Fantasy is doing to Pauper. There are plenty of cards that are really strong. The Chocobo, the Black Mage Rod, cornered by Black Mage, this new card. There are... The name is Dreams.
Dreams of Laguna is the
Laguna,
card.
yes.
So 2 mana. It's a 2 mana instant. You get to surveil 1 and draw a card, but it does have flashback for 4, so it's 3 generic and a blue. So it's pretty nice to have in your graveyard because it can help you discount those Tolarian Terrors. But once the game goes a bit long and you don't need to cast your Terrors anymore, you can flash that back and not worry about the discount.
And also we can see that in the list there is 1 copy of foil, and
yes, there is a foil.
That is a really good card to discard with foil.
Yeah, because you can just still play Dreams of Laguna from the graveyard. It's like...
In the past they play Deep Analysis, but Deep Analysis It's strong, but if you don't play foil in a certain spot, it's
There is a copy of foil in the main board, just
Yeah.
the one, and there's one in the sideboard here as well.
Yeah.
So we got Roving Chrysalis on the battlefield, and Nicola's got back the initiative. Not for not the initiative, sorry. They got the Monarch, but now it's been taken back due to this Azure Fleet Admiral. A little bit back and forth going on here.
we have to remember that Azure Fleet Admiral, if I remember
Azure
well.
Fleet Admiral.
Yes, is not blockable if the opponent has a Monarch.
Yep.
So it's
Nice way
really
to take
good.
it back. And now we have a
So-
Murmuring Mystic, which is a very common way. Is it Terra often wins games? Same for
Yeah.
stuff like Jesco Ephemerate. You're just playing all these instants. You got your Dreams of Lagunas. You can flash it back. You can make more birds. And this is a really nice way to close out the game. The issue here is Roving Chrysalis has reach.
Yeah.
So it can definitely trump some of these bird tokens, but if Alberto is able just to keep constantly making them, there comes a point where you just kind of snowball and the Chrysalis just can't do anything about it. Breath Weapon's also quite nice in this situation as well.
But It's a Terror is creating a sort of complex board state to be solved, because if you have Monarch and Murmuring Mystic on board, you're able to continue to play, continue to draw fuel to continue to create other birds, block
it's
and
the
stuff
very
like
it's
that.
the very rare aggressive cleansing wildfire. Target the
Yeah.
opposing land, taking out that Demir snowland there, just respecting the third color just to get a snow covered island.
Yeah.
It's rare that we see a cleansing wildfire attack people's mana base, like the opponent's mana base. Usually you want to use it on your own lands, on your indestructible lands to ramp and draw, but you still draw the card anyway, which is not too bad. But often you want to get lands out of your deck so you don't draw into
But
them.
so sometimes is just to understand the mana base of your opponent, because if the
Yes.
opponent doesn't take the swamp, it can be a clue.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be surprised if Nicola's thinking there's like a snuff out in there
Yeah.
somewhere and you want them to pay life. Alberto's on 9 life as well, so it's definitely a resource at this point.
Yeah, for sure. Against the version with some galvanic blast,
Yes.
it's not easy to cast a
Yeah.
snuff out in that spot, but usually Jand is not playing. The most played version is without the galvanic blast. So
Yes, this one's got a couple of galvanic blasts.
But on the other
I
side,
believe.
Nicola is playing also the Black Terror. I don't. The
Pactol
machine,
Terror,
the
yeah.
Pactol Terror. We call it machine. So
Oh, okay.
we
okay.
usually call it machine in Italy. So it's
Yeah.
okay. Every artifact that will enter on the battlefield from this moment will deal 1 damage.
Yeah.
So now, in this case, the It's a Terror player is under the reach of only 2 Galvanic Blast,
Yes.
or 4 artifact and 1 Galvanic Blast.
Yeah. And Nicola runs the whole playset by the looks of it of Galvanic
Yeah.
Blast, so it's not.
So look at this, land and 1 damage because it's an artifact land, and
Yes.
then probably an Ichor Wellspring and it's another damage. And you cannot really counter every single card.
Yes.
It's like impossible.
As much as you would like to, as the resident control mage, you would love to counter every
Yes,
card. Yeah.
yes. Okay, so in the opposite side, the player flashback the Laguna.
Making another bird token thanks to Murmuring Mystic.
Try to find a dispel or a counter spell or something to say no to the opponent, because that card, the Fanatical Offering, will create also a map token that
Yep.
means 1 damage.
Also, something that you can, those map tokens could make the Chrysalis stronger as
Yeah.
well, which makes it better in combat. There comes a point where Tolarian Terror might be on blocking duty.
Yeah. So 6 is not a good amount of life against
No,
that
it's
kind of
very
deck.
low, especially when we talked about galvanic blast as
Yeah.
well being online here.
You have to think that in this moment, one single blood fountain more means
Yes.
2 damage, and the opponent goes to 4. 4 means only one galvanic blast
Yeah.
left to the dead. So it's not an easy moment for It's a
Yeah,
Terror.
and blue doesn't really have any ways to gain life, so
Yeah.
it's a dangerous situation we're in here, especially when these players are looking to lock in their day twos for Paupageddon and get to play again tomorrow.
Now I hope a little surprise like 1 mana campfire to gain 2 life every turn.
yeah.
But I don't think that it will happen.
Campfires are in the sideboard, not in the main board, so you might see them game 2, but not in game 1.
So pay 1 mana, create another bird, and a ponder.
Yeah.
Now my question is there some cards that can really solve this situation?
Not really, because we're getting to I'm looking at the list of the Is It Terror player. There isn't really anything that can break this up. You have Fiery Cannonade, but that's not great because you've got all these bird tokens
Yeah.
that you want to swing in with. There's Scred that can possibly deal with the Chrysalis. You've
Yeah.
got 5 lands in play right now, but it's a bit precarious with these map tokens that can definitely improve the power and toughness. And I believe we've seen a couple of Screds already. I see one in the graveyard, and I think one was exiled.
Yeah. Now we can
There's
see
not a lot
that Nihil Spellbomb at this point of the game is quite useless because the opponent was able to simply play a Pulse of Murasa, tap 4 mana, sacrifice the Blood Fountain,
Also
take back
on
3
30
creatures.
life as well. That's
Yeah.
significant here. I don't think you need a lot of bird tokens for to deal with that.
And also
that
without
high
a
level.
removal, it's just
Oh, here comes the Bajuka Bob. That's
Like-
absolutely brutal.
yeah. So now in this moment, probably it's just tap 4 mana, play another terror. If it enter, it means 2 damage, 2 life, and then only 2 artifacts left. But there is a stronger creature,
Yeah.
the second Chrysalis. This is probably useless to counter.
Yes.
You cannot really counter this and then let another machine enter on the battlefield. It has no sense. But it has no sense also to let Chrysalis live here because it means that the other Chrysalis. Okay, there is a counterspell
Yeah.
on the machine, so it's okay. But the problem is I missed the trigger of the true Eldrazi spawn.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's a May, but in this moment with the new rule, if you miss a trigger, it's up to you. It's up to your opponent. If you remember after a few turns, your opponent can say, no, you forgot, and I think it will be the case. Even if they call a judge in this moment, probably.
There should be a judge right there now watching the
Yeah.
game. I'm just talking to them on the side, so just making sure
Yeah.
what's going on here.
But I think that in this moment, with the new rules, you don't even have to call a judge, or only in the case of your opponent remember,
Yeah.
like in this moment. Because he's checking, he say, okay, I forgot
Yeah.
to trigger. So
The
now
judge should be there. Yeah, judge
Yeah.
is they're trying to sort it out as well.
Yeah.
So
because you do something else in the middle, it's up to your opponent to say, okay, now trigger or not.
Yeah. See, they're figuring it out now, so.
Yeah. Even if it's not a May.
Yes. I remember playing a lot of Fortnite Seer in Standard,
Yeah.
and it was up to me, on me, to tell my opponent to draw a card the second
Exactly.
Fortnite Seer left at the battlefield.
To me,
It's just a good habit to get into.
yeah, to me, if you are playing a simple Friday night, you can go back, explain to your opponent, and it's a growing for both players.
Yes.
When you are playing a competitive tournament like this, you have to follow the rule. You have to remember the trigger, and it's your fault to forgot it.
And also these events are pretty long, right? This is the
Yeah.
8th round. We've been starting since 9:30 this morning. Fatigue is a thing. Like it takes a toll on you. So of course you're gonna miss the odd trigger here and there. It's just
Yeah.
like it's something that just happens after a while. Just because 8 rounds of Magic is a lot on the
Yes.
mind. Especially it's pretty hot in Lucca as well. So there's like there's like a heat. There's like a environmental fatigue to it as well.
We are in the summer in Italy, so yes,
It's very hot, middle of a
very
heat
hot.
wave right now as well. And all of this can just take a toll, and sometimes you're just going to make a mistake. These
Yeah.
things just happen sometimes. It's not ideal, admittedly
Yeah.
not perfect. We all want to remember our triggers and remember what our Magic cards do when we play
Yeah.
them, but sometimes that just doesn't happen, and that's okay.
Yeah. Sometimes you think that it's obvious that you will do that, and then you simply forgot it.
Yeah. So we're now cracking these map tokens to make the Chrysalis a lot bigger. We've got a refurbished Familiar on top by the looks of it there.
Yeah, Refurbished Familiar is a good card, but
Ooh, we managed to draw one of Heritage Reclamation from Target Dragonstorm here.
also this is a very good card. It's a little bit better than all the other versions, because you have the opportunity to cycle it.
Yeah.
Cycle it and exile something from the graveyard that in a lot of matchup are very relevant.
Yeah.
Especially in Pauper, where there are plenty of strategy that works with the graveyard.
Yeah.
Even a simple Pulse of Murasa, for example.
Yeah,
If you can exile the target of a Pulse of Murasa, it's very strong.
Also, it's wild to think that the Izzet Terror still has the Monarch after all these Chrysales and Packed Old Terrors and Refurbished
Yeah.
Familiars. It's kind of crazy. It just proves how like stalematey these board states can
Yeah.
get.
Now the real problem is that the Izzet Terror player has to counter like every single artifact, and it can
They're on
die
2
from
life
a
as
single
well.
land.
Even a Galvanic Blast
No,
just
true.
does it, yeah.
2 lands.
2 lands, yeah.
But 2 lands means 2 turns. So it's not easy. Okay, so let's see. The Giant Wildfire player is cycling a landscape, draw a card. Those lands are really cool,
Yes.
because you can simple fetch for
Oof,
something.
here we go. I think this will be it.
Okay, this means 1 damage if it resolve plus 2 card, and there is a Fiery Cannonade.
Yep. Oh, it's a Dragon's Breath.
Yeah,
I think it's a Dragon's Breath. Let's check.
yes. It's a Red Weapon.
And there's a Lightning Bolt to take
Plus
care
Bolt.
of the Packed Old Terror.
Okay,
Still on 2 life, 2 Roving Chrysales.
so now after all, the opponent will simply draw 2 cards and play 1 single Galvanic Blast. Let's see. And a map token. Pay 2 mana. Cleansing Wildfire. sometimes you can use, for example, in a moment like this, you can use Cleansing Wildfire to simply tap a land of your opponent, sacrifice, cycle the card, and not let your opponent has true counter on a single turn. So it can be an interesting choice sometimes. So he's continuing to simply draw and dig into the deck in order to try to find all the other barn spells.
Yep.
So pay 2. Sacrifice the map on the big chrysalis.
Yeah.
Reveal, cast down. So now it depends the line that your opponent has in mind, because cast down can be quite good or very bad, or very bad at the same time. Because you can have an answer to the creature on the board state, or simply you want to dig for another Galvanic Blast. So,
Yeah.
but they decide to keep cast down there, and then,
And then
simple.
just simply, I think we're just
Simply-
going to go to game 2 here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're on, your opponent's on 32 life. It's going to be really hard to not only make that get that life total down to 0, but we're also halfway through round of the first, like, the match, and you need to, like, time is a very, like, you need to start recognizing of, like, I should probably scoop because it means I've got 25 minutes to try and get 2 more games in and try and win this match.
I think that this is one of the most important things to learn when you want to improve as player and play some competitive events, because if you're not able to recognize when a situation is lost, you will probably do some draw during your tournament, and a draw is not a good result.
Yeah.
So if you are simply losing without any possibility, but you are just gain some turn more of life, you are not playing in order to win. You are playing in order to survive, and play only to survive, to me, is always bad. Is always wrong.
So let's talk about sideboarding
Yep.
going into game 2. Let's start with the Is It Terror player. So we have 2 Elemental Blasts, we have Campfire, we have 2 Campfires, 2 Cast into the Fire, 1 Foil, 2 Hydro Blasts, 2 Nighthill Spellbomb, which is why the Terror deck splash in the black, 2 Pyroblasts and 2 Red Elemental Blasts. It's kind of a varied, very control-looking sideboard.
Yeah, they can play Cast into the Fire in order to try to create some non-game to your opponent, and also Hydro Blast to fight against the Galvanic Blast, and also some Cleansing Wildfire and stuff like that. So yes, there are plenty of cards that can be very good, especially in early game.
Yeah. And let's look at the Giant Wildfire list here. So we've got a couple of Duresses, we've got a Kiba Gang Shinobi, we've got some Pyroblasts, we've got a Fawn of the Black Rose, 2 Troublemaker Oofs, and some amount of Weather the Storms. What do you like there against Is It Terror?
Against It's a Terror, I don't think that Weather the Storm is the best card, but you can play Torn of the Black Rose, and also Pyroblast for sure. Okiba can be the best card or the worst card at the same time, because the opponent plays some removal spells, also some Breath Weapon that we saw also on main deck.
Yeah.
So in that case, if you spend 4 mana to do a big spell and your opponent plays only 1 mana, pays only 1 mana to solve the situation, you are losing a lot of time.
Yes.
But you have also Duress, that is the best card to fight against counterspell is to me better than Pyroblast sometimes.
Oh, sure, sure.
Because you also keep some information that you can use to play better the matchup.
Yeah.
But in other scenario, Okiba against Shinobi can be very, very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very. If your opponent don't respect that card and tap it out, and you discard 2 and keep. Your opponent cannot discard all the removals, so will probably discard some interesting cards. Also, there is one point. If you think about the list of this kind of It's a Terror, there are plenty of cards that has flashback.
Yes.
So probably Okiba is not the best card to side in.
Yeah.
But we will see.
Indeed, we're going into game 2. We've got about 20 minutes left on the round. A draw is definitely not ideal here because draw is essentially a loss.
Yeah.
So that's the last thing we want here because we want to put some people into day 2.
Yeah. In this case, a loss means for both players
Yeah.
to not enter on day 2.
Yeah. And if there's one thing we all like doing is playing lots of pauper. So
Yeah.
let's try and get some people into day 2.
Yes.
Believe Nicola's going down to 6.
Also,
All bling on mulligans here.
Also in this matchup, post side, It's a Terror cannot play Monarch, a Monarch effect easier like the first match because the opponent is playing a Monarch also, so you have to think about it a little bit more.
Yep. I'm kicking things off with a ponder here.
So we can see at least one counter spell and other 2 cards.
Looks like, hard to tell.
Okay. And with the last mana left, simple pass. Stay open for probably a Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce.
Got Dispel as well in the main board as well. There's like a
Also?
1-off that might have come out for all we know, but there is a. So you've got Lorien revealed as well. That's another one that you can definitely cycle away here. So there is it Terror? But the Alberto is splashing black for No Hill Spellbond specifically, just to draw a card of it with a couple of Dimir duels, which is close to free basically in this deck thanks to Lorien revealed.
Yeah. I think that at turn 2 against Giant Wildfire, you always want to try to fight an Icor Wellspring or
Here comes a Cascade getting rid of this Drossful Bridge, which is pretty big because it definitely exiles.
And this is huge when you are on the play.
Yes.
This is huge. And also every time open for at least 1 mana to try to play a Spell Pierce on something. If you counter an Icor Wellspring, you are really ahead in the game because your opponent has no target for a Dispute effect. You have true land drop more during your turn. So yes, in this moment, this is the correct moment to slam a Monarch effect.
Yeah.
But in this case, is land, pass.
It's a very controlled way of doing things, land go.
Now, Jund can try to solve Cleansing Wildfire here, but I don't think that...
We're going to do some dreaming with Dreams of Laguna from Final Fantasy. Nice way to fill up the graveyard.
Yeah.
Flashback is also quite nice here. One of the many Final Fantasy cards that's seen playing Pauper currently, and I don't think people thought Dreams of Laguna would actually see any playing Pauper, so it's nice to see it crop up, especially in these terror lists.
So now there is 5 spells on the graveyard, plus this Ponder is 6. So now it can be the right moment to play 1 or 2 terror.
Yeah, we're gonna just keep attacking the mana base with these Cassintifiers.
This is huge.
This is the 2 copies Alberto has in his 75, and he's just managed to draw both of them.
Strong players simply draw the card when they have to play.
So
that
lucky.
guy.
Must be nice. And if I was Nicola here, I'd be like, gee, I've lost both of my lands, my artifact lands that I need to cast my spells. My opponent's just cast a Tolarian Terror. It's like, I would be really tempted just to like concede and go to game 3 because a draw puts both of you out of contention.
Yeah, this game will probably end very quickly. So 5 damage.
This Tolarian Terror is going to do a bunch of damage unless there's like a cast down. Maybe?
It means from this moment you have 3 turns.
Yeah, in this position, just given like what's at stake here, I would definitely look about conceding and going to game 3. But that Terror just came at the right time. We've got a Cleansing Wildfire targeting this Slagwoods Bridge. But the Hydro Blast is going to come by and say no.
I don't think that it's impossible to win from this spot, but it's very
Tolarian
difficult.
Terror is such a clock, though, especially if there's just nothing else on the battlefield. It's like two more turns.
Think about an end with 4 Chrysalis.
Yeah.
If you play 1 Chrysalis, you play a counter spell, I block 1 turn and play the second. You play counter spell, but the third one probably you will not have the counter spell, and so on. That's the plan of Jand. You have always to focus on your out, even if it's slightly impossible. But if there is a single chance to try to win, you have to try.
Got Nicole Wellspring. We're going to draw a card here.
Okay, so it means that there is not there are not 4 Chrysalis on it.
See a Nihil Spellbomb. We'll do something to this graveyard, which is great. We've got a Refurbished Familiar here. That's going to probably be on the defense, let's be honest, but we're going to counter that instead because in Alberto's seat, all you want to do is just keep pressuring life totals. It's a 2-turn clock, now a 1-turn clock with this Tolarian Terror. And now we have a Murmuring Mystic, which is basically shutting the door.
Yeah. Now
because it's a 1/5 as well. I think people forget like the high toughness on Murmuring Mystic. It can just soak up so much damage.
Now even a lot of Chrysalis are
and he's just drawn a bunch of lands, so we're going to go to game 3. We've got about 13 minutes left on the round. So these players are going to have to play pretty quickly because, as we've mentioned multiple times in this round already, a draw just takes both of you out.
Yeah.
And it's also the most deflating way to end your winning in today too, is like you both draw. Like losing is like sure, but it just treats the same way. Like no one wins out of that situation and they both get pushed out and it's just not a great feeling. There might be a bubble somewhere where some 5-1s and 2s might get in, I'm not too sure. But it's still like at the end of the day you just want to win. You just want to just get it over with. So when it comes to, is it Terror with a jump wildfire now being the play, is there anything you like in the sideboard to bring in, or are you just happy with?
Probably on the play.
Duress maybe might be quite nice here. Definitely
Duress.
on the play.
And on the play probably it has a little bit more sense to side in the Kiba Gang Shinobi.
Yeah.
Because probably you can create easier a spot in which try to push in that direction. Think about the opponent that stays open of 2 mana, play the third tapped land, and you ninja out your opponent. It can be very strong.
Yeah.
Better than on the draw, for sure.
So sure. And is there anything? Is it Terror wants to bring in on the draw? So we've got some campfires, we've got some blue element blasts, Nihil spell bombs. Nothing.
Probably more Hydro or blue elemental blast because you don't want that your opponent will play Wildfire on turn 2.
Yep.
Otherwise, it means that on the play we'll probably cast a Chrysalis on turn 3.
Yep.
That's the power play of the deck in this moment. A Chrysalis or a Monarch effect. We have to remember that there is also Thorn of the Black Rose, so
Yes, from the sideboard.
it's not
If
easy.
they brought it in, which I assume you would in this
Yes.
situation.
But I don't think that you have a choice. If you can try to slam Cleansing Wildfire on turn 2, you have to.
So here we go. We got the Duress on turn 2, which is
Yeah.
a pretty nice play here. But we've got a brainstorm in response because Alberto
brainstorm.
Cascade clearly wants to keep his secrets and put the cards.
What a card.
Yes, hell of a response.
What a card.
Just put away the non-land spells that you don't want to get discarded by this Duress,
Yeah,
and just
well-
like sneak it away.
When the opponent plays a Duress and you say, no, 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 I will keep my secrets.
Mr. Frodo here, we're going to keep our secrets. So it looks like we've got a Dreams of Laguna, we've got a Ponder, we've got a Brainstorm, and it looks like a foil, I
Yeah.
believe. I think the old, like a really old printing of foil.
So this is an interesting choice because you cannot discard Laguna.
Nope, because you get the
discard-
flashback.
Discard one single cantrip. It's good, but
It is one of 2 copies of foil in Alberto's 75. He may have brought the other one in, or I don't know, but there's one in there's one in the main board and one in the sideboard. So just having these foils is it's making chat quite excited right now because they do love a good foil.
yeah. Here foil, I think it fits very well inside the deck. If you think about this kind of hand, you have one strong card to discard, you have
Yep.
plenty of land, and in this case the opponent doesn't discard foil, so it means that you can follow a good line. If you, for example, hide 2 strong card with, for example, if I hide one Monarch effect, for
Yes.
example, just to not give information to my opponent. If they don't discard foil, I can play Monarch plus foil behind, and it is a very interesting spot.
Yeah, it might not even be a card that could be discarded by Duress just to like
Yeah.
hide what Alberto is looking to do here. So we've got Dreams of Laguna that's being fired off. Surveilling away and drawing a fresh card. Has flashback for 4, which is quite nice in this deck as well. Helps you discount those Tellerian Terrors, but also in the late game you can just like recast it again. Get some bird tokens with that Murmuring Mystic as well. It's just got a lot to say. So we're gonna fire off this Ponder. With seeing 3 islands, which is not what you always want to see, but you do get a shuffle, so that's nice here. Not ideal considering we're like under 8 minutes on the round, and you kind of want to finish this up.
Yeah.
It's been a very slow start for a game 3. In Nicholas' seat, you were really hoping to go like Chrysalis into Chrysalis and just start pushing through damage.
So shuffle.
Ponder triple land is not where you want to be, but
No.
it just happens, right? That's the luck of the draw.
Oh, but sometimes it just, if you are searching for a land, you have a fetch on the board, you can simply draw the land and then fetch the other 2. So,
Speaking of Raving Chrysalis is hitting the battlefield right now. We cannot Hydro Blast this. We can't Blue Elemental Blast this because Devoid is surprisingly sneaky here.
yes.
So Alberto has to think about whether he wants to counter this maybe with that foil.
It depends. If you have a
But it
removal,
looks like it's resolving, so we've got a Chrysalis on the player.
yeah, tokens always resolve.
Yeah. So we've got
To
another
me, the question is, if you have a removals, or if you are able to search for a removals with this brainstorm, probably you will let that Chrysalis resolve, because
Yeah.
there are plenty of threats that you have to counter, and probably the first Chrysalis is not one of them.
Yes.
Also because the first Chrysalis is only a 4/5 only. And
No big deal. It's just a 4/5 for each.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, but you play plenty of 5/5, so it's okay.
Yeah. We've got Nihil Spellbomb here, which is the reason this is a Terror deck. It's just splashing for black. For a couple of copies of Nihil Spellbomb.
So draw one card. And here the situation is land, spread, and nothing.
Spread would be nice here because
Yeah.
it does get rid of the chrysalis.
So you can wait.
I mean, you can wait a little bit. We've got 5 minutes left on the
Yeah.
round. It's like we don't have the luxury of waiting too long, but we've got a
Yeah.
spread here. It's going to target the roving chrysalis. It's going to take it out cleanly because we have 5 snowlands in play.
And there are 3, 4, 5, 6 spells on the graveyard. So now
Yep.
every terror costs only 1 mana.
Yep, and we've got a nickel wellspring. Gonna draw a fresh card here.
Third one. So now every single dispute effect will draw 3 cards. And there is the fourth in the end.
Yeah. I believe deck lists are going to be available during the top 8. I
Yeah.
might be wrong there.
Yeah.
So it's a closed deck list. So it's closed deck list today, closed tomorrow until the top 8.
Exact.
Yeah, and I believe it's 6 rounds tomorrow before top 8. So once the top 8 hits, there'll be some deck lists for you to look at.
Yeah.
And here is the Nihil Spellbomb from Nicola here, which is very well timed considering we're just talking about how cheap the Tolarian Terrors will be. Not for much longer, I don't think.
So pay for mana,
Play this.
flashback Laguna.
Yep. I'm going to do some dreaming.
So this is an important choice. That's because if you put that card on the graveyard, it will be exiled.
Yes.
Probably.
And we're gonna
Yeah. Cycle the Nihil Spellbomb in order to delay all the terrors.
Yeah, but we do have the Crimson Fleet Commodore, which does give you the Monarch.
Yeah.
It's not a bad draw here. Drawing cards is always great, especially when you're the control player, but we do need to attack these life totals. They're both at 20 each, and we've got about 4 minutes left on the round.
Now imagine like land removals and then Torn of the Black Rose.
Yeah.
That's the old war of Monarch effect. Now, the removal probably... No. Yes? No?
I see a Cleansing Wildfire in hand.
Cleansing Wildfire. Okay, let's
Yeah.
start with this. Okay. Also, Commodore has 5 of power and
Yes.
can close the game very quickly, like another terror.
Yes, but we can't. Those terrors are a bit expensive at the moment, thanks to the opposing Nihil Spellbomb.
Yeah, only 7 more.
Life totals do need to be pressured at some point because we are approaching very close to the end of the round, and the last thing you want is a draw. So
Yeah.
I feel like Alberto has to start shutting the door here because all we have opposing that is just 40 core rail springs and not much else.
But we can see a Chrysalis on the hand of the Giant Wildfire players. So that's the second Chrysalis in total. The problem is that there is a Nihil Spellbomb on the opposite side, and Nihil Spellbomb means that you cannot even recover your creature from...
Yeah, and I believe the Giant Midrange deck does play some Blood Fountains as well.
Yeah.
So exiling that graveyard means there's no Roving Chrysalis coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 Blood Fountains in the 60, so it's definitely worth tackling at some point. And plus, it means Nihil Spellbomb just trades you for a card as well. You get something out of it, and it doesn't hit your graveyard compared to something like Relic.
Now, probably before to remove the Commodore, you have to put some pressure on board, put some creature in order to try to steal Monarch from your opponent, because otherwise the opponent will create card advantage
Yeah.
by doing literally nothing. That's the power of Monarch in every matchup against console deck or against other mid-range deck that don't play too many removal, too many spot removal. They are discussing something.
Oh, there is a judge call. So we got a judge call here. So
Yeah.
we will take this time to talk about day 2 tomorrow. So
So tomorrow we will start the event. So the the ninth round of this incredible event at 9 a.m. So we will recover during this night, and we will be back stronger than today.
yeah.
So, okay.
You got to also understand, like, sure, like, not remembering your land drops is one thing. This is the 8th round of an event that
Yeah.
started at 9:30 this morning. It's like 8 o'clock Central European time now, so it's been a very long day for these
Yes.
people. It's been 1,100 players. Been 1,100 players playing today in a fairly hot environment. We're in the middle of a heat wave, so fatigue does happen. You know, these are very mentally taxing days, and sometimes you just brain fart on something very simple and fundamental as magic. Happens to the best of us. Magic's a very complicated game.
Yeah.
So let's just have a chat about Pauper until this judge call gets resolved. It might take a little while.
Yeah.
So we talked about day 2 tomorrow. It's going to start at 9 a.m. Coverage
Yeah.
is going to start at 9, and we'll have day 2 coverage. So it'll be 6 rounds. 6 rounds of Swiss going into a top 8.
Yes.
And we will also have the day 2 conversion as well. So we'll see the day
Yes.
2 meta of Paupergeddon, but also seeing that, like, the win rates and how they converted over, which I think is going to be quite interesting here.
Yes, I think that those data are the most interesting because the conversion from day 1 and day 2 and the conversion between day 2 and top 8 are really important to define the real power of a deck.
Oh.
Okay, so they finished the judge call.
Mm-hmm.
They are continuing the game.
Okay.
So the second Commodore.
So after that judge call, just for the folks at home, it's a 3 minutes time extension. So we've got like an extra minute or 2 at this round before we hit turns.
Yeah. So now the real problem is that Giant Wildfire has not one single threat on board.
Yeah.
This is a big threat,
Yes.
but it's a terror is Monarch since I think 3 or 4 turns. So
Yeah.
probably it depends how many removals he was able to find. Because if there is another spread.
Also, I believe the Pyroblast hit a red creature, which it can't do either.
Yeah. No, Pyroblast. Pyroblast probably was played against the Spell Pierce.
Oh, it was on the Spell Pierce, my
Yeah.
bad, yep. So we've got Memory Mystic here with a Ponder. It's going to create the bird token. And don't get me wrong, Memory Mystic's great, but you also got this Ryrun Chrysalis for
Yeah.
reach. It's going to be a little bit too late, I think.
And attack. Now, by the time in which there is Murmuring Mystic on board, that Chrysalis will probably never deal one single damage to your opponent. So
So we've got another Chrysalis here? Oh no, we have the Pact Altera, I believe. Is that Pact Altera? Yeah.
Pact of Terror means that this game will be longer.
I mean, it can only go so long because we're approaching very closely to turns.
Yeah.
We're going to dispel the cast down there.
They are trying to play as fast as they can. There is this is very strong. Cast into the fire that can exile the Pact of Terror. So still the only threat is the Monarch. The It's a Terror player is continuing to generate some Murmuring Mystic. There is a spread on Chrysalis. So now he's
Now
able
we're
to
going to
attack with
start
everything.
attacking, yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
8 life points are not too much.
And there we go. So Alberto Castro takes it down on the cusp of. So yes, time was added by 3 minutes due to a judge call. Literally 10 seconds before the round was over, we're going to hit turns. So blue-red Terra wins there. That means Alberto's into day 2.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Nicola doesn't quite make it.
All thanks to that Commodore.
Yes.
Wow.
It was like a really slow game 3. I was a little bit worried we were going to hit turns there
Yeah.
because there was a lot of shuffling going on, a lot of thinking. People were just figuring out their lands. Also, it's kind of cool to see Terra doing well. It's not a deck that we see often in the Pauper meta game. It's normally mono blue. So yeah, it's like congrats to Alberto. We'll see some Terra on the metagame share tomorrow when we talk about day 2 for Paupergeddon.
Yeah, we will see the percentage and the win rate. And we will discuss about that for sure. It's a good call if you think about a good number of deck with bridge inside the deck, because if you can play some copies of Cast into the Fire or stuff like Auto Suplex, the new one, you can create some non-game, and non-game. If you are able to create some of them, you have some buy during a long tournament like this. So it's always a good plan.
Yeah.
If you can try to go in that direction, it can be good. So we are at the end of this day
Game
1.
8 rounds in the books.
Yes, so we will return tomorrow at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. With the round number 9.
Yep, so that's 9 a.m. Central European time. So for the Americans watching at home, that is about 6 hours if you're on Eastern time. So it's going to be a very early start. So when you wake up in the morning and you fire on Twitch, there'll be some people getting coverage for you. So
yeah. So during the breakfast, you have to open Twitch and watch us.
Yeah.
So see you tomorrow. And
take it easy. Thank you for watching.